Time Attack this year. And so what that means is obviously we've got this amazing live stream coverage, which is brought to you by our fantastic sponsors Lucas Oil, and we've also got a change in the scoring points as well. And my colleague Alexi is going to explain this in the commentary for you. So as I mentioned, we're here at Cadwell Park, so we're going to have a fantastic day of racing, so let's go.
Thank you, Susie, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to Time Attack 2025. We are now coming at you live again through the stream. Thank you to our friends at Lucas Oil who have made this possible again. A much-loved feature from some years gone by, and the live stream is back. Now, of course, thank you, as always, to our show sponsors here at Modified Live as well. A whole host of friends, old and new, supporting us at Club Time Attack and Modified Live: Yokohama, Tegawa, Lucas Oil, Exidi, Motegi Racing, ADG Vehicle Transport Limited, Kent Models, Abruzzi, and Clear Freight. And of course, show sponsors MMT Performance, Get It On, and Hugo's Plates. Now, as Susie mentioned, this year is a special anniversary season of Time Attack, with it now being a whole 20 years since our first ever event at Rockingham, all the way back in 2005. Long time ago. I've been involved for a big chunk of that, and so the years kind of blur together, but it's been a whole 20 years, believe it or not. And indeed, the format has changed over the years, and this year features an important new addition to the rules in that drivers are now eligible to score points in every single session to encourage some spicy driving throughout the entire day. For those of you who are new to Time Attack, and you can see some of the cars getting ready now in the assembly area. For those of you who are new to Time Attack, what are we all about? Well, this is all about setting the fastest flying lap possible. So all of the cars will be on track for 20 minutes or so. It's an open pit lane format, and they have as many attempts as they can fit in to set the fastest flying lap that they possibly can. And that's all we are concerned with. So at no point will these drivers be racing wheel to wheel, for example. They will be competing to try to set the fastest lap time they possibly can. Now, Time Attack historically is all about modified cars, and of course, that is the very essence of what we do. But to keep things somewhat fair and competitive, cars are grouped together based on how modified they are, so that cars of a similar spec are competing with each other. Now, it's a pretty broad church, and the rule book can accommodate all kinds of things, and chances are, whatever you've built at home, or perhaps with the help of a professional workshop, whatever you've built, there will probably be a class for it in Time Attack. Now, the cars that will be hitting the track first are cars in the Classic and Retro, Clubman, and Pocket Rocket classes. Classic and Retro for the older chassis that are 25 years or older, Clubman for perhaps what you might call a fast daily, so cars with very limited modifications, and then Pocket Rocket is for the cars with smaller engines, up to 1.6 liters if naturally forced induction, and 2 liters if naturally aspirated. So perhaps your Honda Type Rs, K20s, Renaults, the little old naturally aspirated Renault Sports, and so on. Whereas the forced induction cars, the little Fiesta STs, the boosted ones, and stuff like that. And then we'll move on to the other classes, and we'll talk about those in more detail down the line. But for now, these are our perhaps the least modified cars that we have in Time Attack, which is actually, you know, if you take a look at the cars that are assembled in the assembly area, they are pretty serious builds in some cases. So that's not to really try to, you know, it's a sliding scale of modifications that are allowed in Time Attack. Well, pretty much anything, all the way up to Pro Extreme, which is pretty much an open rule book. And you know, we'll get to that later on. I don't think we have any Pro Extreme cars here today, actually. Maybe just Club Pro and Pro. Let's just take a look through the entry list. Of course, we have lots of returning drivers, as well as no Pro Extreme today at Cadwell Park. But yes, we'll come to that later. Now, on your screen, if you're thinking, is that a Corsa B? You are absolutely right. That is the one and only Michael Greenhue in the Team LAR Motorsport Vauxhall Corsa. However, this Vauxhall Corsa hides a pretty dark secret in that it is actually powered by the legendary Volkswagen Group PD130 engine, the 1.9 TDI. So it's the only diesel that we have here in Time Attack, and I caught up with Michael earlier today. It's a car that we see now and then. I think he does the odd single round entry, but he's back for Cadwell Park. Now, this PD130 Volkswagen Group engine in this Vauxhall Corsa is now putting out 370 foot-pounds of torque, and it's a mostly standard engine. It's got a sporty cam, but otherwise just throw in loads of boost and see what happens. The red line at 5,500 RPM, which is of course diesel things, 925 kilos. And of course, the great thing about diesels is it's torque for days. And if you think back maybe 10, 15 years ago, there were lots of famously Audi diesels at Le Mans and so on. So you can make them work on track. And with all of that torque, Michael calculated that it's torque per ton pretty much equivalent to a Dodge Viper, which famously very, very torquey machines. And of course, if you have very beefy diesel in a little 925 kilogram car, well, that's definitely going to move. And I can see the session has now been green lit, and the car is now heading out of the assembly area onto the track. Jamie Biss there, I believe, in the little Mark 1 MX-5, flippy lights and all. And you can see them now making their way around the track. It cracks me up every time. We've got a Ford Transit van. We've got a Ford Transit van there. Lucas Hyam in the GM Automotive Ford Transit Courier in the Pocket Rocket class. And I believe while these cars now complete their warm-up laps, which will take a little while, Susie caught up with Dean Riley early on of DRS Racing.
So we're down here in the paddock, and I'm just taking a little bit of time to catch up with Dean Riley this morning. So, Dean, you're here with your amazing VX220, but you've had a bit of a journey to get here, right?
That's right. Well, 7 days ago, the car was on fire on a track day. Engine blew up, which was the actual second engine. 2 weeks before that, the engine let go again. So, yeah, 7 days ago, we were on fire. It was an absolute mess. I thought Time Attack season was over. Yeah, I was in the down trying to find parts, melted wiring looms, sensors. Everything was destroyed on the car. And I was like, what do I do? I was struggling.
And when did you get the car back together again then?
About 2 days ago. Yeah.
Oh my God, so really last minute, and it's all back, like everything working again?
Hopefully. I mean, we've had a small amount of road test. Car is on a base map. I've done it on the road. Yeah, I mean, hopefully it holds together, but the first test is going to be the warm-up, so we're just going to take it easy. Hopefully everything stays together for the day. I don't want to be throwing another engine in. I mean, it's been stressful enough just getting the car ready for the season.
And can you give us a little bit of information about the car? Because it's not quite a standard VX220, right?
So I bought the car as a standard road-going car about 3 years ago. It's supercharged, so around 250 horsepower. We did build another engine that hopefully had more power, which now we're taking a backwards step. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the parts are custom because you can't buy them off the shelf. So it's trial and error, trying new things with the car, thinking outside of the box of what we can do to go faster, stripping as much weight out of the car. I mean, it's a lightweight car anyway, so it's like about 900 kilos-ish. Yeah, we fitted a roll cage this season. The car suffers with heat soak, so we've tried to fit water injection. That is not plumbed in this time because of the engine issues, so it is going to be running without the water injection this time. Suspension is Nitron. ECU is pretty much standard with, just like I say, a custom map on it.
And we saw you at a single round entry last year at Alton Park, right? And now you're back for the whole season.
Yep, back for the whole season. I'd tried it last year at Alton Park, which is my local round, and enjoyed it so much. I mean, I didn't think I'd ever have the money to do this, but thought, why not just give it a go and, you know, reach out to some people to help us. Got some sponsors on board that have helped us this year. I mean, I didn't expect anything. I've done one race in my whole life, so this is my first full season. But yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed it so much. I've got the bug, and yeah, I want to try and win it this year. I'm not going to lie. So.
Fantastic. I mean, it's so great to see the car back. Fingers crossed you have a much smoother rest of the season than the lead up to it. So good luck out there today.
All right, thank you. Cheers.
If you're wondering why on your cameras you can see the cars coming back into the pits, we do actually have a red flag. Now, I can only see what I can see from the commentary box, so I'm not sure what has brought out that red flag. But what it means is, of course, that the track is no longer safe to run on. There's been some kind of incident. And so there you can see there the fancy new LCD screens showing the red flag there to drivers, red light. And so while that incident is cleared up, the drivers have been channeled into the pit lane. Now it's been a long off season. I think last year we actually began the season in a slightly longer off season perhaps than what we're used to, and lots of tweaks and changes and builds happening over the winter. Time Attack is a pretty unique motorsport in that modification is very much welcomed and encouraged. So unlike perhaps in some other motorsports where you're running to a very strict spec, and once the car is built and you know it works, then, well, that's it. You can just park it up and leave it for the winter. In Time Attack, the kind of people that it attracts and the kind of builds and cars that we encourage means that over the winter, everyone takes everything apart, messes around with it, puts it back together again, throws in some more boost, and so on. And so when you've had a long off-season, of course, you then get back into it, and things can break, or perhaps drivers haven't driven in a while because it's been the winter and so on. So, you know, things can go wrong. So hopefully that won't take too long to clear up. But let's take a look at some of the cars that are here in the pit lane. So actually, as you may notice, when Susie was interviewing Dean Riley just a few minutes ago, they were stood somewhere completely different. And so Cadwell Park, we love Cadwell Park. It's the UK's Nürburgring, as people nickname it. Very hilly, very flowing, lots of ups and downs. And that's great, and that's why we love it. Personally, it's my own favorite track in the UK, even though I've written off a Time Attack car back in the day because of its flowing up and down nature. You know, it takes a lot of skill to put together a good Cadwell Park lap time, skill that I didn't have. But what that does mean is, with the nature of the track and it's so hilly, there isn't a big flat area to have the pit lane and the paddock together. So uniquely at Cadwell Park, the paddock and the pit lane are in two different spots. So you saw Susie there interviewing Dean up in the paddock, which is uphill, and then the actual pit lane is in the middle of the track, kind of separate from everything else. And so, for example, when the track is live, because the pit lane's in the middle of it, you can't get to the pit lane while the track is live. Unless you're on the track. But what I mean is, you know, for teams, crew, circuit staff, you know, you have to cross the track to get to the middle of it to get to the pit lane. So it's a pretty unique layout at Cadwell Park. And you can see there the number 313 Ford Transit Courier van of Lewis Hyam. This is the great thing about Time Attack, is pretty much everything can be made to fit into a class. So, you know, this is what we encourage, is huge variety of cars, huge variety of builds. And who is that? That's the Mini. There you go, speaking about variety. That is the classic Mini there. The Rover Mini of Thomas Mosley, 33 Motorsport, now recovered. And let's take a look at what's going on there. So while that recovery takes place, I can see the driver there jumping out. We have, I believe Susie's been doing some investigating in the paddock for us.
So just quickly getting some time down here in the scrutineering bay and just catching up with Dan from AKB Racing with this amazing Evo 9. So while they're still getting scrutineered, so it's good to see the team back again.
I know, it's been 2 years. 2 years since we were last out. The last outing that we had with this was in Germany,
right,
at the Nürburgring, which Andrew actually came third. So he did really, really well with no front end on the vehicle. So it's been out for the last 2 years. Nick at NR has been redoing all the engine and bits and pieces. So we should be good to see what we can physically do.
And a whole new front end, you were saying?
Yeah, all one-piece front end, which has all been redesigned. I think Andrew, as you can see, the attention to detail on this car, Andrew has been fully on board with the last 2 years, getting everything how he wants it. And it's as clean on top as it is underneath. It's literally that clean, this car.
It's always one of the most immaculately prepared cars, and black as well, and making it look great when it's black is very hard as well. It always looks dirty very quickly.
Yeah, he will be cleaning this every time he moves it. It literally is. You know, even when we got it out the trailer and it was clean, we still cleaned it. It was literally like that. But, you know, credit to Andrew. It's been a passion of his for, I know he was saying the first event was 2010. So he's a 15-year
definitely a regular,
veteran,
right? Yeah.
A 15-year veteran, but no, fair play to him. You know, it costs a lot of money to come down from Scotland and do this with this sort of car, so you've got to admire what he's doing.
And tell us a bit of information about the car.
Yeah, it's an NR build. Obviously, the numbers speak for themselves. It's over 800, but we'll keep it as it's conservative. But yeah, it's ready for this year. Fresh build engine, new head, new turbo setup. It's had the oil cooler, the cooling system's all been revamped. So we don't know how that's going to get on yet until we start modifying and seeing what we need to do. He's got new wheels on there as well from Two Forge. So shout out to those guys with the new tyres. He's got a new paddle shift system in there. There's so much in there. We just need to drive it now.
Brilliant. Well, it's fantastic to see the team back, so good luck.
Thank you guys.
And meanwhile, the session is now green flagged, so that red flag causing incident has now been resolved. Thomas Mosley's 33 Motorsport Rover Mini having been recovered from the track. Interesting, Dan there mentioning, you know, the cost of coming down from Scotland and running a car like that. And for those who are perhaps wondering, what is a car like that? Well, that is our Mitsubishi Evolution, of which we have quite a few. And this is Andrew Barber's machine in the Pro class, number 88. Now, I don't know the ins and outs of the Evo world, and that's very much more Susie's bag. She's a big Evo enthusiast herself, which is why she jumped straight in there with the Evo owners interview. Well, Dan there, not an Evo owner himself, he's part of the team, from what I understand. But anyway, so I was talking in the it just reminds me of a conversation from a few years ago with a chap who had a really high spec Mitsubishi Evo, I think in the Pro Extreme class, and it broke its gearbox. And so he ran a Abarth 500 in Time Attack instead, just a little regular in Clubman class, little Abarth. And he said that a new gearbox or gearbox rebuild or whatever it was on that Evo, that like top spec Evo, was more expensive than the whole Abarth, the whole car. So he just thought, well, I'm not going to do that. I'll just get this Abarth and use that instead. So these Evos, especially the top builds, the serious builds, whew, that takes some effort to keep those things going. But as you will see, the proof is in the pudding. Very impressive machines indeed. You can see some lap times now coming in. We did lose a little bit of time from this session. We have quite a tight schedule, and we try to give drivers most of their time as much as we can. But sadly, when the red flags start to drag on, we need to keep the clocks running a little bit, because otherwise, you know, we're up against it with curfews and so on. So I think we lost a little bit of time there under that red flag. Michael Greenhue there has stopped on track, and actually when the cars were leaving the pits, they had to drive around him. He had a bit of trouble getting the car going. The number 131 Vauxhall Corsa, Volkswagen-powered PD130, the old 1.9 TDI pulls like a train. Indeed, this one does, with something obscene like 370 foot-pounds of torque in a 900-kilogram car. But it's not really pulling like a train at the moment, as it is parked up on track. Hopefully nothing too serious. I couldn't quite place, I had a visual. For those of you watching from the track side, you can watch the Lucas Oil Time Attack live stream online on your phone or your tablet, laptop, if you have a device with you on your trackside right now. And then, of course, that means that you have visibility of what I can see as well, and other things around the track that perhaps you can't physically see from your vantage point. So couldn't quite place where Michael Greenhue was stopped, but hopefully, oh, never mind, red flag. I was going to say, hopefully not too dangerous of a position, but clearly it's a bit precarious there. So the session now being red flagged again. And you know, this is, it's not the first time I've seen this, where after the off season, the first session back, lots of little niggly bits can happen, and cars start stopping on track. And sadly, that's what can happen with highly modified machines that perhaps are being used for the first time in anger this season. So red flag again now. And while our cars get back to the pits and that incident is cleared up, I believe Susie has been catching up with Jimmy Broadbent.
So we're down here in actually a very sunny paddock this morning. We're going to have a bit of a catch up with Jimmy Broadbent. So, morning Jimmy, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. It's nice to be back in Time Attack, nice to be back at Cadwell as well. It's been a while since I've been here. Weather's the same, cold, a bit greasy out, but which seems to have caused some red flags already. But yeah, for us, all good, all happy.
So it's been a few years since we've seen you out at Time Attack. So and you're back with Minty, is it?
Yeah, Minty, our crazy MX-5. Last time I actually did Time Attack, I think, when was it? It must have been Alton Park in 20, or maybe Brands Hatch in 23 in the Prague, I forget. But for Minty, it's been quite a long time. So happy to have it back, and it's all good now. Everything is good. This is max spec, so Last time we were here, it had no aero, running a lot lower power than it is now. Now it's full slicks, full aero, full power. It's everything it was meant to be. So very happy.
So tell us a bit more about it. What engine is it running?
Yes, this is got a SR20 out of a Sylvia. Brought down to 2.2 litre, big old turbo strapped to it. So about 700 horsepower on the top map, which we won't use just yet because of what's going on now, but yeah, enough power to have a bit of fun with. Full custom aero, of course, these massive 280 square Yokohama tyres on each corner, so it's a completely different beast to when it started, for sure.
So yeah, and just and some pretty crazy aero going on as well. So definitely not your standard MX-5.
No, I mean, luckily I've had some experience in the Praga with the aero, so that's going to help us out with that as well. You have to really trust the car, which is quite hard because I've owned this car since it was a road car in 2014. So it's quite hard to think, oh, I have to now take this corner at 120 mile an hour in this road car I bought in 2014 that had rust on it. So yeah, getting that out of your brain's important, but that's part of the amazing thing about Time Attack is all these cars turn up, all these crazy contraptions, and we're lucky enough to be here to do it. So I'm looking forward to being out there.
Yeah, and as you say, that is the great thing about Time Attack. We've got like such a varied kind of like all the classes so varied. But in Pro, you're up against a lot of Evos.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot of cars in Pro this year, right?
Yeah, there's a lot there. I mean, we've got our eye on Luke. You know, we can't not think about Luke and Suki. They're definitely the ones in my head to beat. But that doesn't mean that someone's not going to come and surprise us. Tons of Evos, as you say, in the wet. They're very hard to beat. There's a Caterham out there as well. I mean, sadly Alfie not here. Alfie in the area Latin. I think he blew up yesterday or something. But yeah, there's a very, very stiff competition. I mean, our goal really is to get to the end of the day without any problems. But I also want to do well because there's a competitor in me. So hopefully we can do well. We'll see.
And you're back for the whole season?
That's the plan. Yeah. I mean, if this helps us get through the whole season, we will do the whole season. But we're signed up, so the goal is, as always, championship. There's no point in signing up otherwise, but we're doing that with no testing, so...
What could possibly go wrong, Jimmy?
Exactly. Come back to me in half an hour to find out what went wrong.
Brilliant. Well, thanks for talking to us this morning, and good luck out there today.
Thank you very much. Have a good one. Cheers.
Back to you, Alexi.
Thanks, Susie. Thanks, Jimmy. I think quite a lot to unpack there. Very interesting interview. And what jumps out at me perhaps the most is how, well, firstly, 700 horsepower in an MX-5 is obscene. So I didn't quite realize that's what we were talking about. So I was aware that it was an SR20, or he called it an SR22 because of how it's been bored out and so on. Perhaps it's an SR22. So I was thinking, okay, maybe 300, 350, 400 horsepower, something like that. 700 horsepower in an MX-5 is obscene. So I'm very interested to see how that goes. And of course, that will be a real handful. And we've had a little bit of rain here and there at Cadwell Park over the evening. This morning, it's quite a little bit dampy here and there. So you think 700 horsepower, little bit damp, lots of aero. You know, this is a very specific kind of car. That will probably require quite a specific skill set as well. Luckily, Jimmy, very experienced driver, very handy driver, with lots of track work, circuit racing under his belt. So hopefully he'll be able to make the most of that 700 horsepower. What also jumped out at me is how he has had that car since 2014 when it was, in his own words, a rusty, crusty car that he bought in 2014. And for me, that really embodies the spirit of Time Attack, where you see someone, and you'll see this year on year, they might bring their daily to Time Attack, and then they get bitten by the bug, and year on year and year on year on year, they build and develop and upgrade, and the car becomes really something quite extreme over the years. And yeah, so we see this where the car is a little bit of a road car, and then it gets developed year on year. And in other kinds of championships, the car will be developed to a point where the rule book can no longer accommodate that, and it will move into a different championship. We don't have that in Time Attack. The more you build up your car, the more welcome it is. It just gets maybe bumped around the classes a little bit. So you can see now in the assembly area, the club cars now heading on to the track. All right, so now our club two-wheel drive and club four-wheel drive cars hit the track for their warm-up. Now, our new rules for 2025 to encourage running in all of the sessions. I mean, it kind of depends on the class, depends on the drivers. Some, especially as you look into the pro classes, like I mentioned, you know, Evo gearbox costs more than a Fiat 500 entire car. What that would mean in some classes, for some drivers, they may choose to play it safe and not run in warm-up, maybe not run in practice, because there are no points up for grabs, so why risk it? Well, now the rules have changed, and what that means is if you manage to complete, I believe it is 3 laps in warm-up, then you will score a point. Well, that's nice. And what that means is now our drivers are incentivized to get out every single session and do some driving. And of course, it also rewards the reliability as well as the outright pace of the car. And if we take a look at our refreshed format for this year and the point scoring, how it's going to work this year is that previously, Time Attack had a warm-up, and then practice, and then what was called qualifying, and then the final. Now that changes for this year, where we have the Time Attack warm-up, then Time Attack Attack 1, Attack 2, and then Super Attack at the end of the day. And there are points up for grabs in all of these sessions. And what that means is it's a more interesting show for those watching live on the Lucas Oil live stream and those watching live from the trackside, because there's stuff happening in every session now. And it also means that our drivers now are also rewarded for building a reliable car that can go out every single session and put in some times. Now, we do in all the briefings say to the drivers that warm-up is warm-up. There are no points for going fast, so there's no need to really push it. And as you can see, we had enough red flags as it is. And so really, we don't want drivers taking risks that they don't need to in warm-up, on top of, you know, everything else that can happen during a warm-up session, breakdowns and teething issues and so on. But we do want drivers to go out on track during warm-up, at least for a little bit, maybe not to set any flying, fast, super spicy laps, but at least to do some running and get the car out there. And have a car that works in the morning. So really incentivizing drivers there to make the most of their track time that they have paid for and entered to use. Now, of course, you can see on the top left of your screen, for those of you watching the stream, you can see the lap times of our various drivers separated out by class. And the pinky ready lap times are our Club 2-wheel drive cars. And the purpley fuchsia laps are the Club 4-wheel drive cars. Now let's take a look perhaps at the classing. So previously we had Clubman Pocket Rocket and what's the other one? Classic and Retro, which were the entry-level kind of classes to the Time Attack world. Now we move up that spectrum, and now we have our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines on the track. So these classes are quite a lot more modified, and the rule book allows for quite a lot more to be done. Or in other words, if you have done these things to your car, then this is the class that you'll be put into. I don't want to make it sound prohibitive. It's not that this class allows this and that class allows that, but not this or that. It's just that whatever you have built, it will go into the class that it's most suitable for. And Club two-wheel drive is for cars that may have had some kind of engine swaps, gearbox swaps, aero additions, weight reduction. For example, the Clubman class that we had previously is for, like I mentioned, a fast road car. So this is for cars with standard bodies, standard dash, no engine swaps or anything like that. No, you can't even open up your engine in the Clubman class. So that's pretty much, you know, coilovers, maybe a half cage, maybe some spicy brake pads, that kind of thing. Now in Club two-wheel drive and Club four-wheel drive, you can go quite a fair bit beyond that and really start to build what you or I might call your typical track day car, track car. So you're looking at cages, you're looking at composite bodies, you're looking at engine swaps, and then of course with that comes the footwork in terms of the coilovers, maybe various arms and so on, brakes and things like that. So you can push the boundaries a little bit more in this class. And who is that? Is that Stuart Summers? Stu Summers in the little Saxo, supercharged machine. Stu Summers in the race and retro cars Citroen Saxo. If memory serves me well, that is a workshop that he has now opened. That's his new undertaking, the number 179 Citroen Saxo of Stu Summers there. I haven't spoken with him this year. I mean, this season's only just got underway, and you know, we only just got to the track this morning, and there's a lot to do. But from what I can recall, last year, speaking with Stu, his car was still supercharged at that point. I think weighing around 870 kilos, something like that. There it goes. Now, he did aspire to turbocharging that car. Perhaps he's now done that over the winter, and that would give him much more power. And of course, it's a car that weighs around 900 kilos, give or take. I think a little bit less than that. I'm not sure if that's with or without driver. So, very, very fast machine indeed. Previously having competed in Pocket Rocket, now moving into Club two-wheel drive is Stu Summers in the little 179 Saxo. And this goes back to what I was talking about, where you can see drivers developing their cars year on year on year, which is a pretty unique thing to Time Attack, because if you think about most other championships, if you have a naturally aspirated car and then now it's forced induction and also composite bodied and also you've put loads of aero on, it probably can't run in that championship anymore. Whereas in Time Attack, all we will do is say, okie dokie, and put it in a different class. And that's why I think Time Attack is one of my favorite it is my favorite motorsport as a car enthusiast and car builder. This really caters, I think, to all tastes. I think most classic motorsport that's its own scene, its own lore, where people get very excited about single-seaters that are all the same. It's not really my thing. I like to see people building cars and modifying cars and all of that kind of thing. And Time Attack is great for that. Right, who do we have here? Number 998. For those of you watching from the trackside, it is the silver Mitsubishi Evolution of Andy Grady. 998 machine there. Trying to place it on the track, pretty tricky, because it's quite a close view on our camera screens. But it's a good view. I mean, it looks amazing. It's very exciting to see the stream back this year. Thanks again to Lucas Oil. Andy Grady there now third. Well, he was third overall, now fourth overall, with a lap time of 1:39.6. Again, what really counts is your lap time within your class. So the overall lap time is interesting in terms of comparison. You might want to compare how you do in your club two-wheel drive machine against your buddy in their club four-wheel drive machine. What are the overall lap time differences? But what really matters to the championship is your lap time within your class. And now you can see Andy Grady goes faster than anyone with a 135.7. Now I will again mention this is only warm-up, and drivers don't win points based on their lap time in this session. That's not what this session's about. This is about getting a nice baseline, getting some laps in, getting a point for just showing up and doing some laps and getting some insights. And I think crucially, now in the past, drivers had warm-up and practice to get lots of seat time and really understand their approach to the day in terms of their setup of the car, in terms of their setup to the driving, their approach to the driving, what line they're going to take, where their braking points are, especially if they've made changes to the car over the winter. For this first round, you take the warm-up and practice session to finesse your own approach to driving your lap, as well as your car setup. Oh, they got the pit lane exit. David Dyson there, and he is new for 2025. Porsche Cayman GT4 RS joining the track there into turn one. Anyway, now, of course, what that means is you would drive warm-up, you think, yep, tweak this, tweak that, and then tweak that again after practice so that you are nice and ready and the car setup is perfected for the sessions where your lap times count. Now, the new approach for this year means that drivers need to use warm-up. Well, it's doubly important because warm-up is the one and only session you're going to get to really finesse and fine-tune your setup. And if those of you watching on the stream or from the trackside may see that cars are nipping in and out of the pits to make little changes to their car setup as the session progresses, most often it's tire pressure, and I think modified live here, we see loads of modified cars and lots of money thrown at good upgrades. If you take a look around all of our car clubs here, some very elaborate builds, very cool stuff. But when it comes to track work, the real fundamentals need to be right before getting out the credit card and throwing all the money at the upgrades. For example, tire pressures. Tire pressures are so important that you can have the most fancy coilovers in the world, but if you're not on top of your tire pressures, then you're not really going to be making the most of your suspension. And that's one of those powerful tools, and it's free. It's one of those powerful tools to change and fine-tune the balance of your car. Do you want it to oversteer more? Do you want it to understeer more? You can adjust these things with your tire pressure. Just a few PSI here or there. It's incredibly effective. And that's one of the things that we will see being tweaked the most as drivers come into and out of the pits. And of course, that's in addition to other easily tweaked things like perhaps the clicks, the clicky clicks on the top of your coilovers if you're fortunate enough to have such a setup. That's another thing you can quickly and easily adjust in the pit lane. Perhaps if you're being brave, you can adjust the stiffness of your anti-roll bars as well. And so these sessions then, very important. Well, now it's just the one warm-up session this year. Very important to getting that just right so that your car is ready to attack the lap times later on. Let's take a look at Mike Butler in the white and blue E92 M3. Let's take a look. Mike Butler, there he is. Stop the Family Farm Tax JCPE BMW M3 is the team name. 2012 car. I can see he's got that branding on the side of the car as well. I believe this car may be supercharged if memory serves me well. And you can see it's got a American Le Mans Series inspired livery on that car. It really looks the part. He's been in Time Attack for a while now, Mike Butler, with that car. And it's great to see him back. A few little tweaks over the winter, he explained, so it should now stop much better, shift much better as well. And a very, very serious machine indeed, that M3. And who's that behind him? That is the number 176 machine, Richard Smith, in the DRS Racing Honda Civic Type R. EP3. Oh, camera's panning around. Something's happening somewhere. Never mind. Johnny Fletcher there in the Mark IV Astra GSI. Another Time Attack veteran. Great to see him back for another year. Club two-wheel drive champion a couple of years back. And Johnny Fletcher is one of those drivers who has developed his car year on year on year. It was once pretty much a standard Astra GSI, and now it is a championship-worthy club two-wheel drive machine. Very, very high-level build, and an incredible driver as well, and so hard-working and dedicated in terms of the last-minute fixes. It's been a long winter, and throat's drying up. Quite rusty. There we go. Stuart Summers now in the Citroen Saxo. Stu Summers in the 179 machine. His current best lap time, a 1:41.5. The little Saxo that could. Stu Summers, also a Time Attack veteran of sorts. He's been around for a long time, at least as long as I have. And that's about 10 years, give or take. You can just see it snaking its way around there. I think that might be coming into gooseneck now. Let's just take a look with my eyeballs, not the stream. Nope, okay, never mind, not sure where that is. But yep, that's Stu Summers in the Citroen Saxo. Let's take a look perhaps at our lap times. We have Andy Grady, fastest of all at the moment, with a 1:35.7 in the silver Mitsubishi Evo. Alexander Volkov in the Nissan GTR, 1:36.2 there from him. Now, if I recall correctly, around 900 horsepower, 900 horsepower, depending on the map. Of course, that's one of the beautiful things about where the tuning scene is at now, is these horsepower levels are kind of a moving feast, and you can just press a different button, bleep bloop, and you've changed your power output depending on the track and driving conditions and so on. So it's hard to put an exact number on how much horsepower Alexander Volkov's car has, but it's around, it can be up to 900-ish is my understanding. Perhaps over the winter it's even more, who knows. But it's quite a heavy machine though, 1,600, 1,700 kilos, something like that. So it certainly needs that power to shift it along. And I think what we've seen historically is that Alexander Volkov's GTR tends to work better at tracks like Snetterton 200, where it's got the nice long straights where it can really put that power down. And around a circuit like Cadwell Park, perhaps the weight there holds it back a little bit. Of course, the GTR, very famous for the very intelligent suspension and diff setup that it has, where it outperforms what you think it should be able to based on the numbers on paper. It's very, very intelligent, very fast, very good chassis. And so it really outperforms itself in a way. So anyway, Alexander Volkov driving exceptionally well there. 1:36.2, second fastest overall, second fastest in class. Again, it's only warm-up, so we're not going to read too much into what these lap times mean just now. But it's interesting to see what trends may start to arise in this session. Checkered flag is out. And you can see the lap times on your screens. For those of you watching from the trackside, you can see the Lucas Oil live stream. There's a QR code in your program. Just give that a bloop, and you can watch the live stream on your devices as well, which is great in addition to watching from the trackside. Now, our drivers make their way back into the paddock, and we will shortly be jumping right into the Pro Class warm-up. So you can see our Pro machines in the assembly area, ready to hit the track. Luckily, that was a pretty tidy session, so the track doesn't really need any preparing as such for this session. Now, of course, one important change this year, by the way, is that we now have a control tire again. 2024 was very unique. Time Attack's had a control tire, I think, since around 2015, 2016, something like that. I think actually 2017 we had the control tire introduced. We've always had a control tire since then, with the exception of 2024, where the deal wasn't in place and so on. And so that was a rare year where the drivers were free to choose their own tire. And we had a bit of a tire war, if you want to call it as such. Anyway, that has now changed, and we are back to a control tire, which is the Yokohama AO52. It's a road legal track tire. So that's what all of the cars have to run, apart from our Pro Class cars, who are permitted to run a Yokohama Slick, should they choose, or a Yokohama Racing Wet, depending on the weather. On your screen now, you can see the minty fresh SR20 powered MX-5 of Jimmy Broadbent. That's Mick Porter's R35 GTR, and that is Ilya Krylov's Haltech. I was going to call it a micro. No, that's Eden Young. This is Ilya Krylov's, the other Haltech machine, the RWF Renault Sport Clio, Honda K Series powered, around 420-ish horsepower. And actually, over the off-season, so Ilya Krylov, you may be aware of him. He does lots of bits and bobs on YouTube, and a lot of composite work as well, for his own cars and for other drivers too. And so Ilya made a whole front clip for his Renault Sport Clio, comprised of the two front wings, as in the fender and the front bumper. That's all one piece now, and that whole piece weighs 4 kilos, which is extremely light. His doors, I had to play with his doors earlier on, also super light. But I think what really blew me away is front bumper and both front fenders. That whole unit is 4 kilos. That's incredibly light. That's weight saving of, well, quite a lot. We had one competitor in the past who managed to make doors that I think were 800 grams. As it turns out, they were too flimsy, so he didn't end up using them. They were like flapping around. It was just like a little sheet of cloth, basically. So I think in the end, they were 4 kilos per door or something. But really, the DIY composites approach is, I think, the next frontier of track building. Because it's the only upgrade that I'm aware of that has pretty much no downside. You add power, and then suddenly you're going faster and you need to upgrade your tires and brakes, and reliability is maybe going to suffer when you're throwing in loads of boost. You change the brakes, and then suddenly your fancy brake pads don't work when they're cold and they make loads of noise and loads of dust. Or you change your suspension and the ride's atrocious and not very nice. Whereas if you take out the weight, there's no downside to that. You're better at accelerating, you're better at braking, you're better at turning, and there's no real downside to that. So, of course, it's not cheap, but it's also not incredibly expensive either. in terms of the benefit that you get from that. And so a lot of drivers now experimenting with DIY composites because it's a very effective way to improve your handling, your power to weight, your overall curb weight as well. That's the Minty, those of you watching the stream, that is the Minty MX-5 SR20 powered 700 horsepower MX-5. We'll see how that does once the session is green flagged. There was a car stranded in the pit lane which needed to get recovered, which is why there's a little bit of a delay getting this session moving. It was the blue 135i, I believe, of Neil Robson that was stranded in the pit lane just now, but that has been moved out of the way, so we should get the session going hopefully any minute now. You see Josh Barrett there behind Ilya. Josh Barrett in the Caterham Supersport. There you go, and our car's now leaving the assembly area, joining the track for their warm-up. This is Club Pro and Pro Plus. With no Pro Extreme today. And while our drivers warm up and get up their temperatures and tire temperature, brake temperature up to speed and all of that good stuff, we have, I believe Susie has something for us from the paddock.
So down here in the paddock this morning with Josh Lawton, and I'm speaking to him because I was looking through the entry list and we've got an EG Civic in Pro with all the Evos, so I just wanted to catch up with you and just figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about the car.
It's basically, it's kind of aero-wise, it's sort of Club Pro spec, but I run the car on slicks, sort of door-to-door racing, so the car's set up works on slicks. And it's my local track, and we just thought we'd have a go, see if we can mix it up with a sort of Evo four-wheel drive stuff and the big power stuff, because I'm probably half the power than some of the guys, but we'll give
But you've got a little bit of a racing background, right?
Yeah, I've been racing sort of 3 years. I've done one round of time attack maybe 3 years ago now, and then I've come back again, yeah, it's just a bit of fun. It's nice and relaxed sort of atmosphere with the multiple sessions.
Yeah, it's a really friendly paddock here as well, isn't it? Everyone seems to get on, and it's nice and light-hearted.
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, it seems it's a lot less intense than racing, because in qualifying in the racing, that's your chance and that's that. But this time you can sort of build up to it, just more relaxed. But it's good fun.
And you're local to the circuits. You're very familiar with Cadwell.
Yeah.
How's it going to be out there today?
Done a lot of laps here, so we should do well. I can don't need to familiarise myself or anything like that, so we'll see.
And what sort of power did you say you're running?
So right this second, with as you see, it's got a wastegate on the boost pipe there. It's not conventional for a supercharger setup, but it's about 17 psi and about 420 horsepower. And then later on, I'll probably cap that wastegate full boost, sort of 20-21 psi, sort of 460 horsepower. So.
And you're saving that for the final round?
Probably once we've got the warm up out of the way, I'll maybe just send it with the cap on, yeah.
Yeah, because we've got a little bit of a different point scoring system as well. So you can get points in after the first round is just point for lap, and then you get some points in the second and third rounds as well.
Yeah. So I'm only a single round entry, but I mean, if I still do the full season, I might be able to keep my points. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So it's great to have you here today. Thanks for talking to us a little bit about the car, and good luck out there on track.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, now we are looking at the number 39 car, the Club Pro DJK Automotive, 39 Richard Goodall's Nationwide Traffic Solutions Mini Cooper on track. Now we can see the drivers beginning to slowly but surely warm themselves up. Some early lap times coming in the 151, currently the fastest lap on the leaderboard. That was set by Jimmy Broadbent in the MX-5, but of course we did just see lap times in the mid 130s. So quite a lot of time there still to be gained. And again, it's only warm up, so these drivers not necessarily pushing terribly hard. It looks like we have a few Caterham looking machines. We have, there we go, Dan Kelly's DJK Automotive Caterham 620R. in addition to Josh Barrett's Barrett Racing Caterham 620R as well. So one's red, one's green. So there we go. So what's that? Jimmy Broadbent's MX-5 then, 130. Let's just take a look as he finishes his flying lap. There he comes down out of barn, and he crosses the line to set a 141. Likewise, Dan Kelly in the Caterham sets a 144, but meanwhile, faster than anyone, in fact, the fastest time we've seen so far today is the number 224 machine of Josh Lawton in the HCR Honda Civic EG. So there we go, 134.8 there from him. Likewise, we have another Clio, not just Ilya Krylov's Haltech machine, but also let's take a look at the old entry list. I'll come back to that one. Quite intrigued as to what this yellow Clio is. There we go. I saw this chap signing on, but I guess that was a late entry. We'll come back to you on that one. Luke Sandziakowski, there we go. So in the interview with Jimmy Broadbent earlier on, Jimmy mentioned Luke and Suki. That's who he wants to, that's his target, is to beat them. Now, who was that, you may ask? Who is Luke and what is Suki? Well, that's Luke Sandziakowski of the Tegua entry. He is in a Honda NSX. I'm not sure whether I've seen it today, actually, or Luke, for that matter. But that is very, very high-level build. A Honda NSX, no less. Very cool, and it goes back to that point about the variety of cars here at Time Attack. And Suki is that car's nickname. And for those who are following the YouTube lore and Tegua blogs and so on, will know that car by its nickname. And so that's somebody who Jimmy wanted to have a showdown with on track, but seems like for now that won't be happening. Bit of a lock-up there from the number 29 machine, Dan Kelly, in that Caterham 620R. Just locking up there. Again, it's early days, it's warm-up. Perhaps it's been a long off-season as well, so just understanding how all this stuff is going to work, how the brakes are going to break, how the maps are going to map, and so on. We have Mick Porter. Oh, I can see Luke. So Luke Sandziakowski is actually in the pit lane with that Honda NSX. Hasn't yet set a timed lap. It just came out of the paddock by the looks of things, came around and then stopped in the pit lane. So no timed laps there, no flying laps from Luke Sandziakowski. But he is on track. He's just in the pit lane at the moment. But he is here. Ilya Krylov now in the pits as well. So whereas Luke Sandziakowski hasn't really moved a great deal, Ilya Krylov in the Haltech machine has set 2 flying laps so far. So he's in the pits perhaps for a few little tweaks or something like that. Likewise, Mick Porter, I can see Mick Porter's tire pressure is being adjusted there on that Nissan GTR R35 shape. And it goes back to what we were saying earlier about tire pressures being so important. That's like the main car setup tool that you will have on your car is your tire setup. So tire pressure, sorry. So important to get your tire pressures right. We have a car stopped on track. That is, who is that? Eric Holmes, I believe, in the number 79 Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS, stopped on track. It's the first stoppage we've had in a little while. Got a yellow flag out. Let's see whether that brings out another red flag, or perhaps we may dodge a bullet this time. It all depends on where the car is stopped. If it's in a position where there's a high chance of something else coming off in the same spot and smacking into it, then we'll call a red flag and try to move that car. If it's actually out of the way and it's not going to really bother anyone, then we can just wave a yellow and people can just drive past it. Oh, never mind. There we go. Red flag has now been thrown. So race control there deciding that where Eric's car was stopped is in an area where it's not unthinkable that something else might come off in that same spot and collide with it. So red flag being thrown there so that car can be moved out of a tricky, potentially dangerous spot. So we have a red flag now. So our cars will be going back to the pit lane. I can see Martin Henry. There's the guy I haven't seen for a while. So Martin Henry with a Mark V Vauxhall Astra, and we'll watch him closely. He competed in Time Attack many years ago at the same time when I did, and then you know, life and so on, so he stepped away, but it's good to see him back. And while we wait for that red flag incident to be cleared up, presumably Eric's car, I believe Susie has been busy in the paddock.
So we're here down in paddock with Tom Mosley. So you've not had a very good morning this morning.
No, so my first outing of the car, I've been 2 years in the build, and my track rod snapped, and I went straight off the track and smashed into the barrier.
So where was that? Was that a Hall Bends?
End of Hall Bends, just after the corner. The back end went a bit loose on me, which isn't unusual for the car. And when I tried to correct it, had nothing because I had no steering. And I went straight into the barrier, and I've wrecked my front end.
So has it caused any kind of like mechanical damage, or?
Luckily not, no. So we've damaged it's obviously got a broken track rod, so I need to replace that. Subframe's in good condition still, engine's in good condition still. Radiator's a bit bent, but it's not leaking. I think we can get away with it. Bit of bodywork damage that we can fettle up for the to get back out, hopefully.
But you're on the lookout for a track rod end then?
We are. So if anybody knows anyone that's got a track rod end or a steering rack, I'd be really grateful, and I would pay through the nose for one.
Well, there's the shout out to anyone watching. And just want to show us, there's a little bit of damage to your front bumper as well, wasn't there?
If he snapped it on the track, you'd have to recover through that.
A bit bendy. But that's my handiwork for the morning.
It's a little bit of cosmetic damage,
Yeah,
but the car's looking fantastic, and we haven't seen you out for 2 years, have we?
Oh, and then I go and do this.
Well, fingers crossed someone sees the video, and then maybe they can help you out then.
Please, help.
Well, that's the call out, if anyone out there can help out. Right, throwing back to you, Alexi.
Thanks, Susie. That's a really good point, actually, because now that we have the live stream back, there could be somebody conceivably watching this out on the world of YouTubes who is perhaps not too far. And thinking about it, that's really empowered our drivers a little bit to make it easier for them to find bits and bobs if they do end up breaking something in the past. And it, you know, especially when we had double header events, people would go on Facebook Marketplace, find somebody with spares, drive across the country at night, fix it overnight, you know, drive for hours and hours and hours to a faraway place that might have a classic Mini or Mitsubishi Evo or GTR drive shaft or whatever. But get that, bring it back, fix it overnight, and then they're back. But now it's all on YouTube, and hopefully we have lots of viewers, and perhaps someone knows someone who knows someone who will have that bit. And if you do, then yeah, get in touch. Meanwhile, the red flag is still out while that incident is resolved. Let's perhaps consider Ilya Krylov's machine, the Haltech RWF Clio Renault Sport. Of course, there's not much of a standard Clio left on that car. At one point, Ilya was aiming to build the fastest Clio engined car. The engine code slipped my mind. Whether that happened or not, I'm not too sure, but now he's gone to the dark side and it's K-swapped. It's been K-swapped for a little while now. And actually, in the true spirit of Time Attack, they were building engines and mapping and so on right up until the deadline. And I think it was last week that they had to change course a little bit And so the engine that Ilya is running today is around 400, 450 horsepower, something like that. They're aiming for a lot more, and a lot more will come, aiming for big numbers. But now 400 will have to do in a Clio, which is already very, very fast indeed. Like I mentioned, that new front clip that incorporates the bumper and the front fenders, all of that weighing 4 kilos, that whole unit, so big weight saving there. Ilya's also running the Yokohama tire 295 width, 18-inch wheel, which is wider than it was before. So the bodywork, you know, this new front clip is a bit wider to accommodate that. In addition, it's running the new flagship Haltech ECU, the R5, as well as their UC10 dash. So it's really the latest and greatest Haltech gear that you can possibly get, and that's in this car. Now, as you all know, the Time Attack paddock is one of the friendliest in the UK motorsport scene. It's open to the public, and you can go and poke around these cars. Obviously, you know, within reason. If you can see people are stressing out and fixing stuff and working against, you know, a ticking time clock, and, you know, they're not really, that's not the right moment for it. You know, you've got to read the room a little bit. But you can wander into the paddock, and if you have a Renault Clio yourself, or a Astra VXR, or a Mini Cooper S, you know, you can go and take a look from a respectful distance at that car, at that build. If you're in the market for a Haltech ECU or a Haltech Dash, they have all of that stuff there. The Haltech stand with Eden Young's K11 Micra and Ilya's Clio, they got all the different Haltech ECUs there. You can look at them, and, you know, perhaps there's something there that might work on your build. And this is the great thing about Time Attack is, you know, these are real cars that are based on road cars that a lot of us have. This isn't, you know, a very abstract single-seater that none of us will probably ever drive. These are real cars, and these are cars that people have built themselves. So if you're going through the same thing, you can kind of wander into the paddock, get inspired, see what parts they're running. And again, I would stress, just, you know, read the room, have some common sense about it. Don't get in the way of, you know, people trying to fix things. But you can go and get inspired. So that's a great thing about the Time Attack paddock. And so absolutely do take a look at Ilya Krylov's Haltech machine with the latest and greatest Haltech goodies. In the meantime, the track has been green lit, and so Eric Holmes's car now recovered. We have 3 minutes in this session remaining. We do have a very tight schedule, so once you're so many red flags in, you can't keep stopping the clock because we have curfews and things like that to keep to. So lost a little bit of time under that red flag there. Now on your screen is the black and blue number 151 Mitsubishi Evo of Colin Dorward. And you can just see him there getting back up to speed. And of course, your tracky brakes, your tracky tires, they will have a specific operating window of temperature, and it will take a few laps to get everything up to temps so that you can then start to set some hot laps. Of course, another thing that's very important here is the interplay between tire pressure and tire temperature. Again, I can't overstate the importance of tire pressure. But of course, you set them when the tire is cold, because the car is stationary. That's when you can get to it to set the what's known as the cold pressure. And you set that assuming what it will be once it's hot and up to temperature. And of course, at that point, when the tires are up to temperature, you'll come into the pits and check the pressures to make sure that they're still what you expected them to be when you set them when they were cold. There's a bit of a thought process to it, and perhaps we can look at that later on in the day, because we'll see drivers really making the most of their tire pressures once they start running and setting some hot laps. Colin Dorward there now coming over the crest, and just behind him then Richard Goodall in the Nationwide Traffic Solutions Mini Cooper. Let's take a look at some lap times. It's only warm up, but nonetheless, so we have a new fastest lap of the day so far. That's the number 224 machine, Josh Lawton in the HCR Honda Civic EG, that older chassis. And now, of course, that's the beauty of Time Attack, is that variety of cars that we have. So we can see there that we have the older EG Civics all the way back from 1994 in the same class as Caterhams, Ariel Atoms, Honda NSX, and so on. So great stuff to see here in Time Attack. Now, up and over the hill come the Mitsubishi Evo and Mini Cooper there of Colin Dorward and Richard Goodall. Now, famously, as you come up and over the mountain, especially if you're on a superbike, and of course Cadwell Park is a real classic track for those of the two-wheel inclination. The bikes often get air as they come up and over the mountain. On cars, that's not as frequently seen, but if you have something very fast, very light, then you can see it lift some wheels off the ground as it comes over the mountain. Checkered flag is thrown for this session, and you can just see there that Minty MX-5 sets its last lap time. That is good enough. That's a 140.1 there for Jimmy Broadbent in that 700 horsepower MX-5. It's crazy. I used to have a 260 horsepower one, and I thought that was fast enough. 700 horsepower MX-5. Anyway, wow. We will get back to it, I'm sure, as the day progresses and discuss lots more things. Meanwhile, that concludes the Time Attack warm-up sessions for our Clubman Pro and Club classes. Now, coming up after a short break will be the Racing Hondas Championship practice. And in the meantime, well, go make yourself a cup of tea, have a little comfort break, and we will see you shortly after this little break for the Racing Hondas practice.
Hello everyone, I'm Charlie and welcome back to Cadwell Park, where we're gearing up for a full day of action for the Racing Hondas Championship and also the action from Modified Live. We are here today with our seasoned drivers on a very technical track here today, often unforgiving. We've got everything here from EP3s to Integras and really everything in between. We've got qualifying, practice and 2 sprint races, hoping to put on some fantastic door-to-door racing. So stick around and let's get geared up for a fantastic day of racing.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, Charlie, over in the assembly area as the cars leave the assembly to head out for their practice session. Scott Woodward's here in the commentary box to guide you through all the action today and through the season in the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship. Pleasure to be here. And the first outing of the season for the Hondas is here, these wonderful tight and twisty technical turns of Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire, the mini Nürburgring of the north, or it's one of those circuits that is been relatively untouched since it was first put into its current configuration around about 1961. But ever since then, it has been a fantastic natural circuit, lots of dips and sweeps and dives, and certainly our Racing Hondas for this season are going to enjoy a season opener. This is where the championship actually made its first ever start back in 2023, 2 seasons ago. And since then, they've had 2 exciting seasons. Last year was a real cracker, and already I'm seeing they've possibly got a red flag, which is only moments into the session, so they're just getting around to set themselves up. A couple of cars already come into the pit lane straight off. We've got Tommy Knight's Civic EK9, and also Will Self's EG2. So for those of you who are new to Racing Hondas, it's a championship which is in its 3rd season in 2025, started back in 2023. And last year saw it hit some fantastic grid numbers, thankfully supported by Tegua, as it is once again this year. Had to also a big thank you to Lucas Oil for all their support for the live stream coverage which you're watching. If you're watching around the circuit, great to have you here for the season opener, not just at Modified Live here for Time Attack, but also for the Racing Hondas Championship 2. So the cars lining up in the pit lanes, you can see if you're watching on the stream. 3 classes in this championship. It's Class A, Class B and Class C, all separated by power to weight ratio. The Class A cars are effectively what some have described as more of a bit like a prototype class in some cases, in that these are effectively for silhouette machinery. What you see are these very heavily modified Civics, not just Civics, but we have some Integras in the grid as well. And then Class B and C are different horsepower levels of a power to weight ratio. It's a maximum of 235 brake horsepower per tonne in Class A if the car is supercharged, 240 brake horsepower if it's not. Then it's 195 brake horsepower per tonne maximum for Class B, and then Class C is 176 brake horsepower per tonne. So fairly sort of even spread between the 3 categories, which means we should get some real close competition between all 3 at the front. So going into the weekend, one of the top drivers to watch out for certainly is going to be Liam Collins. Liam Collins was in a fantastic battle last year with Dan Brown for the class all the way through. In fact, looking at the order, I think Dan Brown was meant to be here this weekend, but sadly has not been able to make the trip. And looking at the running order from last season, of course we also have Ryan Cunningham, who is the defending champion. How that works in championship, we have 3 individual class championship point standings for A, B and C. What we also have is we do crown an overall champion. It's a bit reminiscent of what we had before previously with the kind of the old school BTCC style point system, where you might be one of the lower classes, but if you can score consistently enough in your class, then you'll be able to get as possibly as many points and outscore some of the bigger cars. Even though you might see the Class A and B cars towards the front, it could even be, as it was last year, a Class C car that ends up taking the overall championship title in the end. So the Cadwell Park circuit, 2.176 miles in length, or 3.502 kilometres, first built in 1938. But it started running grass track events a few years before that, and it came to its current layout around about 1961. And since then, it's been, as I say, one of those circuits that hasn't really been changed in terms of layout. And even though many will call this more a bike-friendly circuit, certainly when the cars get around here, it is quite a spectacle, as some of you will have seen already from the Time Attack warm-up sessions this morning. Green flag on the session, so 15 minutes of practice as we now get set for practice here, the first session of the season for the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship here at Cadwell Park. cars heading out on circuit for the first track action of 2025 for the Racing Hondas Championship here. With Lucas Oil thankfully supporting the live stream, and thanks to them here at the Modified Live event for showcasing it in the mix. So let's talk you through some of the drivers who are on track. Is car 19 in the field. That is Luke Krasasmenu. I think he's quite busy this weekend. He's not only in the Civic, but I think he's also taking part in some of the drifting on top of that as well, or at least he has a rather brilliant pink S15 Silver that he also travels around in this part of the motorsport world too. This will be the first exploratory laps to see what the conditions are like, how the cars are with a baseline setup, but just to get a feel for how these cars are working. There is car 37. That is one of our 2 Class C cars in the field. That's Callum Houchin. He's got experience racing before in Renault Clios, but he's recently switched this season from racing in an EP3 Honda Civic last year, now onto an FN2, the 2008 year car for Team 24. So as the cars head around onto the circuit, our roving reporter, Charlie, has been having a look around the paddock this morning with a few cars to give you insights. Let's see what she found earlier on before practice this morning.
Right, I'm here with Ryan Cunninghams. He is our Class C winner of 2024. We've got his great EP3 behind us. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good, yeah. Ready to go. Ready to go.
Fantastic. Obviously, you've come up from Class C last year up to Class B this year. How are you feeling jumping classes?
Initially, it was a big jump because obviously the bits we've had to change, the diff and bits and pieces and the big brakes. So we managed to get out over winter to do a few test days. But after yesterday as well, on the track day, we've managed to get to grips where we need to be, I think. So time's near enough there, so we should go off today.
Fantastic, amazing. Are you happy to walk us through the car quickly?
Yeah.
Fantastic, I'll pass this over to you.
But this year we've gone with the big brakes, which was a massive upgrade for us, really, to be honest, from last year, because we was at 13, our end weight was 1300 kg, so with a heavy car and the standard brakes it was a lot of hard work to get the car to stop and stuff. Obviously we had a new livery this year. Big thanks to Kent Models for the sponsor as well. That's our main sponsor this year, along with FMC. We've gone Perspex windows to take a bit of weight out, do a bit of weight reduction inside the car. Other than that, really, it's as it was from last year. The car was a good base last year and it was minimal changes to get it to where we need to be this year for B. So yeah, we are still slightly overweight, so we've got to do a bit more weight reduction through the year. But other than that, yeah, it's ready and good to go.
Amazing, perfect. Thank you so much.
No
Good luck for the season.
Cheers,
Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie. Great to hear from Ryan Cunningham, who is the defending champion from last year. As he mentioned, was in Class C, the small of the 3 class, the slowest of the 3 classes, if you like, or the lowest horsepower class cars. Moving up to Class B and making some key adjustments to make that car a little bit quicker to fit within the class. And so Ryan now has the responsibility of carrying number 1 on the door to try and hold on. Session, unfortunately, has now just seen a red flag, according to the flag waving master just outside me here. Haven't quite seen exactly the reason why. We have had a couple of times come in on our practice session. Remember, this is just practice, so these are the cars adjusting to get themselves tuned in before qualifying in a couple of hours' time. First couple of times coming in on the board, and the first top time that's come in for is one of our 2 single round entries this weekend, so they're not scoring championship points, just here for kind of a bit of a test to see how they get on. It's James Allen in car 224, and his car's quite an interesting one. It's the 1995 Honda Civic, entered by Garage 24, and some have dubbed this car, if this is the right one I'm talking about, it's something of a, what they call a Fast and Furious special looking machine. It's all black, and yes, it's an EK sedan. He finished 3rd in Class A last year, and that car's had a bit of a shakedown. It was taken to a couple of events, including a couple of key circuits, including not just Spa-Francorchamps, but also the Nürburgring. If you're a YouTube fan, you'll recognise the name. I hope I'm not butchering it. Misha Sharudin. And he has plenty of laps on YouTube where he'll take other people's cars around YouTube and thrash them around the Nordschleife. And so that car has certainly been put around the ultimate proving ground when it comes to race cars and high-performance cars around the old-school 13 miles of the Nordschleife. So the cars are lined back up in pit lane, waiting for practice to get back underway. The rest of the times that we've had so far in the session are as follows. Second quickest and it's Class A cars in the top 5. So second quickest is car 63, Philip Wright, 2023 Racing Honda's champion, the very first champion of Racing Hondas in its first season. 139.184 for him, 2 seconds off Alan's pace. We've got Tommy Knight in car 24 and a very striking looking EK hatchback Honda Civic. Third fastest for him, 139.339. Fourth fastest, number 137, which is Kevin Talbot in the KC Imports Honda Integra. And that car has set a 139.625. Then a bit of a gap back to fifth place. Will Self, who's one of the drivers who was looking to really put himself up the order if he can. And then we have 147, who's the top of the Class C cars up there. That's Matthew Rowling in his M&D Racing Honda Civic EP3. And then the last of the cars that have set a flying lap time is Oliver Barsby, one also to watch out for as well, which he's kind of pretending a very striking looking RSR Robotics Ben Sharp Racing run Civic FK2 from 2016, 145.866. He's part of the Ben Sharp Racing outfit, which also houses Lewis Barker, who's had quite an eventful event already before track action has even really begun, and he caught up with Charlie down in the paddock earlier on.
Right, so I'm here with Lewis, one of our Class 3 drivers. We've had a very interesting weekend to begin with. Am I right saying we're on our third engine?
Yeah, in mid-morning yesterday, coming up to Gooseneck, went for fourth gear and I hit second, blew the engine, snapped the starter motor, so yeah, it was a bit upsetting, but gone back, Ben got a spare engine in, we changed the engine within 3 hours, got me back out, had a few issues with smoke, so I had to drive it steady for a few laps, and then I leant on it a little bit and it spun a journal, so that was engine number 2, no go. At that point we dropped this engine out. We'd already got a spare engine what we lent to Ben because he blew one at Civic Cup. So Ben and his team and I dropped this engine out. Ben drove down to Northampton, put a car on the ramp, dropped my engine out, drove back up, and then this morning at 6 o'clock they put the engine in. As you can hear, it's running. We know the engine, we know what he did last year when Jake was driving the car in 6 races, 4 firsts and 2 seconds, so it's capable. It's just how good I can put it out there on the track and make it work, shall we say.
Nice.
Obviously, you can see from Learn Across, I'm on my 7th ever race, so it's going to be interesting.
Amazing.
Yep.
Fantastic stuff. Are you happy to just walk us through the car quickly, show us what's going on?
Yeah. So at a minute now, they're just bleeding car up, just making everything's done. Obviously, the car's probably the same spec as everything else on it, yellow speed coilovers, big brake kit, standard engine. I think that engine did 225 brake horsepower on dyno. It's not the biggest engine. It's got a cup map on it, roll cage, just a standard car, pretty similar to a cup spec bar the cage. Yeah, as you can see, lads are now just finalising the last few bits and getting it going. Yeah, it's been stressful.
Interesting weekend to say the least. Well, thank you so much for talking to us. Good luck.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Hopefully no more engines.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Good to hear from Lewis Barker. Just beginning a bit of information from Championship Coordinator Carl McKellar. The car that's caused the red flag sadly is our defending champion Ryan Cunningham. He's gone off around between Mansfield and the Gooseneck. So hopefully he's okay, and of course some work will have to be done to the car to get it worthy for qualifying later on, fingers crossed. So Ryan Cunningham not having quite the best baptism of fire when it comes to moving up to Class B, but the defending champion, fingers crossed, will be able to get out for qualifying in a couple of hours' time. There you can see the recovery truck is there, I think, to pick up the car. That's exactly where it is. It's on the approach towards Mansfield, down the hill. Looks like the car's got a little bit sideways out of control and off into the tyres, so hopefully he is okay and the car is fixable for qualifying later on. Good to hear from Lewis Barker, part of the Ben Sharp Racing outfit, very experienced in Honda racing a lot, including in other different championships that represent Hondas. So just waiting for news on what's going to happen later on, which we'll come to in a minute. We believe we possibly have some barrier damage. It might need a little bit of repair. And just seeing on the timing on the timing screen now on TSL, showing that unfortunately session will not resume. Sadly, we've had a couple of time constraints in the time attack session, and because we have some barrier repairs also on top of that, means that there's going to have to be some work down at that part of the circuit. So I believe that off stream the drift cars are going to take over and have some entertainment for those around the circuit. So shame we've cut the Racing Honda practice session prematurely, but once again, for the times that we did get, we'll quickly run through who did what as a bit of a reference point roughly for qualifying later on, and fingers crossed we'll have an uninterrupted, trouble-free qualifying in a couple of hours' time. It was James Allen, who's the guest driver this weekend, the single race entry, doesn't score championship points. He is on a 137.083, that's followed by the 63 of Phil Wright, 2023 champion, 139.814. Tommy Knight was third fastest, 139.339 from Kevin Talbot, 137, 139.625. And Will Self, fifth fastest and fifth of the Class A cars in 141.344. Then that's followed by the 147, which was 147 Matthew Rowling, sixth fastest, and Oliver Barsby in seventh. All the other cars sadly didn't get a chance to properly set a flying lap time, but they'll get a chance to do so in a couple of hours' time when we're back with qualifying for the Racing Hondas. So fingers crossed we'll be back all clear and well in a couple of hours' time, but until then, enjoy some of the sights and sounds of Modified Live here with the Time Attack meeting here at Cadwell Park. We'll be back with Racing Hondas with qualifying in a couple of hours' time.
All right, welcome back to Time Attack. It is now the first session in our new for 2025 format as our Attack 1 gets underway. So previously this was all a little bit different, but this year we're trying a new format. And so this session will score points for our drivers, which means that really they should be performing, well, now. So previously, before lunch, the morning sessions were kind of free to come in and out of the pits, tweak stuff, maybe run, maybe not run, it's kind of up to you. But this time, every session counts. So drivers got some points in warm-up, just for turning up and doing a few laps. And while we wait for this session to go live, you can see people wandering around the track, the crews getting into position and so on. While that happens, I believe we have Susie in the paddock.
So we're down here in the paddock and I'm catching up with what might be our first Time Attack couple for the full season.
Possibly, hey? Possibly.
So we have Luke Capehorn and Annie Thompson, sorry, surnames. So Luke, you're returning to us. You were out last year. I think you came second in Club 2 wheel drive.
Yeah, that's right. First year last year, full season. So back this year, made some changes to the car to try and take it to first place, hopefully.
And you had a pretty eventful year last year, right?
Yeah, few engines, few gearboxes, plenty of troubles and tribulations, but it's all part of the fun.
How many engines exactly in the end was it?
Four, yes, 4 engines.
So hopefully a few less this year. Is that the aim?
Yeah, we've spent the time building this one so it can do the whole season. So fingers crossed we don't have any major issues. You never know though, do you? That's the thing. So hope.
And you say more prep this year, but I hear you were on the dyno yesterday.
Yeah, so although we've been preparing the car since basically the season finished last year, somehow it was still late last night, finishing some bits, getting on the dyno till about 10 o'clock. So, but...
Yeah, I was actually, Luke was at a good friend of mine's, Ash of Giz Motorsport. That's where he was yesterday in Skegness, just down the road from here. And of course, as it always is during the Time Attack season, a lot of this stuff is happening right up until the 11th hour of the day before Time Attack. And so Luke there working with Ash to just get those little tweaks in, I believe they were tweaking the map as well. And like, I mean, I kind of pieced out and left at, I think, 8 p.m. or so. And they were still there at 10 doing the maps. Oh my goodness. And that goes to show the dedication of these Time Attack drivers. And like I said, it's a bit different to a lot of other motorsport categories where, well, the car is the car, it's built to the spec, and that's kind of it. So you can park it up at the end of the year, maybe fix a few bits and bobs, put some new bushes in, and then it's ready for the first round of the next year. Whereas in Time Attack, because of the kind of people that we are, that get attracted to the sport, we can't help ourselves but fiddle around and change lots of things over the winter. Maybe put an additional turbocharger on or something silly like that, which means that then everything else has got to change by the time you get to round 1. And of course the Time Attack rules accommodate that. They're flexible enough that as you build up your car and develop it, then you can just move around the classes and so on. So there we go, Annie Thompson there in the Lotus Exige in Clubman class. Fellow ex-Time Attack competitor Ross Gillett, who I know through the world of Toyota GR Supras. He used to compete in Time Attack as well in a GT86, no less. Also one of my favorite platforms. So he's just poking up his head. Hey Ross, good to see you on the stream. Thanks for joining. from what I understand, there are comments somewhere on the stream, but I don't have that open on my PC. Perhaps I might get around to it later on. Perhaps if you have any questions, I'll try to answer those, or perhaps Susie can, who's out and about in the paddock. But you can see there coming into the hairpin on your screens, Annie Thompson there, just behind the late model Honda Civic Type R. The number 41 machine of Dan Buckingham. So both of these Clubman class competitors. And the Clubman class is for cars that are pretty much what you might call a fast road car. Some people just straight up bring their dailies, you know, they put the stickers on. Time Attack mandates I was talking about being flexible and so on. Time Attack is flexible in a lot of things, but what we must have is a fire extinguisher, and we must have safety harnesses. And what that usually means, safety harnesses often don't work with standard seats, so then perhaps you need some kind of bucket seats as well. That's it. And then you can bring your car, you can bring your daily driver to Clubman. So we've seen that in the past. Now in this class, the rules do permit things like coilovers, brake pads, you know, that kind of thing. In fact, the brakes are free in this class. As is exhaust, you need to have a CAT and you need to pass noise test. Induction is free. So the little bolt-on bits and bobs are allowed. You can't change your gearbox and remain in Clubman, because the gearbox is a good way of capping power. So, you know, in the spirit of running just a fast road car that's relatively unmodified, if you start going into the world of swapping out gearboxes and stuff, then you're probably not really within the Clubman spirit. So Lotus Exige and Dan Buckingham's Honda Civic Type R. We also have Clive Hopwell in the MMT Performance Volkswagen Golf R in this class. Now interestingly, we also do have Jay Elliott in the Honda S2000, which is quite a rare treat to see in Time Attack, not something that we see too often. We did have a competitor in the past who comes and goes, Ramunas Chapoulis, who also had a very high spec Honda S2000 with like a GT1 style wide body. Also campaigned a Honda NSX as well. So Ramus very big on the hot Hondas. And today in the S2000 we have Jay Elliott in the Clubman Plus class. Now some of you may wonder what's the difference, what's Clubman Plus? Good question. So Clubman is for, like I said, fast road cars. And in fact, Clubman Plus has the same rules. So you think, why is something in Clubman, why is something in Clubman Plus? Well, let's say you have a Renault Sport Clio, and you have a Nissan GTR, or even we've had a McLaren in the past, McLaren 12C of some description, or one of those derived cars. And you think, well, they both have spicy brake pads, maybe coilovers, and harness. And yet, we're going to put a Renault Clio and a McLaren in the same class? That kind of feels strange. Which is why, even though the rules are the same surrounding modifications, if a car is just, it's a way faster car, it's just how it is, that goes in Clubman Plus, and the more regular cars go in Clubman. Now, you might think, well, why is the Exige in Clubman and the S2000 in Clubman Plus? It's a good question. It's one that I pondered myself. But I asked some questions and got some clarification. This Honda S2000 is actually supercharged, which is something that a lot of people do with road-going S2000s. So there's quite a few of those on YouTube and the internet and so on. Back in the day when I looked at an S2000, I considered doing the same. And then you might wonder, well, if it's supercharged and clearly modified, why isn't it in Club 2-wheel drive? Well, that's because Club 2-wheel drive needs a Motorsport UK approved cage, which this is still a road car. So this is Jay Elliott's road car that happens to be supercharged. So it was a bit of a gray area. It wasn't here nor there. Yes, it's modified. No, it doesn't have a Motorsport UK approved cage. So where do we put it? Okay, we'll put it in Club and Plus. This goes to that flexibility that I was talking about. So if whatever you've built, provided, oh, there we go. Who's that? That's Jay Elliott now, coming off the track, getting stuck in the grass. Oh, my camera feed. There we go. Oh, look, he's nearly recovering it. There we go. Dan Buckingham in the Civic Type R now whizzes past. I think they're coming up and around onto the mountain, perhaps. Yeah, there he goes. Up mountain and now through the whole bends. Very nice, clean car. And if you look at it from the outside, it's pretty unassuming looking. But as it turns out, it is supercharged. There's a little giveaway, which is there's a sneaky little intercooler poking out through the bumper for those of you who are especially eagle-eyed. So there you go. Otherwise, a pretty unassuming looking car, real wolf in sheep's clothing, and yeah, fully road car, full interior, all of that good stuff. I even tried to see if it had a boost gauge when I was trying to work out what kind of car that is. I don't think I saw a boost gauge inside, so it's very, very standard looking, other than the fact that it has a supercharger. Anyway, very interesting. Now let's have a look. Classic and retro then. We have the Mark Donnelly's Ford Escort, car number 76. Also, we have the Vauxhall VX220 of Dean Riley. Susie caught up with him earlier on in the paddock. As you saw, he took one bite of the Time Attack apple last year, and that was enough for him. So he thought, yep, I want to do this all the time now. And so he's back at Cadwell Park. Great car, great chassis. And again, it goes to that variety aspect of Time Attack because just looking, yeah, it's got the Elise behind, the Exige behind. Oh dear, probably can't say that. Lotus people get very upset. But if I recall correctly, the VX220 and the older Elise are they not the same car or something? There's some overlay with the GM owned Lotus or something. Perhaps those of you in the comments can fill in, or if I've upset any Lotus people, then you can also be a hater in the comments. I've got thick skin. But there we go. That's Dean Riley's machine back for 2025. Very good. Let's, of course, take a look at the lap times because now they do count, unlike during warm-up. This is now Attack 1, and drivers get points for Attack 1, and then later on in the day, Attack 2, and then Super Attack. So if we look at our breakdown by class, and of course, thanks to the wonderful Lucas Oil live stream, on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see everything broken down by class, as in fact, Mark Donnelly spins his Ford Escort. Luckily, Dean Riley saw that coming and managed to just tiptoe around the Ford Escort that was facing the wrong way. As we now follow on board through the cameras, Dean Riley's car as it comes through hairpin now and charges down towards Barn. And down that hill he comes. Headlights are switched on. You may be wondering what that means. There's so much Time Attack lore to get through. That's just coming back to me after the long off season. What do headlights on, what do headlights off mean? So because most road-based cars, as in not purpose-built race cars, you know, most of these are road cars with modifications. That's what Time Attack's all about. They are not necessarily built for hot lap after hot lap after hot lap after hot lap for 20 minutes, right? And if you do any track driving, you'll know this yourself, is you tend to attack for a little bit and then cool off for a little bit, and then attack for a little bit and cool off for a little bit. Now, currently on track, we have 17 cars. Sometimes we have more, and sometimes the tracks are shorter. So it gets quite trafficky. And some cars are on hot laps, going very quickly, and some cars are on cool down laps, cooling down their brakes, cooling down their tires, perhaps having a breather themselves as a driver to think, where am I going wrong? Let me consider my sector time. You know, a lot of people have these Garmins now, that tell them their sector times and give them data and so on. So, the driver might want to take a little step back and ponder their next move. So they'll have a cool down lap, cool down the car, cool down their mind. So you have drivers who are attacking and drivers who are cooling off. And there's quite a big speed difference between these two phases. And so drivers will put on their headlights to indicate that they're on a hot lap. And drivers will not have their headlights on to indicate that they're on a cool down lap. And a car with their headlights on will have priority over cars on a cool down lap. And cars on a cool down lap will do the sporting thing and move offline, perhaps, or just generally get out of the way of cars on a hot lap. So, there's a little bit of etiquette involved in time attack. That's a big part of the skill, is not only are you doing a hot lap, you're doing it while everyone else is doing it as well. And so for me, as a competitor, that's why I prefer time attack compared to other lap time-based competitions like rally, like sprint, like hill climb, where you're kind of on your own. That's it, cars go out with a big gap between them, and that's kind of it. Time attack feels much more actiony, and you have the feeling of being in a big pack of cars, but you're not racing wheel to wheel. So you get the best of both worlds. No one's going to clobber into you like they would do when you're racing wheel to wheel, but you still get that pack experience. Dean Riley now seems to have departed from the track somewhere. In that Vauxhall VX 220. Easily done. I mean, Cadwell Park is a especially technical circuit. You see Dan Buckingham's in the pits as well. Bonnet up, which always means that there's something interesting going on. Jamie Biss, let's take a look at Jamie Biss then. In the little turbocharged Mazda MX-5. You can just see he's really throwing it around there. And he's just coming up to Mike in the Vauxhall Corsa, Michael Greenhue. Now, I was lucky enough, actually, we have a little, me and the gang, we have a little team track day at Llandau in South Wales every year. And Jamie joined us with his GT86, and I jumped in as a passenger with him, and this guy can drive. He's very fast. Even in a standard GT86, he really hustled that thing around. And even watching him in the silver MX-5 just pound his way round Cadwell, you can really see how he's working that MX-5. It is turbocharged, so it's got some beef to pull it along the straights, but when it comes to the corners, it's all about momentum. Of course, these cars weigh just under a ton. I think people like to say that Mazda MX-5s are super lightweight. I mean, they're not, but they are quite light. It'll be in the real world, it'll be a ton thereabouts. I think the standard ones are 1,050 kilos, and then you take some weight out, but then you put a cage back in, and then you put some wider wheels on, and then you put a turbocharged. So they're not going to be that light. They're going to be around a ton. So they are very good at that momentum kind of driving. And again, thinking to YouTuber, the YouTube world, those of you in the comments might be upset that I said something about MX-5s. I mean, I love MX-5s. I think that's the best car ever made, with the exception of the Toyota MR2, which is better than the MX-5 at everything. But, of course, MX-5s are also very good, and I don't mean to offend. Annie Thompson, then, in that Lotus Exige. Now, that is a lightweight car, and very capable out of the box. And like Susie mentioned, this may be our first ever time attack couple, where we have a couple, both of whom compete in time attack. And so we have Annie Thompson in the Midnight Motorsports Lotus Exige 410, and we also have, where has he gone? In the number 420 machine, Luke Capehorn in the Midnight Motorsport Vauxhall Astra VXR. Now, the VXR, as you will see, it's got wide body, composite panels, loads of power. This is very much a built car, a time attack build. Whereas the Exige, well, it's it's just a car, isn't it? You know, from the dealership. And yet, it is so capable on track, so pedigreed. Really, really amazing machine. And Luke drove both back-to-back, the Astra and the Exige. And again, the Astra has had everything on the planet possible done to it to make it into a speed machine. And the Exige, as far as I'm aware, is maybe it's got some brake pads or something, but it's like mostly a standard car. But it feels so capable and fast and racy, and it's a factory car. Very, very, very impressive stuff. Let's go back and take a look at our lap times then. So in our clubman class, it's Dan Buckingham who leads from Annie Thompson from Clive Hopwell. In Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated, that's right. That was another point to get to, is Pocket Rocket has been split into naturally aspirated and forced induction, which is when we have a healthy enough entry list, we have enough cars to warrant splitting Pocket Rocket, then we do. So Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated then. Mark Roberts leads from Stephen Wilkinson from Mark Blackburn. Clubman Plus, it's Jay Elliott in the S2000. Pocket Rocket forced induction is the number 185 machine of Gary Papworth, who leads from Rafael Tataris, Stephen House, and then the number 313 of Lewis Hyam in the Ford Transit Courier. And then Classic and Retro, we have Mark Donnelly, the 137.1, who leads from, something's going on there. Some of those numbers are grayed out, so I'll squint. Mark Donnelly leads from Dean Riley, from Jamie Biss, Eden Young, and then Michael Greenhue. And that is, how many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's all of our cars. Okay, nice. So actually, once you break them down into classes, we've got 3, 4, 5 entries per class in this particular session. You got the Ford Transit. Absolutely incredible. And so it's all liveried. It looks like one of those parts delivery vans. It's absolutely amazing. I think the sense of humor that some drivers have with what they bring. It reminds me of Rob Boston with the K20 swapped Ford Fusion, which looked just like a regular Ford Fusion that you might see at Bingo. But it was incredibly fast. And Rob Boston, of course, very fast driver, very capable car builder as well. But outwardly, it just looked like a Ford Fusion. So great to see some of our drivers with a sense of humor with what they bring to a time attack. And the checkered flag is now thrown for this attack 1. So that's our Clubman, Pocket Rocket NA, Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket Force Induction, and Classic and Retro. Now, for those of you watching from the track side, there is a QR code in your program, your event program, and if you scan that QR code, then it will ping you over to the live stream. And I believe the live stream, otherwise, if you don't have an event program, you go onto YouTube and you search for Time Attack live stream, and then you have what I have in front of me, but on your phone. So you can be here from the track side, enjoying the sights and smells and noises and lovely weather here at Cadwell Park. And you can also have the feed and the commentary and all of that good stuff on your phone. Additionally, TSL Timing, who are our timing partners, we'll get onto that in the next session when it's the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive Attack 1. And that will be in just a few moments. Right, so we can now see our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines gathered in the assembly area, ready to hit the track for their Attack 1. So again, slightly different format this year. For those of you who are just joining us on the Lucas Oil live stream, Time Attack is all about lap time, more so than racing wheel-to-wheel track position and all of that stuff. So that's where we are, and given that it's all about lap time, timing here is provided by TSL Timing Solutions Limited. And if you go into the Timing Solutions Limited website, then you can get the replica of the timing screen that I'm using right in the palm of your hand. So go in your search engine of choice, put in Timing Solutions Limited, and then it's got a list of all of the events that they're timing today, of which there are many, but you find Club Time Attack in there, and there's a little map, a little picture of Cadwell Park. So you click onto that, and then you have the timing screen that I'm using, which is very useful if you're following a particular driver. Then that's very useful because there are a lot of drivers, and I can't really cover all of them at all times. So if you're interested in following a particular driver, then that's the way to do it. Or of course by watching well, those of you who are watching the stream, you have the lap times on the top left of your screen. Not right now, because the session is not live. Cars are waiting to be released onto the track. You can see Stu Summers there in that supercharged Citroen Saxo. We've got Andrew Kimes, also Citroen Saxo. Barn Work Motorsport Citroen Saxo ahead of the... Oh, it's a different shape, isn't it? It's got different headlights. I never noticed that. I'm not very well versed in the Saxo world, but there you go. We've got two different generations of Saxo, all tastes and needs catered for here at Time Attack. Cayman GT4 RS, which is David Dyson's new machine of choice. He used to campaign a 911 GT3, and now he has made the jump into the mid-engine superiority gang with the Cayman GT4 RS. Just looking at this number 180, David Frost in the TBOM Racing Honda Civic. Interesting machine. Alexander Volkov there in the 186 Nissan GTR. Very beefy machine, about 900 horsepower or thereabouts, depending on the map, depending on the bloop 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 that he presses onto his. I mean, the tuning scene these days, especially with turbocharged cars, is amazing. It's like Star Trek, and you can just choose your level of map, and off you go, depending on the track and so on. You can change it on the fly. Incredible. Then we have Luke Capehorn in the Midnight Motorsport Astra VXR, being mapped by my good friend Ash Gedney at Giz Motorsport until late last night in Skegness, just down the road from here, about half an hour's drive. Quite a reworked machine for this year with the Opel World Touring Car from the noughties kind of livery. Very cool. If I recall correctly, those look like the Opel factory colors from that era, so that's very cool. And then we have this interesting BMW 1 Series, the 218, the 218 machine of Neil Robson, the BIB Performance BMW 135i, which we saw stopped in the pit lane towards the end of his warm-up session. But whatever it was, he's clearly back and ready for attack one. And again, this time lap times do count, and our drivers now, instead of having all morning to faff about and warm up and play with their setup and so on, which is all very important, but now they have less time to do all of that because attack one has now begun. And so their lap times will count towards their championship points. Again, for those of you who are freshly joining us, maybe this is your first Time Attack event, at no point will the Time Attack machines be racing wheel to wheel. We actually did that once in the past as a special little one-off. Club Time Attack often, not often, but periodically throws in a little plot twist. And I remember at Snetterton a few years ago where the dusk, this was the October-November round, and dusk comes quite early. And so we could do a night Time Attack because it was night, it was dark at like 5, 6 p.m. So we did a nighttime Time Attack where drivers had to swap seats halfway through, and it was all very exciting. And there was another, this was before my time, but apparently the Time Attack drivers also did a bumper-to-bumper, door-to-door kind of race, lights to flag situation. But generally, we don't do that. And so Time Attack is all about your flying lap. You have 20 minutes, and in that time, you need to set the fastest flying lap you possibly can against cars of a similar build that you are classed with. Now, why are we doing flying laps as opposed to driving door-to-door, racing wheel-to-wheel? Why is that? Well, luckily, last year, we had Maz Yumeda, who was the Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship commentator last year, and he dropped in during one of the Time Attack sessions. And so this question came up. I think I had Jamie Biss, one of the Time Attack drivers, helping me with the commentary that day. Maz happened to be in the room, and we started talking about, Time Attack historically back in the day of, Japan, and different workshops were building these cars and they were being raced illegally on the mountain roads and all of this stuff. And that was all a bit dangerous, and it got moved to purpose-built circuits. This lore is very storied and quite well known. But the question was, if we're testing the fastest driver and the fastest machine, we'll surely just put them all on track together and let them race, and whoever wins has built the best machine and is the best driver. Maybe. But then Maz, who again kind of lived through the tail end of this period, he's not, he caught the tail end of it, let's say. I don't want to add years to him, but he caught the tail end of it. He's aware of the lore. Basically, because these cars, a lot of them are one-offs, and there's lots of custom fabrication, custom bodywork, custom this, custom that. If you put them all wheel to wheel, there's a big chance of contact. And you compare that to tin top cars that are a lot of the time, not so with the Racing Hondas Championship, but a lot of tin top cars are built to a spec, and they use off-the-shelf parts, standard bodies, and so on. So if they get in a little bit of a fender bender, well, it doesn't matter. You just go and buy a new fender, or you go to auto parts and get a different standard thingy and you put it on. Fine. But in Time Attack, these are often privateer-built cars with lots of bespoke stuff. So like Ilya Krylov, for example, he made that 4-kilogram carbon fiber front clam thingy. Well, if he's racing wheel-to-wheel and suddenly someone knocks that, that's going to explode because it's carbon fiber, and that's the end of it. He's got to go and do that all. He can't just go to the shop and get a new fender. So that's why Time Attack evolved in such a way that we never pit these cars head-to-head, wheel-to-wheel, but we look at flying lap only, because there's so much custom, precious, handmade, meticulous, creative stuff that goes into these cars that we try to safeguard it that way. Or at least this was how Maz explained it to me. And this is going back in time, Tsukuba and the lore. That's how it evolved, to encourage that creativity, to encourage these one-offs. Anyway, enough about that. Let's take a look at car number 94, Nicholas Good in the Dream Automotive Honda Civic Type R FK8. Whereabouts is he? Second in Club 2-wheel drive so far, with a lap time of 1:42.8. So pretty good going there. And again, we're nearing representative lap times because these times are being counted and scored towards the championship. Now, we group cars based on their spec. And so the Time Attack rulebook is very flexible. So whatever you've built, provided it conforms to the safety stuff and has a fire extinguisher and harnesses and all of that, past that point, pretty much anything you've built, we can fit into a class. And so the fast road cars were in Clubman, the little engine cars were in Pocket Rocket, the older chassis is in Classic and Retro. And then Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive is for what we might call a track day car or a track car. in terms of, they're very stripped out. They've got some aero going on, maybe, composite windows, composite body panels, engine swaps, gearbox swaps, forged engines maybe. In the Clubman class, for example, that's for engines that have not been opened, have not been touched. Very kind of standard things. Whereas Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive are for the more tracky, purpose-built machines that are built for this kind of thing. They just see track time. A lot of them, they don't have MOTs, they're not road legal. It's, not that kind of car. These are the full-on track cars that get trailered around. Andrew Keim there in that Citroen Saxo, number 45. I've got something at the back of my mind telling me that this car might be K-swapped. So let's whack up Google. I think so. Yes, there we go. That one is K-swap. There we go. So Stu Summers' Saxo is still a Saxo engine, from what I understand, but now supercharged. And Andrew Keim's machine is K-swapped. And we see a lot of K-swap cars now in the world of time attack. Generally, even in drifting, Terry mentioned that I think maybe it was one of the S15s was now K-swapped, K24. And a lot of our time attack cars, not just in the UK, but around the world, the K-swap is a very popular route now. I think when it comes to these norms and these trends, there are questions about all kinds of things, but for various reasons, the K-swap is very trendy at the moment. But of course, the popularity means that the aftermarket and even the engines themselves are kind of getting a bit more expensive. So I wonder whether we'll get to a point where the law is going to move on a little bit. But at the moment, K-swap super popular. Andrew Keim is K-swapped. Eden Young's K11 Micra, if you missed it, that's K-swapped. Ilya Krylov's Clio, that's K-swapped. There are probably a few others that I'm forgetting. Last year we had, it felt like, we had some Renault Clios that were K-swapped as well. I don't think they're here this year. But yeah, very interesting. Let's take a look. That's Alexander Volkov's machine. Of course, that wing is obscene, but it is a quite a heavy, big car. And what's really interesting is when it comes past you on track, and it's the people who are trackside who will really benefit from that. Alexander Krylov sets a faster Sector 1 than anybody so far. When you see this car pass you nearby, you can really hear how much air it's displacing itself. It's punching a very big hole in the air. It's a big machine, and so it needs that aero to really help wrestle it around the track. It's very at home at circuits like Snetterton 200, with a nice long Bentley straight, and at a twisty, turny circuit like Cadwell Park, it's really very much of a handful. Interestingly, so last year, Alexander Volkov had a little knock, I think, at Brands Hatch, and as a result needed a new bumper and bonnet. And they air sprayed a tiger onto the bonnet, like graffiti paint, but like, the proper, I don't remember what it's called, airbrushed a tiger onto the bonnet. Now, it seems that for this year, it's now tigerless on the bonnet, but the tiger has moved on to the side. And there was some symbolism there because it's like fiercely, it was wounded and yet it's still fierce and it jumps back up. The team explained the symbolism of it, and clearly it was so symbolic that they kept it on the car even though they changed the bonnet. So there we go. 900-ish horsepower from this car, around 1,700 kg. When we last spoke, I saw him briefly this morning. We didn't really go into detail. But last year, Alexander Volkov's machine still had a full interior. And so we've had GTRs come and go over the years. This one, I think I just spied a fluorescent yellow cage in that GTR, which of course is what they need in Club 4-wheel drive, I think, from this year. So that's why there's been a cage added in. But as of last year, it was fully standard interior, from what I understand. So it was a very hefty machine. It was 1,700 kilos, give or take. Meanwhile, in the pits, we have the number 998 machine, Andy Grady, in that silver Evo, which I think ended Club 4-wheel drive warm-up fastest, and in fact is fastest now with 8 minutes left in this session. Perhaps let's take a look at some of our lap times. So currently leading Club 2-wheel drive is Andrew Kime. Okay, my timings, two timing screens are diverging a little bit. So I will come back to that. David Dyson's in the... Yeah, he is. Maybe my brain's glitching out. But yeah, okay, we'll come back to that. Timing screen's saying one thing. The live feed's saying something slightly different. Oh no, he's grayed out. Oh, he's gray. See the timing screen, the live stream. There's some of these numbers are grayed out for some reason. But there we go. So currently fastest of all is Andy Grady in that silver Evo. He's just back on track now with a 133.4. And he leads Alexander Volkov, only 0.3 of a second between them, so very, very close. And we've seen this last year as well. Very, very competitive in Club 4-wheel drive and Club 2-wheel drive, and that is often the trend throughout the seasons. This is probably one of the most competitive classings that we have. Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive always pretty tightly fought. So Andy Grady leads Alexander Volkov, who leads Dean Taylor. Meanwhile, in Club 2-wheel drive, our leader at the moment is Andrew Kime with that K-swapped Citroen Saxo with a 136.2. who leads David Dyson in that Cayman GT4. Luke Cape Horn, Richard Smith, Stu Summers, Johnny Fletcher, Mike Butler, Neil Robson, David Frost, Nicholas Gooden, Philip Naidenov in the Sierra that's on your screen now. I believe that's the Sierra, number 946. That is a Ford Sierra Cosworth. All the way back. Look, he always does this. So Philip Naidenov, as you will see, this is quite an old chassis, 1991 Ford Sierra. So someone actually told me this. This blew my mind. Apparently, some YouTube journalist drove, I think it was a Sierra Cosworth, and said it was one of the best chassis he's ever experienced. Apparently. I'm not very well versed in YouTuber lore, but that's what someone said. I kind of assumed that, you know, it's a bit old, it's a bit long, it's a bit brutish. But apparently it's a very good chassis. But nonetheless, you will see that Philip really needs to grab, as they say, grab the car by the scruff of the neck and throw it around to really make it handle and point in the right direction. You know, it needs that kind of driving style. And so Philip often is more comfortable with oversteer than what we're used to seeing at Time Attack. Usually, you know, this is all about grip, and the driving approach is quite point and squirt with a lot of these cars, especially, you know, the grippy front-wheel drive and four-wheel drives. But even if we look at Annie Thompson's Lotus Exige or Mike Butler's BMW M3, which is just popped onto your screen, these are very much point and squirt kind of cars. Whereas Philip Naidenov's Sierra Cosworth moves around a lot more, and that's his driving style as well. So very interesting there. And again, underscores that variety point. Interestingly, in the pits, we have the BMW 135i of Neil Robson. He's back in the pits again. He ended his last session in the pits, and he's back in the pits again with 4 minutes to go. One crew member looking at something under the car, and I can see another crew member checking the tire pressures. Again, a very, very important setup tool, which perhaps I haven't discussed enough So you might come back to that later on in the day, but let's take a look at these lap times instead. So Andrew Kime then still leads, but we do have a personal best Sector 1 from David Dyson in the GT4 RS. Likewise, Stu Summers in the Saxo improves in Sector 1, as does Nicholas Good, who sets a personal best Sector 1. So let's see if we have any improvements from these drivers with 3.5 minutes remaining. And of course, for the first time ever, the second session in the day, now called Attack 1, does score points for our drivers. So historically, at this point in the day, our drivers might still be a little bit, you know, not really pushing that hard, thinking about their setup and so on. But now, for the first time ever, at this point in the morning, our drivers are already scoring points based on their lap time. So that's very interesting, and I think it's a cool change. I think it makes things much more exciting because every session counts now. In the past, you could theoretically not... Oh, we've got someone off the track. That is number 70. That's Dean Taylor in the next level detailing Mitsubishi Evo. He's run out of track there. So you can see him, hazards on. You can see that red light blinking on the back of the car. If you're new to timing, I can see that also Neil Robson's BMW 135i is now running again. And it's got the BMW 1M kind of look to it, especially the front bumpers. That's really cool. So, where was I? That threw me off there. Nice car. Oh yeah, what's the blinky red light on the back of the car mean? So we talked about if the headlights are on, it means they're on a hot lap. If the headlights are off, it means that, but they're not on a hot lap, but maybe they're not on a cool lap. You know, it's neither here nor there. It's just an average lap. But if the red light is blinking on the back of the car, that means you are definitely on a cool down lap, basically. So you're letting everyone know around you that you're moving slowly, that you're looking in your mirrors, that you're cooling things off. You're going to get out the way if someone quick comes up to you. That's what the flashing light on the back of the car means, is that you're on a cool down lap. Headlights on mean you're on a hot lap. And again, because these aren't purpose-built, you know, endurance cars, they need to alternate between hot and cool laps, really. Otherwise, things start to overheat and break and so on. Depending on the car and the build, of course. But it's good practice in time attack to alternate between hot lap and cool down lap. Johnny Fletcher joins the track in the Mark IV Astra GSI. He's got 1 minute left in this session, but of course that's fine. If you just wanted to come in and do a little tweak and see if it works, then even this one lap is enough to think, yep, that's better, nope, that's worse, and then you can take that insight away for the next session. So even if it's just one lap, you know, every lap counts, every lap is useful. So Johnny Fletcher going back onto the track. Of course, the pit lane is separate to the paddock, so you can't come into the pits and then go into your garage into the paddock like at a regular track at Cadwell Park. It's a bit different. Meanwhile, car number 94, Nicholas Good in the Dream Automotive Honda FK8. He has stopped somewhere. Looks like he might be on one of the little recovery roads. So you can see that's triggered a yellow flag to be waved by the marshal at that post, but it looks like he's out of the way. Meanwhile, a checkered flag comes out. Let's take a look at the results of our Club Attack 1. So, fastest in the session in Club 2-wheel drive was Andrew Kime with a 1:35.1. Ahead of Johnny Fletcher, David Dyson, Luke Capehorn, Richard Smith, Nicholas Good, Stu Summers, Mike Butler, Neil Robson, David Frost, Philip Naidenov, and Neil Wren. And in Club 4-wheel drive, our fastest driver was Andy Grady with a 1:33.4, ahead of Alexander Volkov and Dean Taylor. So our cars will now head into, well, they need to head into Parc Fermé now, just to be checked over, and then they will head into the paddock. Following which, our pro class cars will head onto the track for their Attack 1 in just a few moments. All right, so the track has now been cleared. And you can see the crews now. If you look into the far side of your live stream, just over the mountain, you can see the crews now moving up and down as they, again, Cadwell Park has that very strange layout. And so what that means is the paddock is separate from the pit lane, and you can only gain access to the pit lane by walking over the track. So it's quite an unusual layout. So in between sessions, we have this switch around where we close the track, people can walk over it and then walk back. And in the meantime, I believe we have Susie in the paddock with another update for us.
So I'm down here catching up with a familiar face, the Time Attack. So Ilya, we've not seen you for the last year, right?
Yes, we took a year off away from Time Attack. It was getting a little bit too much, too competitive. But yeah, we took some time off to build the car even better. For those of you who are not familiar with the car, it's a Renault Clio 172. There's nothing left of original Clio, literally just some door catches on the stuff. So it's running K24 Honda engine, full sequential gearbox. This year has a paddle shift, motorsport ABS, bespoke suspension, bespoke everything, full Kevlar body, all wireless, running all Haltech, latest and best equipment, just you name it, everything you can sort of buy, purchase, think of, it's just been thrown at this car. You know, I'm masking my lack of talent with just like more power, more of everything. But yeah, it's been hell of a ride in last month. I was still doing some body work last night, 11 o'clock, just sort of frantically putting things together, stickers and all. Unfortunately, a week ago, the new engine that was built for this car, we were aiming for really high power, you know, like give pro boys, you know, run for their money. It exploded on the dyno, unfortunately. So this is the 2023 spare engine. So we're kind of running essentially the same power as 2023, but with paddle shift and all ABS and different suspension. And obviously, thanks to Yokohama, thanks, no thanks, I'm running different tires, because it used to be Air 1 275 all round, and now it's 295 but 18 size. So, you know, I've not seen it on the Clio, 18-inch 295. So everything is new to me. It drives like a totally different car. So I have to get used to it. So lack of power is not a problem.
When you say lack of power, how much power are we talking? I mean, we're talking a Clio. Most people are not expecting this kind of power, right?
480 horsepower. So
that's not bad for a Clio.
No. I mean, by all means, no. I mean, it's good. I've achieved some good lap times 2023 with this car. I mean, obviously, the whole idea of building this car to this level is because I set myself a goal of building the fastest, and so far I can kind of claim that nobody has been able to kind of beat my times officially at the tracks, and it's all about the YouTube channel. That's why I was like building the fastest. So that's how I build the audience and all that stuff. So that's what drives me in essence, because I want to have the fastest Renault Clio around any track in the UK. But yeah, it's not really a Renault Clio. All of you purists be like, that's not a Clio. It's like running non-Honda, but it's a base, it's a shape, it's what you kind of do with it. It's not really about the car. So it could be Honda, it could be some Nissan. I mean, look, Nissan Micra, similar powertrain. So, yeah.
What's with the new engine then?
All bells and whistles. I mean, I'll have to rebuild it, but I'm not going to go into details. I mean, thanks to Race Winning Brands, they're one of our big sponsors, so they've kindly provided everything. So it was supposed to be, yeah, but it failed on a dyno, so, you know, big block, big hole in the block, so that's unusable. So now I have to sort of rethink the strategy.
So maybe a few rounds before we see that engine back in?
100%. Just because everything is so stacked up. With 20 days until Donington Park, I mean, I'd be lucky to sort of iron out the small issues that inevitably will rise up from today, 100%, because it's impossible. You know, it's a self-build. I'm proud to say that 99% of this car except for the tuning. Tuning is done by the man himself, Paul West, the King Tuna, TPW Engineering, and then obviously the boys from Haltech help with all the sort of software adjustments and all that. But in essence, all the mechanical work, welding, fabrication, the carbon, it's self-built by me. So that's what I'm saying. It's inevitable it will break. I'm not a professional. I'm a photographer, videographer, and a little YouTuber who likes to go fast. So it will break, and I have a team of lovely people, helpers, who are sorting things out while I'm doing this.
Well, let's not jinx it anyway. First round of the season. So yeah. Well, good luck for the rest of the season then.
Thank you very much, Susie. Thank you very much. We'll catch up with you soon.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Like and subscribe.
And back to you, Alexei.
Thanks, Susie. Thanks, Ilya. It's amazing. This man is so slick and so enthusiastic and keen. That was a lot of detail there. Very, very interesting stuff. And I'm fortunate enough to know Ilya reasonably well. And he is an exceptionally talented and skilled guy. So I'm fully confident that, you know, you have these trials and tribulations in the run-up to a season, and that's what happens. You know, when you're ambitious and you're chasing the unchaseable, you know, you break things and then you bounce back from it. And if there's anyone who can do it, it is Ilya. So very good to see. Meanwhile, the session has now been green lit. So our Pro 2-wheel drive and Pro 4-wheel drive cars hit the track. I have actually opened up the YouTube stream. I was quite curious about the comments that are coming in, maybe some good questions. Russ Gillett, again, says that, oh no, this is a different one. This is a different Russ. That was Ross. This is Russ. Russ C20 Let's said, Night was at Brands. Alexei Numpty. Night was at Brands. Pretty sure that it may have been a different nighttime time attack in the distant past, perhaps. But the one I witnessed was, I'm pretty certain that was at SNET. But like, I don't know. Now, you know, I think all reasonable people doubt themselves and are open to learning new information and being corrected and so on. I thought that was SNET, but we're talking about perhaps 2016, I think, something like that. So if any of you other old heads were involved in Time Attack at that time and you remember this yourselves, I don't think it was Brands. I think it was SNET, unless there was more than one. I'm open to being wrong on that. I'm wrong about lots of things. So let's see. We've got Holistic Henchness says. Of course, the difference to doing this on the Facebook stream in the past is that we had people's real names and they were like actual names. Whereas here, Holistic Henchness shouts out Annie and Luke and Dan. Get it done, guys. Great stuff. Thank you, everyone. It's good to see that the stream has landed well and that people are being quite supportive. It's our first go at this after a few years out of doing the live stream. You know, we're giving it our best, but ultimately it's our first one back. So, you know, bear with us. We're doing the best we can. And I think, especially the video side of things, less so the commentary, but the video side of things, as in Time Attack specifically, I don't want the Racing Honda's Championship commentary is wonderful. I don't want to like accidentally throw shade that way. I've got Scott sat here. But the video side of things is very slick. It's quite cool. I'm enjoying it a lot. And we have the lap times on the side of the screen, which is very cool. Luke Senjakovsky sets a flying lap, which is an interesting development after the morning session where Luke, I don't think, set a flying lap. And I don't even know whether he scored his point for putting in 3 laps in warm-up, because I don't think he did 3 laps. So Luke Senjakovsky is already a lap behind on, a point behind on everyone who did run in warm-up. But Luke Sandziakowski now is putting in some timed laps, which is, of course, important because attack 1 does score points. So most of this, in fact, all of the sessions score some points here or there. But attack 1 is timed, and based on where you finish in your class, how fast your lap time is within your class, you are going to score points. That's very important. So we have our pro class cars on the track now. And who is that? Something small. Is that Josh Barrett? That's Josh Barrett in the Caterham 620R in Club Pro. No, where is he? He's in pro class. Very interesting stuff. Mick Porter there moves out of the way of Ilya Krylov's machine as they come over the line to start their next flying lap. It's kind of interesting because the GTR is quite a big car, quite wide, and yet Ilya's Clio is also, he's widened it so much. It's like he's added a foot on either side. The new wheel arches are monstrous, that it still looks wide even next to Mick Porter's GTR. So that's quite an achievement. You can see, that's a cool little gaggle of cars. Luke Sandziakowski in the Honda NSX, Ilya Krylov there, and Mick Porter in that 35 GTR. Mick Porter, of course, used to run a 32 GTR. He's been back for, I think, since last year in that newer shape car. Just been phased out. They had a good run, the old 35 GTR. They were launched when I was still in high school, and you can still buy one today. It's quite a long time ago. So they've definitely, I think there or thereabouts. Maybe I can't remember, maybe I was in uni at that point. Anyway, that GTR platform has been around for a while, refined and refined and refined, and there's such a big knowledge base about this car and such a healthy aftermarket. Really, really cool. And so Mick Porter there jumping onto that new platform with that GTR now, I think since last year. Luke Sandziakowski, talking about K-swaps, by the way. Luke's car, that Honda NSX, also K-swapped, which is, some might say, quite controversial. Some might say even blasphemous. But there you go. Out goes the V6. In comes the boosted Honda K-Series. And as a result, it's a very fast, very racy machine indeed. Darren Spooner is back in the blue Spooks Peugeot 205. Of course, those of you who are into fast Peugeots will know of Spooks and Darren Spooner, absolute legends in the Peugeot tuning scene. We used to have, it was Andy York, also had a Peugeot 205 last year, for many years, which is, of course, K-swapped. Darren Spooner's, though, keeps the Peugeot engine. And we have Josh Barrett stopped somewhere in the little, oh my goodness, if you saw that on the cameras, we had the cameras switched on at that exact moment, car number 27, Bradley John, I think he dipped 2 wheels onto the grass as he was just making an overtake there. These cars are so wide that they really need to find space to get past each other. These pro-class cars, even Ilya's DIY composite, like he said, 99% of that car is built by him, including all the fabrication and composites and so on. He's added what looks like a foot either side of the car. These cars are getting so wide in the pro classes that they really need to find room for themselves on track. Let's just take a look there, an interesting one. Whoop. Lots of moving around under braking into turn 1 between Ilya Krylov's Haltech Clio and the little green Caterham of Dan Kelly. So it looked a bit hairy there, but luckily pretty skilled drivers, so all without incident coming into turn 1, but they were definitely trying to scramble. Again, you know, the speeds are now quite high in the Pro class. The cars are so massive and wide that they really need to try to find space for themselves. It's quite amusing. It's like they're a victim of their own success in terms of the car is so big and wide and grippy and fast that they've made their life a little bit more difficult as a result when it comes to finding track space. But it's a good problem to have. In the pits, we have quite a few cars. We have Jimmy Broadbent's MX-5, Mick Porter's GTR, and also Eric Holmes's Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS. Martin Henry comes into the pits as well. And so this is, I mean, you can't refuel in the pits in Time Attack. And there's only so much you can do. And also here, uniquely at Cadwell Park, where the pit lane is divorced from the paddock and the garages, you don't even have all of your spares and your tools with you in the pit lane. And of course, you can't cross into the paddock because you have to walk over the track because of how Cadwell Park is arranged. You know, it's our favorite track because it's so hilly and wild and weaving, but it also means that you have this funny divorced layout. But what it means is you're quite limited in terms of what you can do in the pits, because if you haven't brought all of the possible stuff you might need, if you've left that in the paddock, well then you can't do anything in the pits. But I can see lots of cars there having their tire pressures tweaked, which is again very important. And quite a few cars there. I'm just looking out. We don't have a red flag or anything, no. Just lots of tweaking going on. And of course, a big part of that is, well, actually, let's take a look at Dan Kelly's lap in the little green Caterham. I think he's new for this year. I don't recall seeing this car before. Moving around a little bit, looks like great fun. I don't envy the Caterham drivers when it's a wet day, because it looks like they're driving in a cold bathtub. You know, they're quite soggy and miserable and open to the elements. But when it's a sunny day, you know, I bet it's great. The car is moving around, and it looks great fun. Up and over the mountain, Dan Kelly goes. He's had a personal best Sector 2 as he now makes his way through Hall Bend's deceptively tricky sequence of corners. And you don't want to smack into the wibbly wobblies at the apex of each little S as he comes around Barn Corner and down the hill. Let's take a look at what lap time Dan Kelly can do. Sector 3, 136.7, which is a personal best there for Dan Kelly. So nice little improvement there for him. Great stuff. That is good enough for third in Club Pro. In Club Pro currently it's Darren Spooner from Eric's Homes, from Dan Kelly, Richard Goodall, Donnie McLeod, Ilya Krylov, and Mick Porter. And then in Pro's currently led by Colin Dord with a 127.7, which I think might be the fastest time we've seen today. I don't think we've dipped below the 130s yet. But now we have. Colin Dorward leads from Luke Sędzikowski, Bradley John, Josh Barrett, Andrew Barber, Martin Henry, and Jimmy Broadbent. And if we just return to the subject of, we can see Josh Barrett's in the pits. We saw him stop on track earlier on, but he seems to have got himself going, and there you go. You can see him in the pits now. Great camel work there, so thank you for that. Nice big shot there of Josh Barrett's machine. Quite an elaborate cage there as well. Very interesting. Great that you can see all this stuff in so much detail. So something there is being tightened. This is really incredible. Wow, very, very interesting indeed. Yeah, usually it's like, you know, when you're in the commentary box and you don't have the video, they're just like little specks. They're like little Matchbox toys in the pit lane, and you can't see the detail of what's happening. But we just did. Wow, that's very cool. So they're tightening something around that, what looks like front right suspension area, but who knows? Now let's take a look at number 79. That's Eric Holmes in the ENS Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS. I think we had stopped on track in the Pro Class warm-up, but whatever it was evidently not serious. He's back out on track. Luke Sędziakowski, meanwhile, in the Honda NSX, you can see it throwing up sparks as that incredible amount of downforce pushing it into the road. Of course, Cadwell Park, quite bumpy, lots of ups and downs here, and the suspension moving around quite a lot with that aero load as well. And I know Ilya Krylov, who supplies a lot of the teams here. I don't know whether these are his or not, but I've seen him make these, the little titanium skid plates to protect the underside of your aero. But of course, when they hit the ground, they throw a spark up. I don't know if that's what it was, but it looked very dramatic there. As Luke Sędziakowski now comes around into Barn and downhill, he set a fastest sector 1 of anyone, personal best sector. Oh, and he goes into the pits. Well, never mind. That maybe could have been a fastest lap from Luke Sędziakowski, but he is in the pit lane. So interesting one to watch there. What's coming out? Someone pulled a, yeah, don't know what happened there. Interesting. Josh Barrett now, whatever needed tightening has been tightened, one would hope. We saw something being done there, some spanner being spannered. So he's back out on track. We've got Martin Henry and Donnie McLeod in shot as well as this gaggle of cars comes up and over the mountain. And that Caterham 620R not looking super racy, I must admit. Josh Barrett, historically, very, very, very fast indeed. Usually a championship contender. But he goes past, I think he was probably building himself up and getting that perfect placement for the hot lap. But let's see. Josh Barrett currently with a 130.0. So quite nice little lick of flame out of the side of Josh Barrett's Caterham. Great stuff. Love a side exit exhaust. Very, very cool stuff. I guess most of these Caterhams, I guess they all have that, don't they? But always great fun when you see the lick of flame come out of the side of a car. Very cool stuff. If it helps, my road car does that too. But love side exhaust. It's probably one of the coolest things that humanity invented. And looks especially good on Josh Barrett's car. And you can see Caterhams, in my mind, are not usually terribly aero heavy. They're all about mechanical grip and very light chassis. And indeed, Dan Kelly's Caterham 620R looks quite bare in comparison. But that is in the Club Pro class. And meanwhile, Josh Barrett's Pro class Caterham 620R has all of that extra aero hanging off it as well. So it has not only the mechanical grip, but also some nice aerodynamic grip as well. Again, that lick of flame as he lifts off, coming down into Barn. And let's see what he can do. Josh Barrett, personal sector 2, personal sector 3, 129.5. I believe that's an improvement from him. Yep, that's a new personal best from Josh Barrett, 129.5. Great stuff there. 2 minutes remain in this session. Martin Henry in the Mark V Astra VXR was just ahead of him. Be quite curious to consider the difference between Martin Henry's Mark V Astra VXR and Luke Capehorn's Mark V Astra VXR. So they're in different classes, but Luke's also looks quite well built, and yet it's in a different class. So quite curious what the difference there is. Andrew Barber, let's take a look. No improvements in sectors 1 or 2. As he now comes into Mansfield, up and over the mountain. As he now makes his way round. I lost my way with the old live stream there for a sec. Right, that's where he is. Right, round hairpin and Barn. There he comes down the hill now. Let's see how sector 3 goes. Okay, no improvement there from Andrew Barber, but perhaps he's set himself up nicely for his next flying lap. Meanwhile, Colin Dorward in the 151 Trek Formula Evo joins the track for a, well, there's not much time left for a flying lap, but he might be able to get a feel or shake down something. So let's see. Luke Senjakovsky's car back in the pits, not really having moved much for the past few minutes. And likewise, I think that's Dean Taylor's car, kind of skeweth. But, you know, there's a slow lane and a fast lane in the pit lane. There's 2 lanes to it, actually. One where you can work on the car and one where you drive around. So he's kind of in the lane where you can work on the car, but it's parked diagonally, so it looked a bit odd at first. Ilya Krylov there in the very elaborate custom Clio. He did have the flashing light on the back of his car, so I think that's his session over. Luke Senjakovsky's car, meanwhile, is moving, which is good news, even if the session is now over. So, attack 1 for our pro class cars is now complete. So let's take a look at our lap times then, given that we do now score points. Club Pro, in Club Pro, the fastest driver was Darren Spooner, back after a little time attack hiatus with a 134.7, so return to form immediately for Darren Spooner, ahead of Eric Holmes, Dan Kelly, Richard Goodall, Donnie McLeod, Ilya Krylov, and Mick Porter. Meanwhile, fastest in pro class was Colin Dorward, ahead of Luke Senjakovsky, Bradley John, Josh Barrett, Andrew Barber, Martin Henry, and Jimmy Broadbent. And what that means is that brings us towards the end of time attack 1. And very shortly, in just a few minutes, we will be heading into the Racing Honda's Championship qualifying. See you on the other side.
Thank you very much, Alexi, and thank you very much to our presenters as well for time attack. Now we move back into Racing Hondas here. Scott Woodward's back on microphone to guide you through the qualifying session for the first one of the season for the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship here at Cadwell Park. And hopefully the drivers will get a little more track time than they did earlier on, because we had a disrupted and shortened practice session. Only a handful of drivers, about 7 or 8, actually got clean flying laps in, because there was an off for the defending Racing Hondas champion Ryan Cunningham just between Gooseneck and down the hill towards Mansfield. The car was in the barriers. Fingers crossed that car is good to go and it wasn't so much of a hit that he's out of the session, which would mean he'd have to possibly do some laps in a break somewhere, possibly in a lunch break, if he's able to, or if that car sadly might be out for the day. Fingers crossed it's not, but we'll hope to see what is about to happen. About to see if that's the case. 26 Racing Hondas out for this season. It's the 3rd season for this racing segment of the Time Attack organisation. Started back in 2023, for those who were not around for practice earlier on, and since then it's in its 3rd season, and it is looking pretty good. Of course, well, I'm not the only person that's in the mix when it comes to Racing Hondas. Myself, Scott Woodward, and commentary, but I'm also very ably joined in the pit lane and around the paddock by my colleague for the season, Charlie Harmon. She's been around the paddock and she grabbed another interview earlier on this morning, so let's see who she found and what they had to say.
I'm here with Ryan. We came off the back of practice, got a bit of damage here. Talk me through what happened.
We just had a slight failure on the left side, gone into top of Gooseneck and it's just failed. So obviously being wet this morning, caught the grass and I've just been a passenger. So it can't do nothing about it, but the motion has, I'll get it back out, so full send for qualifying.
Perfect. So damage-wise, bad, good? What are we sort of saying?
Yeah, well, it don't look great, does it? But it is what it is. I can't really. Well, the lads will get it out, so we'll just see how we go from there. But
Fantastic.
There's nothing too drastic, but it is what it is.
Perfect. So get it turned around, get it back out for qualifying and go for it.
Fingers crossed.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Good to hear from our defending champion, Ryan Cunningham. So hopefully the car should be out for qualifying. Thankfully, the damage doesn't appear to be as serious as some might have thought. So in terms of lap times we can expect here, well, the qualifying lap records for each classes A, B and C, are as follows to give you an idea of what to expect lap time wise. The qualifying lap record for Class A was set last year by Liam Collins, 1:35.806. Class B qualifying lap record, as was Class C, both set in the very first ever race weekend that took place ever in Racing Hondas, right here at Cadwell Park. Philip Wright, who was that year's champion, set a 1:38.169. That's the qualifying lap record for Class B. And Class C was Mervyn Beckett with a 1:41.005. So those are the times they're looking to try and beat. For the lap times that we did get in practice, for what it's worth, it was James Allen, who's one of the two single race entries. They don't score championship points, as will not either Adam Kruger in car 86 in Class B. And James Allen set the fastest time of the 7 cars that managed a proper full flying lap, 1:37.083. Philip Wright, 2023 champion, was second quickest with a 1:39.184. Third fastest was Tommy Knight, number 24, 1:39.339. Then Kevin Talbot in the Honda Integra, run by KC Imports. And he was the fourth fastest, 1:39.625. Will Self, who's one of the drivers to watch for in Class A this year, according to his good self, in the 1991 Watson Gym Equipment sponsored Honda Civic, he was 1:41.344. And then we had one of the Class C cars in the field, which is Matthew Rowling, 1:44.345. And then Oliver Barsby, who's in a slightly upgraded Honda Civic FK2 from 2016. That's the RSR Robotics sponsored Ben Sharp Racing Run car, 1:45.866. All the rest did get one out lap, but didn't actually set a proper time on the board. So fingers crossed we're going to see something a little bit more going forwards. So a suspension failure for Ryan Cunningham was the reason why he went off the road. So thankfully that car has been repaired and hopefully good to go for the session in a moment. And whilst we wait for the Racing Hondas to take to the track, Charlie again has been busy in the paddock, so let's cue her up and see who else she was speaking to out in the paddock in between sessions.
Amazing. So I'm here with Dan and his EP3 behind. Now Dan's a bit of a last minute entry this season, however, still a seasoned professional we've got here. How are you feeling about the season?
Yeah, good. It was a last minute entry, but sometimes that's the best way to do it. Came here yesterday, first time I've driven the car probably since September last year. Actually a one-off round I did in Racing Hondas, and it was nice to be back, nice to be at a track like this, which certainly blows off the cobweb, shall we say.
Absolutely.
And now looking forward to today.
Perfect, right. I'm going to hand this over to you. Happy to walk us through the car?
Yeah, sure.
Fantastic.
There's not too much to know that much about this. It's quite a basic spec EP3, standard engine, with a takeaway airbox and a Miltech exhaust on this one. We've got, for this year, which nicely, with the Racing Hondas Championship, we've got the YSR brakes, which are new to me. I'm used to the standard system on my EP3, so upgrading to these yesterday was quite a nice upgrade, shall we say. It was made a lot of difference. It's basically just got a welding cage and some kind of just yellow speed dampers, and there's not really much else to it, to be honest. It's quite a bolt-on spec, nothing too special, but in an EP3, when you bolt those parts together, it goes pretty well, especially around a nice twisty track like this. We don't quite have the power of the A-Class cars, but around the corners we do all right.
Perfect. That makes definitely one to watch then.
Hopefully. I'll be trying my hardest, I can tell you that much.
Fantastic.
Sure.
No, thank you so much. Good luck.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie, great work as always. You never tell it's her first weekend presenting. Doing a fine job actually to have Charlie on the team as my partner in crime for Racing Hondas this season. Now, as you can see on the stream, and also as you'll see around the circuit here at Cadwell Park, if you're trackside, the Racing Hondas are taken to the track. As you're watching on the stream, head to YouTube, search either Time Attack Organisation or Alpha Live, our broadcast partners either way. Be sure to subscribe to both as well, who are putting in a fine job for this opening race at the weekend of the season. The Racing Hondas are making their way out of the assembly area. As Alexi was referring to in the Time Attack, it's a bit of a unique setup when it comes to the assembly area in the pit lane. There are no pit garages down here at Cadwell Park. There are a few kind of cars parked down here, but it's kind of an impromptu kind of is literally a pit lane, so cars will come in here and use whatever space is available. The assembly area in the paddock is right towards the other side, the top of the circuit, so they have to come out from the top of the circuit. They enter the circuit via the entrance towards the Hall Bends, and they come through the Hall Bends and then up through the final couple of corners at, I should know this being a seasoned commentator, at the hairpin and also barn corner before they charge down the hill. They've all lined up in pit lane first of all, and then they'll be given the green flag to head out for 15 minutes of qualifying to see who will set the first overall and class pole positions of the season for Racing Hondas. Good to hear from Dan Thackeray there for a moment. Experienced Honda racer for a few seasons. He was in contention for the 2023 Miltech Sports Civic Cup Championship, and he was in contention right to the final race of the year when his engine unfortunately expired, and that put him out of the contention to do so, and that really cost him the title, but still a fine performance. Good to see him comparing and racing Hondas. And the great thing is about, if you're watching on the stream, you can see all the cars lined up, and also if you're watching along the spectator banks here, if you can crane your necks over into the pit lane. This is not a grid purely just of the more popular Civic chassis, particularly the EP3s. There's a really good mix of different Civics in here in the mix. You've got the EP3s, but you also have the EG Civics from the early 90s, the mid to late 90s of the EKs. You've also got a couple of FN2s and FK. There's a good mix. There's even the black Fast and Furious inspired, looks like that's an EG sedan in there too. So there's a nice variety, and you also have a handful of Honda Integras, both DC2s and a couple of DC5s in there as well. So plenty of variety, even though Hondas you think of just simply just the Honda Civic, and admittedly the EP3 is one of the most popular cars you'll find in club motorsport and any form of motor racing. It's good to see we have got a nice bit of variety up and down the grid. So green flag around the circuit then, 15 minutes is underway. And we'll start to see the first few times coming in. And really we can see the first few cars making their way up towards the top of the circuit. Just to kind of talk you around a little bit of the Cadwell Park circuit, you sprint up towards the uphill left-hander of Coppist and keep on climbing uphill through the double apex right-hander of Charlie's. Then you make your way onto the undulating sort of Park Straight up towards Park Corner at the top of the circuit. If you're watching on the live stream, you can see the weather coming up now through this never-ending right-hander of Chris Curve. Then the most awesome part of the circuit, which they swing right and left downhill, a sharp, steep drop down through the gooseneck, down towards the bottom of the hill, the lowest point of the circuit, or one of, at Mansfield, and you charge along towards the bottom of what they call the mountain. If you're familiar with either lighter race cars or even bikes around here, you know that you can catch some air here. Not so much in cars, but certainly in bikes. They'll be leaping over the mountain. And some cars, if they're rear-wheel drive, also do get a little bit squirrely over the brakes, over the hill as well, because you're getting so light and the grip's not getting down the back end of the car. Then you come towards another fantastic section. You swing left and right all the way through these curving Hall Bends. If you're watching down there, I can see on the stream there's plenty of people down where the Cadwell Park clubhouse is, where the cafe is, and also right down that section of the circuit. It's a fantastic place to watch these cars wind their way through as they sweep across the line to begin their first few flying laps. We'll see who the pace setters early on are likely to be. It's a tiny bit cooler out there. It's a little bit more overcast than it was this morning when we had the practice session. There going through the shot is car 15. That is Barker, Lewis Barker. And Charlie caught up with him earlier on, and that car's been through 3 engines. It's on its 3rd engine. That car was formerly raced by Jake Hewlett, which has taken a few class poles and class victories along the way. So good to see that it's now been put into the hands of Lewis Barker, who the sponsor or team they run under, which is the Euro Crash Centre squad, but they're run by Ben Sharp Racing. Founded that with his brother Ryan, so certainly trying to put that in good hands. And that car, he debuted in that car on the final rounds of last season at Snetterton in rather wet conditions, so thankfully much drier for his debut here, for his debut of his first full season in the championship. Good to see. Speeding down towards the mountain. First couple of flying laps are going to start to come in now any second, because they're starting to warm up, and we'll see sectors. The one that's lining up the timing screen at the moment is the 2023 champion, Phil Wright, in car 63. He was due to initially move down to Class B, and if he had done that, we could have seen him in a proper grudge match with last year's champion with Ryan Cunningham, who is moving up into Class B this season. We could have seen them go head-to-head in the same class, possibly for overall championship honours, but Phil decided to stick into Class A, and as he heads through, he's setting purple sectors in 1 and 2, makes the sprint towards the line, goes past the 15 of Lewis Barker in the process, and goes second because the fastest time of the session has actually gone to Will Self in the number 34 Civic EG of a 1991 model. That's the car that's been sponsored by Watson Gym Equipment. 1:36.004, and he put in quite a mega final sector that was about 2 seconds quicker. No, not quite. It was about roughly... Yeah, it was much quicker than the final sector for Phil Wright. So it was the sector 3 where Phil lost the time. Will Self currently fastest by about 8.5 tenths, and that's quite a lot in qualifying terms. He's currently fastest. The 24, which is the bright blue EG hatchback Civic of Tommy Knight, is second quickest. Next is Kevin Talbot in car 137. That's the KC Imports Honda Integra. That's the car which is the one that's got a Jordan 191-esque tribute livery to it. In honour, I think it was primarily green. We've had a splash of blue to kind of have a bit of honour for the late great Eddie Jordan. Winding his way over the crest there was Will Self. So Will now making his way set. Another purples in sectors 1 and 2, going even quicker this time as he winds his way through the car, bouncing around over the bumps under braking for the right-hander at the hairpin. He'll squirm his way through barn corner, turn his way out onto the pit straight, punch it across the line. Now what can he do to better 1:36.044? He'll surely dip under 1:36. And indeed he doesn't. No, he missed out. So a poor final sector, pushing a little too hard. But it was purple sectors 1 and 2, so he hasn't improved. Somebody who has improved is Kevin Talbot in car 137 in the Integra. He's gone to second fastest overall. Further back, there's a few more cars coming across the line. We're watching Will Self here trying to power on for another fast lap. We'll see what he can do in sector 1. Whilst that qualifying session goes on, there is Kevin Talbot trying to get past on screen number 4, Spencer Fortag. Spencer running in Class B. And that car, the FN2, being run by Fortag Racing, so it's a self-run silver FN2. And Spencer, third in Class C last season, moving up to Class B. Won his class twice at Snetterton last year, and he has vast experience, including lots of experience. 6 seasons of karting, 7 seasons of Caterham racing, so if you can race a Caterham competitively, you can probably race just about anything. And he's also competed in the Focus Cup and done other long-distance endurance racing in smaller front-wheel drive cars such as Citroen C1 Endurance and the Enduro car series on top of that. Now, 63 Phil Wright's motoring, fastest first sector of anyone so far. So they're starting to light up the timing screens with mainly green sectors, so it's all personal bests mostly across the board, but the ones you want to watch for are the purple sectors. That's the men that are going the fastest out there on track. Coming up towards half distance in the session already. Talbot, personal best sector 1, missed out on some time in sector 2 as Will Self goes across the line, and he was personal best in 1 and 2. Despite not setting a fastest sector at any time in that lap, he has gone fastest into the 134s, 134.947 for Will Self. It's Class A cars first, second and third. Will Self from, well, it was Will Self, but now Phil Wright has come right back at him with a brilliant first sector and personal best in sectors 2 and 3 to put himself on provisional pole in class and overall by 1.5 tenths. So right now on pole position, it's Self in second quickest, Tommy Knight is now third, and then Kevin Talbot in fourth in the Integra. Other class pole sitters at the moment, Dan Thackeray is currently quickest in his EP3, car 29 in Class B, and he's going faster in sector 1, personal best for him. Second quickest at the moment is the number 66, and that is of James Kembry. So James running well in a brand new team to the championship, Honor Motorsport. We'll talk about them a little bit later on. And in third quickest in class now is Ryan Cunningham, so the defending champion moving up to Class B, currently third fastest at the moment. We're looking at Dan Thackeray on screen here if you're watching on my live stream. If you want to watch the live stream, tune into YouTube, search for Time Attack, Cadwell Park, and you'll be able to find my live stream both on the Time Attack YouTube channel and also on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, our broadcast partners for the season. Big thank yous to them, and of course to Lucas Oil for making the live stream coverage possible here in this opening race weekend of the season at Modified Live in Cadwell Park. Dan Thackeray goes across the line, and he has now continued on, still in pole for Class B, but now onto a 136.995 as he turns his way now through the double right-hander of Charlie's. So looking back to Class C, it's pole position for Matthew Rowling in the M&D Racing Civic EP3. He's on class pole 17th overall, 142.078 ahead of the number 37, which is the FN2 of Callum Houchin for Team 24. A few pit callers in the lane at the moment as we're watching Will Self on the stream. We've got number 9 in the pit lane, Sammy Milam, who's quite a prominent karting graduate, so good to see him getting in the mix in racing Hondas. 727's in the pit lane, Jackson White. He's one of a few drivers that have Civic Cup experience. Also in the lane is 224, James Allen, and his Fast and Furious inspired, I think it's an EG or an EK. It's a little SIR sort of like sedan. It's all black like the ones that you found in the Fast and Furious movies. I'm not sure if it's running a spoon engine, but if anyone gets that reference, well done. And also in the pit lane is the 2023 champion and current second man in Class A and overall, Phil Wright. Just having a chat to one of his mechanics. Also in the pit lane is coming one of the FN2s. I think that's the one that's the fixer wheel sponsored car. That is Matthew Houchin. So in the mix, in the lane he comes. And also trying to avoid him there was Ryan Cunningham, also coming across to end his lap. About 5.5 minutes to go. Tommy Knight's motoring on. He's got fastest first and second sectors. He pops his way out of barn corner, charges down the pit straight. What can he do to improve from third overall and in class? Comes across the line. Does a 1:35.512. Better time, doesn't better his position. Here comes Will Self, who's come across, that hasn't improved in sectors 1 and 2 at all, and no, that's a 1:41.097. That's way off his time in that sense. Now, I mentioned at the beginning of the session we had some class lap records. Anything getting near those at all? Let's have a look. Yes, in fact. So we've actually got a new Class A qualifying lap record. Will Self with a 1:34.633. A couple of cars actually dipping underneath that. The previous one before had gone to Liam Collins, 1:35.806, but that's been smashed already by the first 4 cars in the order. The Class B qualifying lap record has also gone now to Dan Thackeray, 1:38, but was a 1:38.1. It's now become a 1:36.9, and I think, are we going to get the full set? No, not quite, because the fastest time in Class C is a 1:41.525, half a second off Mervyn Beckett's qualifying lap record from the very first ever Racing Hondas event that took place here in 2023. So a few more pit callers coming in. Kevin Talbot's in. Also, we've got the number 19 of... I've got to get his name right because he's got quite a long name, and trying to figure it out is slightly tricky. So forgive me if I butcher it, if I get my words out. Luke Crassus Menu in the reg plate King by Geo by Luke of the Civic EP3. Phil Wright now making his way through the Hall bends with Will Self on his tail. I think Phil's more on an outlap, whilst Will Self is pushing on to go a little quicker. There's a handful of personal best sectors coming through here, but no one actually really going to the point where they can try and dethrone Will Self from pole position. And Will Self making his way out of the final corner as Ryan Cunningham exits pit lane. He'll come do so just in front of both Phil Wright and Will Self. And so they're starting to run out of time here. If they want to really put in a quick lap, they're going to get time. Those in the pit lane probably for around about roughly, if they can get out quick enough, maybe one more flyer if they can get in. Otherwise, a couple of drivers might well be satisfied with their efforts. Tommy Knight in the blue EK Civic in Class A is currently at the moment in pit lane. As we watch Will Self make his way through. That's Oliver Barsby. It's gone for a spin up at the top of the hill at the exit of the Gooseneck. That's the location where Ryan Cunningham had that suspension failure in qualifying. In practice earlier on, that brought out the red flag. And also heading out quickly is the 66, one of the Honor Motorsport cars, and also Tommy Knight in car 24. He wants to go out for one final crack at pole position. And one car that hasn't set a time at all is, unfortunately, James Allen's Fast and Furious inspired Civic, car 224. That's been sat in the pit lane, so he hasn't completed 3 laps. Usually you have to complete a minimum of 3 laps to properly qualify. So if that's the case, you might well have to do a couple of laps behind a course car in order to fully qualify for the race. Fastest second sector of the session so far for number 6, which is almost out of nowhere, and that is from the number 6, which is the Liam Collins in the Honda Integra. There is Liam on screen if you're watching on the stream, heading up towards the right-hander of Chris of... should be in the circuit. One's gone blank for a second at the top of the hill. I think it's Park. I will correct myself in a second. Actually, yes, Park Corner. I should know that, but my brain had a bit of sleep for a second. A minute and 42 to go in the session. And still Will Self on provisional and outright pole positions. Phil Wright still second quickest. Tommy Knight third quickest from Liam Collins that we're seeing on screen on stream here. Fifth quickest for Liam Talbot. Kevin Talbot, sorry, and then it's Class B pole to Dan Thackeray, 6th fastest with a 1:36.995. 7th fastest at the moment is car 27, Bob Barron, and that's one of the 2 cars that have come up from Scotland. Good to see. And this is Bob Barron. I was talking to one of his mechanic colleagues who runs the cars. I think his name was Tommy. Forgive me if I've got that wrong. But this is a new team to the championship, all the way from Scotland. Kilted K-Swaps. He's also sharing a team with Fraser McNeil. This is, believe it or not, Bob Barron's first ever race experience. Hasn't done any sprints or hill climbs at all, and he's put the EG Civic into 6th in class and 7th overall. That's a really impressive effort for him to get that done. Oliver Barsby has come back into pit lane after his spin, quickly in and out once again. So he's now exiting in the rather striking looking, touring car-esque looking FK8, I think that is. It's gone out. That car recently debuted, was given a proper shakedown with its upgrades at the opening races of the Fixed Wheel Production Cup race at Alton Park recently, a couple of weeks ago. So that car being readied for the full season. And as Barsby makes his way onto the track again, he's just keeping out of the way of Liam Collins. That's why I'm getting confused between Talbot and Collins between the 2. So Liam Collins then trying to push on a faster lap. Now Phil Wright has done a fastest 2nd sector of the session, comes across the line and goes to stay 2nd, but he has not taken pole. He's missed out by 83 thousandths of a second because Will Self, in one of his final laps of the session, has gone faster again, 1:34.582. And that was with the with personal best 1st and 2nd sectors. 2nd sector wasn't the fastest, but it was quicker than Phil Wright, even though he set his personal best 3rd sector on that last lap, if you're following, that makes sense. No? Good. So 83 thousandths of a second separates the top 2. And then it's Tommy Knight, 3rd fastest from Liam Collins, who's on, I think, his final proper lap. And he's setting personal best speeds through the 1st sector. And Dan Thacker has come across the line, so it looks as though he is on course for Class B pole position. And it's going to be Bob Barron 7th. Again, first event ever in terms of racing competition, 7th fastest in his EG. Very impressive stuff. His teammate, which is Fraser McNeil, has done literally a handful of not-kill races in the mod sports category, but I was talking to his mechanic and said that they're not as busy sometimes in terms of as cars on track, whereas this is proper door-to-door close wheel competition, particularly on a winding circuit like this. Very narrow, overtaking spots are at a premium here at Cadwell Park, so trying to make a move is all too tough. Last couple of cars that have been in pit lane just making their way out to essentially get around and get themselves out of the pit so they can filter back through. Last few cars coming across to take the checkered flag, and there's been no change, I think, in any class pole sitters. Only change, I think, has been possibly Sammy Milam in car number 13. No, it's Sam Lintzner, I think, has gone a bit quicker on his last lap. Few personal best on the last lap. Sam Lintzner in car number 30 in Class B. 4th in Class B now, after he put in a 1:40.203. And a few more personal bests also towards the bottom of the times, also in Class B. I think we've also had, I was about to say that the timing screen suggests that number 15, which is the Lewis Barker Ben Sharp racing car, which is also sponsored by Europa Crash Centre, has stopped. I'll tell you exactly where it is. It's in the top of the pit lane, so not quite stopped on track. It's stopped in somewhere a lot safer. But as the qualifying session comes to an end for the first race of the season for the Racing Hondas Championship 2025, it is going to be a very quick rundown of where we are before I hand into the mix. So it is Will Self who takes the pole position for the first race of the season. He is 83 thousandths of a second ahead of Phil Wright in 2nd place, from Tommy Knight in 3rd, Liam Collins 4th, and Kevin Talbot ensures it's an all Class A top 5. Dan Thackeray takes Class B pole and 6th overall from Bob Barron in his Class A Kilted K-Swaps EG Civic. Rick O'Connell 8th fastest, defending champion on his first outing in Class B. Ryan Cunningham will start 9th ahead of James Alford in his Civic in P10, and it's James Kembry, Sam Linzner and Sammy Milam all in Class B 11th to 13th. Then Fraser McNeil in the 2nd Kilted K-Swap Civic, he will start from 14th in race number 1. 15th fastest for Spencer Fortag in car number 4 in his FN2 Civic, followed by the Trevor McConnell in car number 21. Oliver Barsby, someone who we expected to be a little quicker in that session, way back down in 17th, so possible issues or not getting a clean lap for Oliver, unfortunately. Then Matthew Rowling comes next from Adam Kruger, who's one of our 2 single race entries, as is also James Allen, so they're not scoring points. Then Luke Crassus Menu, Lewis Barker, Harry Greenhill, Jackson White, Duncan Holloway, and Callum Houchin with the 25 cars at set times. The only one that didn't, as we mentioned, is James Allen, car 224. before who was in my lane for quite a while. So fingers crossed if they are able to get that car moved and sorting again. Usually the procedure is if you don't complete all your full 3 laps, then you're able to go back out. I think usually with a course car to complete the laps that you didn't do, because usually in circuit racing you have to complete at least 3 laps in qualifying to be able to start the races. So excellent start for Will Self, and of course we mentioned that's 2 class lap records broken in qualifying as well. There's qualifying lap records and race lap records because they're 2 different kinds of sessions. So a new qualifying lap record for Class A, Will Self sets a 1:34.582, and a new Class B lap record in qualifying for Dan Thackeray, a 1:36.995. Didn't quite get there for Class C because the fastest time for the number 147 of Rowling did a 1:41.525. He was about half a second off the record set by Mervyn Beckett back in 2023. So that's qualifying concluded. We are now going into off-stream some more MSUK Drift Pro action. Then we'll have a bit of a lunch break, and then after the lunch break, we're going to get into the first race of the season, roughly at a roundabout schedule for 2:05, provided there's no delays for anything else that's going out on track. I can see the drift cars going outside of the onto the track. Sadly, that's not streamed, unfortunately, but if you're around the circuit and watching, do enjoy that. They're going to be going through the drift section all the way towards the top of the mountain. And, of course, once we get going, we'll be able to see who has got, ultimately, the fastest Honda in the venue when it comes to racing Hondas. Will Self said he was gunning for a championship charge. He's starting in the best possible way. When he was talking to Carl McKellar for the website, Carl McKellar, championship coordinator, he said he was determined to put himself into a really good position in order to try and gun for the Class A and overall title. But I'm pretty certain that the likes of Phil Wright, 2023 champ, will have something to say about that. Tommy Knight, of course, is in that brilliant blue Civic EK. You've also got in there too Liam Collins and also Kevin Talbot, who will certainly be ones to watch if they can get themselves on their toes and pushing pretty quickly. Class B could be interesting. Dan Thackeray in his first full season in the championship. Former front runner in Civic Cup. Again, proving his chops with a new qualifying lap record in Class B. And certainly hoping to make an impact there. He's a couple of positions up in terms of a bit of time. He's about 2 seconds quicker than the next Class B car, which is Ryan Cunningham in his debut in the Class B after moving up from Class C and winning the class and the overall title as a result of that. And then we have in Class C, you're going to have a battle between the 147 of Matthew Rowling and 37 of Callum Houchin. A bit separating them in terms of the grid, in terms of pace. So potentially we could see a bit of a domination possibly from the 37 car, particularly if he's on the pace from the word go. It's just a reminder, it's 2 15-minute races today. It's an 8-event, 16-round championship in racing Hondas, and it follows a lot of the time attack, pretty much all the time attack events throughout the season. Of course, they're starting here at Cadwell Park, then we'll move on to Donington Park in a few weeks' time on the 26th of May. Then it's Brands Hatch for the first of 2 visits there on the 15th of June. Then it's Snetterton on the old school style 200 layout on the 27th of July. That's then followed by the 25th of August at Alton Park International, another brilliant circuit. A return to Brands Hatch on the 7th of September, and that's followed then by Knock Hill on the 27th of September and the 19th of October to round off the season at Snetterton. Right, that was qualifying for racing Hondas. Before we get to a bit of a break here, before we hand to the drifters on the circuit venue and take a break on the stream, let's head up to Pot Foam and have a chat with Charlie Harmon and our pole sitters and front runners from qualifying for race 1 of the weekend of racing Hondas.
Perfect. We are down here fresh off of qualifying with our Class A pole position. Will, how are you? How was the race?
Very well. Yeah, qualifying was quite good, really. I got quite lucky with 4 or 5 clear-ish laps. Got a bit of a toe round off Phil, which helped a lot. Still struggling to piece together the lap that I know is there, which is probably a second or so faster. But yeah, hopefully get there this afternoon.
Fantastic. And how's the car feeling ready to head into race 1?
Quite good. It felt a bit like the tyres went off sort of halfway through that, so I backed off a bit and then they kind of came back to me and it felt all right again. So I'll have to have a look at that. But yeah, hopefully I can do that sort of lap time for the duration of the race and get the job done.
Fantastic. The lap you've definitely got in the tank. Amazing. Thank you so much. Well, good luck with race 1. Thank you. We are going to now speak to our second place, Phil Wright. If Phil could come over, thank you. So Phil is second in the qualifying here. How was that for you, Phil?
Unexpected.
Okay.
Yeah, it was going well. It's a lot better than we were going yesterday, thankfully. Will followed us for a bit, so I know where we're losing time. Don't think we can do anything about it, but we'll try.
Yeah, so you feel like you can get that car up to scratch ready for the race?
Yeah, they've got a lot lighter car than I have, and through the tight stuff here, it's a struggle, but we'll give it a go. Let's do the best.
No, definitely. Thank you so much. Right, third place. If we could grab Tommy over. So Tommy here is our third place qualifying for the Class A. Tommy, how was the car feeling?
Feels good. There's more time in the car. Yeah, I've got a half a second to get them, but I can feel it in the car.
You can feel it running up there. Yeah. Perfect. And heading into race 1, confident?
Yeah. Just get a good start. It's hard to overtake here, so get a good start and then keep the boys behind me, hopefully.
It's a very tight track, a lot of up and down. Fantastic. Are you confident on the track though?
Yeah. I like this circuit. We went well here yesterday. We won Class B last year, so we've always had good results here, so hopefully we can do that this year.
Fantastic. Confidence, I like it. Amazing. Thank you so much. Perfect. We're now going to head into the Class B qualifiers. So we've got Dan, if Dan could head over. Perfect, Dan. So, pole position in Class B. Fantastic. How was that?
Yeah, very happy with that. I got caught out with a short session, actually. I thought it was a bit longer, so I missed the one lap at the end. But, yeah, car felt good. I love it around here. We're still trying to get to grips with these tyres. It's my first time using them. So, hopefully there's some more to come when we get it dialed in, just how I like it. And hopefully we're mixing it with the Class 8 guys, I see. So I'm going to do my best to hang on to the back of them, and I'm sure Ryan, my teammate, will be right next to me with me.
Amazing. Confident going into race 1?
As much as you can be, I guess. Hopefully I'd make no mistakes and get my head down, and hopefully there's no carnage, lap 1, that kind of thing. If we get through lap 1 unscathed, then we can have a good race.
Fantastic. Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Good luck for the race. And as we've got our second pole position, Ryan Cunningham. Ryan, can pop over. Right, from a smash up in practice to qualifying second, how does that feel?
Yeah, the car's near enough there. Obviously nowhere near as was yesterday because we have to put different parts and stuff on, but dead happy with where we are.
Fantastic. So coming off of the back of practice with the little accident, still confident with the car, happy with how you prepared?
Yeah, we made some changes now, obviously, to try and improve it. Suffering with a bit of understeer, but yeah, I think I'm happy where we are. So
fantastic. Confident going into the race as well.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Definitely.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good luck. Fantastic. Well, that's it for qualifying. Stick around after a little break and we'll be heading into race 1. Fantastic, welcome back. We are down here in Parc Fermé with the Racing Hondas team. I'm here with Jay. How are you feeling?
Average. Oh yeah, all right, not too bad. Don't know what to expect, so.
Okay. Yeah. How was qualifying for you sort of going into the race?
Yeah, we got a good start and then went off a bit, but it was as expected. I kind of guessed we would do our best lap in the first few, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Confident going into race one?
Yeah, 50-50. Ask me after.
No problem. Thank you so much. Good luck with the race.
Cheers.
Perfect. Let's see who else we can grab. Hello. Come over and grab you for a few questions. That's okay. How was qualifying for you?
It was okay. Had a bit of traffic, so I didn't really get a clean lap. And then towards the end, my right bonnet pin gave up, so my bonnet was coming up, which was a bit scary. So got that fixed. Yeah, ready to go. See how we get on.
Amazing. Yeah. How are you feeling heading into race one?
Nervous. Just like everyone probably. Do you know what I mean? It's first race of the season. First race in probably about a year for me. So I mean, just usual nerves. Just want to try and get round turn one, hopefully still in one piece, and then see where we get to at towards the end of the race.
Amazing, fantastic. Well, good luck. Thank you. Perfect. Who else can we find? Hello, guys. We're ready to grab you. Hello. How are you? How was qualifying?
It went all right, I think. Yeah, we kind of, I think we did all right. Yeah.
Amazing stuff. Obviously, heading into race 1 now. Nerves, how are you feeling?
Adrenaline is brown, isn't it?
We'll go with that.
Yeah, that's the way we're feeling.
Fantastic. Car all right?
Yeah, car's going well, to be fair. Yeah, we've had a good session, so yeah, tyres went off a little bit, but we'll push and we're still learning new rubber, so yeah, we'll see how we go.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, good luck. Thank you so much. Hello, can I grab you for a few questions? How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, you?
Good, yeah, fantastic stuff. Obviously, heading up straight up for qualifying into race 1, what are your thoughts with the car?
Well, I actually went in the wall in qualifying, so the tracking's been knocked out a bit and I haven't had a chance to sort it out, so I'm just going to see how it goes in the race.
Amazing stuff. Obviously, tracking-wise, everything like that, car setup, comfortable, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling fairly comfortable. I didn't go as quick in qualifying as what I did on the track day yesterday, but it is what it is. So plenty more time with myself. And yeah, let's see how the first corner plays out.
Absolutely. It's always at the first corner, isn't it? Well, fantastic. Yeah. Good luck. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Perfect. Hello. Can I grab you for a few questions? Fantastic. Right. Car here. How are we feeling setup-wise? Confident going into the first race?
Yeah, I'm ready to go, I reckon. Yeah, ready to go, yeah.
Fantastic. How was qualifying for you?
Yeah, it went quite well, to be fair. You know, it's the first time doing this, so yeah, literally it's my first. Yeah,
oh
first
my goodness,
ever race.
amazing. What made you sort of join? What made you sign up?
Just a passion for 4 wheels, anything with 4 wheels. That's it, I'm active.
And what is it you do in your spare time?
Mechanic, geos, alignments, all of that, so yeah.
So you a fair bit of knowledge then?
Yeah, hopefully it shows. I don't know.
Fantastic. Oh, well, good luck heading into the first race. Hopefully it all pays off. Thank you. Perfect. Got a few drivers in cars. Let's head over here. So this 224 here they built this car in just under 3 weeks. So it was a rolling shell to a track car. Let's see if we can grab him. Hello. Good, how are you? Always. How was qualifying for you?
Disaster. Did 1 lap and snapped a drive shaft coming over the mountain.
Oh no, how is it? How's the car now heading into race 1?
Just fingers crossed, hopefully it works.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
No, that's fantastic stuff. Obviously, car setup, comfortable, confident.
Yeah, if it stops braking, it's so annoying. Been so unlucky this weekend, but hopefully it all pans out now. So
Perfect. Well, good luck. Hopefully it all pans out. Hello. Am I right to just have a few questions? Hello. Are you okay?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Good. How was qualifying?
We're still bending the car in after a winter rebuild, so just getting used to the car, make sure everything's okay. Not as fast as we'd liked, but, you know, we can improve on that.
Yeah. Confident going into race 1?
Well, it's tight round here, but we'll give it our best.
Yeah, it's a very tight track, definitely. Well, good luck. Fantastic. Hopefully it all works out. Right. So we have also got Ryan Cunningham just here as well. Now, he obviously did come off the track in practice, however, favoured very well in qualifying. So it'll be very interesting to see how he turns out in race 1. Perfect. Right, by the looks of it, everyone's in their cars ready to go. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we've got a nice, good, clean race for race 1. Fantastic. Scott, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charlie, and once again, welcome everybody to Racing Hondas for 2025. We're getting all set for the first 15 minutes of racing action of the season after qualifying earlier on, and we'll see who can come out on top, not just overall, but in all three classes competing on this Cadwell Park circuit. Well, good afternoon, everybody who are watching on the stream and also around on the circuit as well. Scott Woodward to guide you through all the action. If you're watching on the stream and also around the circuit, you'll have heard the tones of Charlie Harmon, who was down in pit lane and the assembly area, just chatting to a few of the drivers, see how they got on. Interesting that we heard from James Allen, who said he had another car that had a drive shaft issue, but managed to hopefully get it fixed, and he's saying fingers crossed he can get it to the end and have a good run. He's going to have to do so from the back of the grid. He has been allowed to start because collectively, having done practice and qualifying, he has completed enough laps to be allowed to start at the back of the grid, so watch for him in car 224. And as Charlie said, that car being a rolling chassis just 3 weeks ago up to a fully built race car, and has even been shaken down at places like Spa and the Nürburgring in the hands of Misha Shahrudin. Forgive me if I've butchered that surname, but incredibly popular on YouTube, and takes a lot of high-performance cars around Nordschleife for other people to give them a try for various different builds and specs. So I'm sure he gave that the thumbs up and the seal of approval. He can hopefully give James a few setup tips to get it tweaked and into the optimal range. So the race format then, 2 15-minute races coming up this afternoon, the first of which is happening very shortly as the cars make their way now out of the assembly area, as you'll be able to see on the stream, around behind the Hyundai MSV safety car. They'll bring them around to the grid, and then once they come onto the grid and lined up, they'll get the signals to go ahead on to one formation lap to get some heat into the tyres and brakes, bring the pressures up to optimal range. And once they line themselves back up onto the grid, they'll get the green flag at the back of the grid. The 5-second ball will go up, revs will rise, and then we are underway for 15 minutes and for the 2025 Racing Hondas season. So Scott Woodward here to guide you through all the action, not just this weekend, but this season. Looking forward to it. And it's a fascinating and really excellent grid of wonderfully turned out Hondas in the mix here for this weekend. Just heard a bit of disappointing information from Carl McKellar, the championship coordinator. Phil Wright, 2023 champion, the man that was supposed to be starting on the front row of the grid, allegedly has an alternator problem, which means it might well force him to miss this race. Hopefully they can get it fixed for race 2, but we are going to be -1 car from qualifying, which is Phil Wright, sadly. So he's going to start on the back foot in the championship if he's not able to make it out and has to sit out for race 2. The cars now making their way onto the grid. Just a reminder for those who weren't around for qualifying, there are 3 classes in this championship: Class A, Class B and Class C. So easy to identify. All cars are separated in those classes based on power to weight ratio. Class A has a maximum power to weight ratio cap of 240 brake horsepower if it is naturally aspirated, or 235 brake horsepower if it is supercharged. And then Class B is a maximum of 195 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class C is 176 brake horsepower per tonne. In terms of points, in terms of scoring in the championship, there's already point scorers on the board anyway, because you get points for the top 5 qualifiers in qualifying. So that means that already, technically leading the points already after the first event, after qualifying going into this race 1, is going to be Will Self, who starts on pole position both in Class A and overall in the number 34 bright red Civic EG. And then it will be Philip Wright, who still has 4 points from qualifying. Second place, Tommy Knight will have 3. Liam Collins will have 2, and Kevin Talbot will have 1. It also means that Dan Thackeray will have the Class B points lead with 5, ahead of Ryan Cunningham with 4 points. James Kembry with 3, Sam Linsner with 2, and Sammy Milan with 1. Then we'll also have Matthew Rowling leading Class C from Callum Houchin. Now the point structure for top 10 finishes, you get 15 points for a win, 12 for second, then 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1. You also get a point for setting the fastest race lap as well on top of that. And in terms of the championship totals at the end, it is your best 14 scores. So each driver will drop their 2 worst results, and the driver with the highest final total, regardless of which class they compete in, shall be crowned overall champion. So not only could you have a chance to win, you become class champion, but you could also go ahead and possibly become the overall champion. It's a bit reminiscent of those with longer memories of the older British touring car system before they kind of simplified the class structure, where you used to get 4 classes racing as late as the late 80s. And yes, you'd have the big faster cars at the front in Class A, but you'd a couple even back in 1989 with John Cleland, a little Vauxhall Astra. won the championship in Class D because he won his class so many times consistently that he had enough points to become overall champion. Same here, that's why Ryan Cunningham in Class C, the lowest powered of the three classes with the lowest power to weight ratio cap, won his class enough times so that yes, he wasn't the absolute fastest car in the field, but he did score enough points and win his class enough times to not only become Class C champion, but overall title winner as well on top of that. So the cars are lining up in what is a staggered one-by-one formation because, of course, it is a narrow circuit, a tight and twisty circuit, just getting the last few cars into position. And Will Self, effectively, is on pole position on the front row, virtually all on his own. The one person that might well benefit from that with a clear run towards Coppice is going to be the man starting fourth on the grid, which is the number 6 Honda Integra of Liam Collins. He starts on the second row of the grid, but he has a completely clear piece of road in front of him, whereas Tommy Knight, meanwhile, just in front of him in third on the grid on the second row in the blue Honda Civic EK, he will have pole sitter Will Self alongside him. So the green flag way, which means we're going to get the race underway onto the formation laps. This is their last chance to get some proper heat and pressure into the tyres and the brakes before we get underway for 15 minutes of racing Honda's action. And here is the grid for our first Racing Honda's race of the season. So Will Self then starts on pole position. It would have been Phil Wright alongside him, but that alternating problem means he will have to sit race one out. Tommy Knight then comes next on the second row of the grid alongside Liam Collins in the Honda Integra. Kevin Talbot's DC5 Honda Integra comes next alongside the Class B pole sitter, Dan Thackeray. He will be on row 3. Then it's row 4. An excellent first qualifying for his first ever competitive start for Bob Barron in the Kilted K-Swaps Civic EG. He starts in 7th place on the 4th row alongside Rick O'Connell, who starts 8th. His 1995 Honda Civic in Garage 24. Race in the top 10 sees Ryan Cunningham, the defending champion, moving up to Class B after he won the Class C title and overall last year. He's alongside James Alford on the 5th row of the grid. Row 6, it's an all Class B affair with James Kembry and Sam Linsner. And it's Sammy Milam, who's got a lot of karting experience in the previous for Kinetic Motorsport. He starts alongside Fraser McNeil, also in part of the Kilted K-Swaps squad. Then Spencer Fortag and Trevor McConnell will come next on row 8. Row 9 is where we find Oliver Barsby. He's a bit further back than he'd like to be. That car's been updated and lightened over the winter, but that car was a pretty prominent car when it first came out towards the end of last year. But that car back in 17th, looking to try and make some progress from row 9. He's alongside the Class C pole sitter, which is Matthew Rowling. And then we have row 10, which is Adam Kruger, who's one of 2 drivers who are what we call single race entry, which means that they will not score any points. They're effectively guest drivers in the championship for this weekend. He shares the 10th row alongside Luke Crassus-Menu in his 2005 Reg Plate King by G by Luke car. Lewis Barker, who's on his 3rd engine of the weekend already, will start 21st. Hopefully it goes the distance. He's alongside Harry Greenhill on the 11th row of the grid. Then Jackson White and Duncan Holloway, followed by Callum Houcher and James Allen, who didn't set a time in qualifying, but he has done enough laps in practice and across practice and qualifying to be able to start right at the back of the grid without a time. Expect that Fast and Furious inspired black Honda Civic at the back of the field not to stay where it is in 26th position. So the Racing Honda's Championship, an 8-round event, or 8-meeting event, of course, following the time attack calendar all the way through. We start at Cadwell Park here this weekend. We're off to Donington Park at the end of May, followed by Brands Hatch in the middle of June, then to Snetterton on the old school 200 layout, which is very reminiscent to how Snetterton used to be before the 300 modifications were made. Then we have Alton Park in August, followed by Brands Hatch in September at the beginning of the month. Towards the end of the month, we go across the border to Scotland and to Knock Hill. Then we finish the season right towards the end of October, back at Snetterton on the full 300 circuit. It's going to be an exciting season, which once again has got many thankful partners and people involved. And of course, a big thank you to, of course, Tegia for playing their part. Of course, to Lucas Oil, of course, who are providing all of the ability for us to stream the entire season. A thank you to them as we get set for our first piece of racing action here at Modified Live in Cadwell Park. So Will Self, car number 34, the red Honda Civic EG on the front row of the grid on his own, will look to try and get the clear hole shot towards Coppice for the first time. The 2.187 mile Cadwell Park circuit is about to ring to the sound of Honda engines momentarily as the cars start to form up one by one. They'll stretch all the way up to the top of the hill on the exit of Barn Corner. So the cars towards the back of the field might get a good bit of a leverage as they go downhill to try and get a better start if some of the cars in front of them don't get away from the lights as quickly as they'd like to. So Will Self, pole position. No Phil Wright on the front row, so he gets a clean run towards turn 1. But of course, Tommy Knight and Liam Collins will want to try and push forwards, as will also Liam Talbot in the green DC5 Integra, and also at watch 4, the pole sitter in Class B, Dan Thackeray. So waiting for the green flag at the back of the field. Once we get that, It's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. So green flag at the back, 5-second board. Stand by for action for the first time this year. Round 1 of Racing Hondas 2025 here at Cadwell Park is underway. It's a clean start as predicted on pole from Will Self. It's a good start for Tommy Knight, who slots in to second place in front of Liam Talbot and trying to get away quickly. Also, a great start for Bob Barrow. An incredible launch from what was the fourth row of the grid. He's already got past Dan Thackeray, the Class B pole sitter, and also charging up towards the back of Liam Talbot as they turn in. Talbot has a look up the inside in towards Charlie's to try and steal what would have been 4th place from Liam Collins. There's also side-by-side action further back in the top 10 as they come out of Camp Corner, out of Charlie's, up towards the Camp Straight for the first time and towards Camp Corner. It is side-by-side between 2 of our EG Civics. That's 22 battling away with Fraser McNeil's. 22 in the mid-pack is going to be the Rico Coddle Honda Civic, and they're going wheel-to-wheel over the base of the top 10. They funnel their way through Camp Corner. McNeil takes the outside line and holds on to the place. So 15 minutes on the clock as they turn their way out through the long right-hander of Chris Kerr, but then they'll come to one of the tightest and most technical parts and the scariest parts. And the race leader is off the road, so on the exit of Gooseneck, Will Self put 2 wheels at least onto the grass. On the exit of Gooseneck on the approach to Mansfield, top 4 together. If you're watching around the circuit, they're going to approach you here towards the mountain, and they turn in left and right over the top of the hill. Let's see if they can catch any air, but it's going to be Will Self that leads, Knight in second place, Collins up to 3rd. 4th now is Talbot, and 5th is Bob Barrow. You'd never think that Bob Barron's in his first ever competitive race. He's keeping up with the leaders. This is fantastic stuff to see from Bob, who's come across the border from Scotland with the Kilted K-Swaps team. His teammate Fraser McNeil is somewhere around the order and roughly round about the bottom of the top 10. So out of the barn corner, down the pit straight for the first time, and Will Self leads the first racing lap of the season for Racing Hondas in 2025. Self leads the way then. No, it should be out in second place. The timing screen hasn't come through quite properly because it's showing Kevin Talbot being the leader, but that's not correct. Have to wait and see how that shuffles its way through. Yeah, there's several transponders that aren't fully working, it seems, because there's a few cars that haven't put their timings in quite fully, but it's definitely Will Self who leads the way from Tommy Knight in second place. Then we have Liam Collins and Kevin Talbot. So we'll wait for the timing screen to reassert itself. Yeah, that's Sam Lintzner back battling away with the 66. It's one of the Honor Motorsport cars. That's a new team for the championship. And charging along and trying to pick up a few more places, that's Fraser McNeil, who's battling away with both Rico Coddle and also the charging James Allen. Look at the black Civic, car 224, started at the back of the grid. And once they start to shuffle them through, he's already up to, it looks like, around about the base of the top 10. Now the times are starting to come in on the timing systems. The Self leads the way, as we said. Knight in second, Collins 3rd, Talbot 4th, Barron in 5th. It's still Dan Thackeray that leads the way in Class B as they turn the way out of the gooseneck. Wiggle there for the 66 of James Kembry. So he continues to pursue Sam Lintzner. They're just behind, chasing after car number 1, which is the reigning champion Ryan Cunningham in his first race now in the upgraded Honda Civic into Class B. He just wind their way out of the mountain and through the Hall Bends for the second time. Just skipping over the crest of the mountain. Watching Fraser McNeil on the stream, still under pressure from Colin, who was a little loose on the exit of the mountain. Now he's under threat from James Allen across the road. And Allen at the end of the first lap made it up to 13th place. He's picked off practically half the field in one go. That's some impressive stuff in that sense. Race leaders have come across the lines. We keep on watching the battle further back. And that is still Lintzner versus Kembry. Fraser McNeil under pressure now from Rico Coddle. James Allen watches on. O'Connell trying to line him up now for a move for what would be roughly round about. Back again, base of the top 10. Forgive me, it's difficult to try and trick exactly where people are because I think there's several cars which the transponders aren't fully working. We'll have to try and manually insert them on the timing screen. So Will Self definitely still leads on the road, but of course we'll figure out exactly who is where in terms of positions once the timing screen starts to sort itself out. Close on for second. Liam Collins putting the pressure on through Chris Kerr on Tommy Knight. This is the second place overall and in Class B. So the blue EK Civic under pressure from the DC2 Integra. Wiggle their way through the gooseneck, down the hill towards Mansfield. This is one of the close battles here, but the harder these two fight each other, the easier it's going to be for Will Self to try and make a breakout in front. So either they're going to work together here, or they're going to go into combat. They're out of Mansfield, down towards the complex of the mountain, past the mass of spectators down on the bank there watching. Great to see so many people here at Cadwell Park for the modified live event and watching the Racing Hondas do their thing. Will Self already twitching his way through the Hall Bends. Now it's still second and third. They've broken away a little bit from the green and blue DC5 Integra of Kevin Talbot in fourth position, and he's been kept honest by Bob Barron, who again I'm still quite staggered by the fact that it's his first ever proper competitive race or event of any kind. He hasn't done apparently any sprints or hill climbs or anything like that. Does some track driving, obviously, I'm sure, but in terms of actually racing, it's his first time doing so, and actually doing a very impressive job in the process. So Self still leads. And Knight now feeling a little bit of pressure as they come through Coppice, then to a double right hand of Charlie's. Just looking out the window, also James Kembry's going to go onto the grass. And through all of that in the background, whilst we watch the battle for second place, James Allen's picked off 3 more cars. He's passed O'Connell, McNeil and also Kembry. Now his next target is going to be Sammy Linsner. As we watch here, the scrap for second. Here comes Collins taking a peek to the inside line. Knight's got enough confidence on the racing line to hold on and keep the position. So as they turn in through the park corner right-hander at the top of the straight, there's no room through for Tommy Knight. Through Chris Curve. Watch as the time start to slot their way back in again on the timing screen. We'll see how much of a lead that Self has. It's now 3.1 seconds over Will Self, and Knight a little wide on the exit of Mansfield. This might give another opportunity for Collins to squeeze through as they come down towards the mountain section. Self with a clear gap of 3 or 4 seconds. You can see visibly if you're watching the stream that he's already hopped over the mountain. Only now they're turning to the right hand to go over the crest are both Knight and Collins. Back past the spectators past the clubhouse on the left-hand side at Cadwell Park, which is packed to the rafters. Watching them wind their way through the hall bends. And still Knight's got just about the advantage here as they turn back out through hairpin through Barn Corner. Past goes Will Self to complete another lap. That's 4 laps in the book for Will Self. And he made the statement, didn't he? If you watched and saw any of the pre-season coverage on the website, you saw that Will Self, he was making a bold statement. He was going to go for the title this year. He's certainly going the right way about it, pushing himself in the lead at this leading spot. Okay, forgive us for any the timing table sort of twitching around a bit. It's simply just I think there's a few cars don't have fully working transponders, so they're having to insert them almost manually coming through to make them work. Possible change on for second. Collins is in the toe of Tommy Knight. He's got lining him up for a move here. Now Knight's having to go a little more defensive in the middle of the road to try and put Collins off, and he's not close enough or far enough alongside to make a move up the inside into Park Corner. So he tries again as he looks on the outside, tries to pick his way through inside the Chris Curve. But still no way through. Good defensive driving, but I can't help but feel that the more that Knight starts to really push and defend and keep Collins back, the more time he's hemorrhaging to the leader out in front. This is using the years of Will Self out in front in this race. Quick checking with our other class leaders once they come across the line. It's still going to be, I think, Dan Thackeray who leads Class B. So we're checking with that order once the timing tower fully updates. The second continues on. Just in the background, you saw Kevin Talbot there in the green DC5. He's pulled away a small gap to Bob Barron. The back gap between them the last time by across the line was about half a second, but he's pulled away in this first half of a lap by the looks of it. So Class B leader, it is still Dan Thackeray from Ryan Cunningham in second place, 8th overall, and then third place in class is Sam Linsner, but he's been having that battle with the 66 of Kembry. And then rounding out the top 5 is Spencer Fortag, a number 4 FN2 Honda Civic. And then Class C, it's still Matt Rowling ahead of Callum Houchin. Up the hill, through Coppice, through Charlie's for the 6th time in this race. Still 6.5 minutes to go on the clock. And Tommy Knight just absorbing all of this pressure from Liam Collins. Surely he has to try and line him up for a move. He's hammering on the door saying, come on, either let me through or let me get on with it, because Will Self is escaping up the road. The longer I'm stuck behind you, a lot less time I've got to try and chase after him. You just feel as though that Liam Collins has got a little more pace to unlock, but he's just stuck in the wheel tracks of Tommy Knight, trying to find a way through. But the blue EK Civic is one of the best looking cars in the field, in my personal opinion. Really finely turned out, is refusing to budge. And here, side by side, further back on the cameras, as that battle came off the camera, it's James Allen who is coming past the number 11 of James Alford in his EK Civic, and through he goes to make a move for what is now 7th position. So keeping up, runs wide on the exit. Alford slips back through. This might also give a chance for the B-class car of Ryan Cunningham to get through, and that's a problem for Allen. I think he's pulling off the road. So I think he hesitated on the corner. Something's gone possibly a legacy of what happened in qualifying with the drive shaft, but something is not quite right with the 224 car. It's slowing as it goes through the gooseneck, and he's pulling off to the side. It's still got some kind of drive, but it's not as fast as it was, and now he's going to be under pressure from McNeil, from O'Connell, from Linsner, from Kembry, and from Fortag, and the rest. They're all going to come pouring through, and so sadly it looks as though the rather sick looking and possibly sick sounding EK Civic is in trouble. It is Armaz the window for James Allen, he is unfortunately out of it with 5.5 minutes to go. So sadly, his car is out of the race, and he's going to have to try and pull this off in a sensible position, otherwise it might well be covered yellows, or dare we even suggest a safety car. So hopefully he can keep that car out of the way, but that's a shame for James Allen. He made some great progress in the back of the grid, but just the problems he had from qualifying rearing their ugly head once more. You have to go back to the drawing board and get that fixed again for race number 2. So wait now for the rest of the order to come through. Still 5.3 seconds between Tommy Knight and Liam Collins and Will Self. And Collins is still holding off Collins in 3rd position. Just keeping on this battle here between the 2 EG Civics of Rick O'Connell in the kind of almost purple, the magenta coloured car, if you like, of Rick O'Connell. And you've got that's a sideways moment for O'Connell. He lost the back end as he went only through the exit of Park Corner, off into the barriers it looks like. And fingers crossed he's okay. There is damage to the Class A EG Civic. Fingers crossed he's okay, that's the main concern. But off the road he went, he just lost it, possibly put 2 wheels onto the grass on the exit, lost the back end, and off into the tyre stack there was on the inside of the run out of Park Corner, of Coppice, Charlie's Corner, forgive me. So he's off the road now, I'm afraid. Looking further back, we've got Spencer Fortag battling away with the number 9 of the former karting race, Sammy Milam, with Kinetic Motorsport. That's Dave Bucky's outfit. Out in front, Will Self still leads the way. It still looks like, Knight versus Talbot in front for 2nd and 3rd position. Collins still 4th. Sorry, it's Collins in 3rd position. Talbot 4th. Barron still holding on to 5th place. And it's Thackeray in P6 as we watch still on screen Fortag versus number 9 Kinetic car of Sammy Milam. Back with our scrap for 2nd. And Knight still holding firm, not allowing any millimetre of an opportunity for Collins to get through. He's absorbing this pressure pretty handily. Little clip of the inside white line for Collins, showing how much he's pushing. Again, quick check-in with the classes still. Dan Thackeray leading the way in Class B from Ryan Cunningham in 2nd place, doing well in his first outing in Class B. The defending champion who won Class C last year and the overall title. Sam Lindster in 3rd, and Matthew Rowling still heading Class C ahead of Callum Houchin. Through the mountain section, pulling away a tiny bit on these twistier sections there for Tommy Knight. He's got created a small gap to Collins. He's lost a fraction of time to the blue EK Civic in front of him. They wind their way through the Hall Bends now. Just under 2.5 minutes to go on the clock, so they're going to get, I think, a couple more laps in, because they're lapping at around about the 135s, 136s. Will Self goes across the line. 2 more laps to play here at Cadwell Park in race 1 as the sun starts to beat through. And still going through, and that is Rick O'Connell, who has incredibly got going again. So thankfully first of all, he's okay. The impact it had in the tyres is on the passenger side, but he's actually managed to get to refire the car up, and it's still drivable just, so I think he'll come back into the pit lane, if not into the paddock. But fair play to Rick, after taking a bit of a whack into the tyres, he's managed to refire it and get it going again. You might see as he's pulling off actually on the service road in between the back straight and the left-hander at Mansfield. So good positioning there from Rick, good driving. And thankfully, baseline as he appears to be on the surface okay after the impact. So Will Self then turning his way out through Chris Curve now for the 2nd to last time. And a bit of a moment on the opening lap here at the Gooseneck, but he negotiates it fairly smartly. And Will Self, he made that beeline and that statement that I'm going for the championship this year. Certainly all the preparation he's done, all the declarations he's made, they're all starting to come good. And one has to wonder, of course, if Phil Wright, if he can get his car's alternator fixed, and hopefully that car can be out of the mix. He might have to start from race 2 from the back of the grid, and so if he can pick his way through slightly James Allen style before his car expired, there's a chance he could do that. You can see how much on stream, the way he's throwing the car through the Hall Bends. He's not got this job done just yet. He wants to keep pushing all the way to the checkered flag. He's not satisfied with just keeping an open lead of several seconds. And he knows that he's been aided slightly by the fact that Liam Collins has been staring at the back of Tommy Knight's Civic for this whole 15 minutes. Across the line goes the race leader to start the last lap of race 1 of the season. Still battle for 2nd, his nose to tail. And if Liam Collins wants to get past Tommy Knight, he's running out of time and running out of options and running out of corners. So as Will Self turns his way through, continues into the lead. Still 4th is Kevin Talbot in the green DC5. Bob Barron still 5th in his first circuit race. Good effort from him so far. And it should still be Dan Thackeray in P6 leading Class B from Ryan Cunningham in 7th overall, and then in 10th overall is the third place man in class, Sam Lintzner. But Will Self making a real statement here on this opening race, the opening day of the championship. And what he can do from race number 2, of course there'll be a partially reverse grid, so he'll have to work from wherever he is, possibly from positions 4 to 8 he might be starting. But nice and neat and tidy, uses all the road through Gooseneck down towards Mansfield. This will be a perfect start to the season for Will. Kick of the dust as he uses all the road on the approach to the mountain section. He's got a couple of back markers to negotiate. One is the 19 of Lewis Crassus Menu, and ahead of him I think he's 727, no it might be 77, which is Duncan Holloway in the Honor Motorsport car. But as Will Self winds his way through the Hall Bends for the final time, we shall see him take the checker flag in a moment's time. We'll keep an eye on the battle for second also in the background to see if that's changed at all. But Will Self made the declaration, I'm going for the championship, I'm going to try and do it from day number 1. He's making that true in race number 1. Will Self wins the first race of the season in the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship with a commanding performance. Now for second place, Tommy Knight comes through, but there's several seconds gap between him and Liam Collins. So whatever happened on the last lap of the race has seen Tommy Knight take second, Liam Collins take third. And it almost looks as though I thought for a second Liam Collins was going to pull the car off the road, but third place for Collins with several seconds gap. So whatever happened there between them on the final lap, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe if Charlie's brave enough, she can ask the question of both Tommy and Liam after that one. It's fourth place for Liam Talbot, and a very impressive debut performance, as I mentioned, for Bob Barron. His first ever circuit race to be P5 in class and overall. That's a real solid achievement. Dan Thackeray comes across the line to take the first Class B victory of the season, so congratulations to Dan. It'll be 7th place for James Alford and his EK Civic. 8th place goes to Ryan Cunningham on his Class B debut, the defending champion. So excellent performance from Ryan to take a top 10, and then it'll be Fraser McNeil on his debut in the championship, taking a P9, so a double top 10 for both the Kilted K-Swaps Honda Civics. They'll be happy having made the trip from Scotland. Sam Lintzner takes the final Class B podium finish. And it's the 66 of James Kembry coming across to give a solid 11th place for Honor Motorsport on their debut in the championship. Sammy Milam takes 12th, and Spencer Fortag 13th. Trevor McConnell, Adam Kruger takes 15th place. He's the other single round entry. And a bit of a disappointing run for Oliver Barsby, who I expected to be a little bit higher up, but maybe he's having some troubles or some problems with that number 10 machine, the FK8 Civic. I did anticipate that to be a bit higher up the order, but maybe he's having some teething troubles with 1 or 2 of the upgrades and not quite running as it should be. And a class-winning Class C goes to Matthew Rowling, so the M&D Racing EP3 Civic takes the win in the class, and that's ahead of Callum Houchin, who has also taken the flag also. So plenty of entertainment, plenty of stories, plenty of talking points that hopefully Charlie will be able to get her teeth into for race number 1. But here's the result then. So it's a victory in the first round of the season for Will Self in the Watson Gym Equipment Honda Civic EG. He wins by almost 10 seconds from Tommy Knight in second place, who, whatever happened on the last lap, separated the 2 cars by a few seconds. But Knight takes second, Liam Collins takes third, but it's Kevin Talbot fourth from the KC Imports in DC5 Integra. And Bob Barron, again, we keep saying it, but again, kudos to him on his first ever circuit race, taking a top 5 overall and class finish. Really good effort from Bob. Second 6 goes to the Class B winner, Dan Thackeray from James Alford, and second in Class B, the defending champion Ryan Cunningham. Then Fraser McNeil on his debut in the championship takes 9th, and Sam Lintzner rounds out the Class B podium in 10th. Then it's James Kembry, Sammy Milam, Spencer Fortag, and Trevor McConnell to round up the top 14. They're followed by Adam Kruger in 15th position, 16th for Oliver Barsby. He'll be slightly disappointed with that. Class C winner Matt Rowling takes 17th place overall for Harry Greenhill, Lewis Barker, and Jackson White in the top 20. Then Luke Crassus Menu, Duncan Holloway, Callum Houchin in Class C, and then Rick O'Connell we saw go off into the barriers and then retire on the slip road. James Allen also retiring with mechanical issues midway through the race after he'd been such a good performance, passing more than half the field, having started at the back of the field. So there is going to be a draw, which I think we're going to capture on camera, of the partially reversed grid. We have a representative from Liquimolly who is going to perform that. It'll be Nicole Crawford, Marketing Comms Executive of Lucas Oil, who have to say a big thank you to, of course, for Lucas Oil for making this live stream possible. So thank you to them for all their efforts and allowing us to have Modified live here at Cadwell Park, live streaming all its glory for both the Time Attack sessions and, of course, the Racing Hondas. And be sure to head to the websites and on social media for both Time Attack and, of course, the Racing Hondas, and, of course, Lucas Oil too, for all their support as well. So the cars will be peeling into Park Ferme, and then our intrepid pit lane reporter and presenter Charlie Harmon on her debut weekend, who's doing a fine job I must say, is going to be down there to have a chat to our drivers, I think at least in the overall top 3, if not possibly in class. And once we've done that, we hand the microphone back to Alexi, who will then be getting us set for our next group of sessions for Time Attack. So he'll be going through the Club and Pocket Rocket classes, then the Club and Club Sport classes, and then the Pro classes as well, before we then go to some more awards after that. And then our second Racing Hondas race is set to get underway, scheduled at least, for around about roughly 4:05. I think we're a little bit behind time at this point in time, so I'm certain we'll get that underway once the second lot of Attack 2 sessions are finished for Time Attack coming up very shortly. So plenty of stories to digest. It'll be intriguing to see how the partially reverse grid plays out when that gets drawn. But impressive drive from Will Self. Again, made the declaration that he was going to be on it from round number 1. And he has pretty much made that come true. The big overhanging question will certainly be is how different would that race have been had Phil Wright been able to actually hit the start, because they were only separating qualifying by less than 1/10 of a second on pace, so they would have been very evenly matched. It would have been a very interesting extra element into that race had he been in the mix, but hopefully, fingers crossed, the mechanical issues he's had, they'll get those fixed and he'll start race 2 from the back of the grid. If he can make a James Allen-style charge through the field and actually hope the car lasts the distance this time, then maybe he could be in contention for a strong set of Class A points. Remember that at the end of the season, you have to drop your 2 worst results and keep your best 14 results from the 16 races that you complete that have points on offer. And at the very least, Phil won't be pointless in the championship. He did get 4 points for getting second in class in qualifying. You get points for qualifying in the top 5 in each of your classes. So Will Self would have gone into that race as the championship leader with 5 points. And it's really nice to see, in particular, that the part of some logic could dictate that the more modern cars would be, in theory, or technically a little bit faster because they're newer and possibly more modern, but it's nice to see some of the older chassis actually getting their day in the sun, because Will Self, of course, in that early 90s EG generation Honda Civic is one of the favoured cars in JDM circles. And that car, in terms of its vintage, is 1991. So it's a 1991 Honda Civic taking victory after being very fairly well put together. And then you had the Tommy Knight 1998 Honda Civic EK taking second place. And then third, of course, was Liam Collins with his 1998 Honda Integra. So both the Integra and the Civic, both of the same vintage, being of the late 90s. And good to see them in the mix as well. You could see some variance in Civic generations. It's not one generation dominating the whole way. It's different generations of cars. But also, of course, we've got the DC5 Integra in there as well of Kevin Talbot, the Casey Imports car, which is sporting a bit of blue onto its green livery now that it's paying a bit of homage to the 7-Up Jordan 191, which, of course, was the race car of the late, great Eddie Jordan, who very sadly passed away a few weeks ago. So Kevin paying tribute to him in what is genuinely one of the prettiest F1 cars ever, I'm certain. We're just waiting for the signal to throw over to Charlie and Park Ferme, so we can have a chat to our podium finishers overall and in class. Overall for them in that class. For Class B, it was 6th place overall, 8th overall, and then our Class C winner, their fellow classmate in 23rd. So race 2 will come up shortly. As I mentioned, it will be a partially reverse grid because they will make the draw at the podium backdrop with the Lucas Oil branding. And we'll be sure that shortly, but not before we have our podium interview. So we can now throw over to Park Ferme for the first time in the season with our podium finishers and race winners for race 1 of Racing Hondas. They're up in the Park Ferme with Charlie Harmon.
Fantastic. So we are here fresh off the track for race 1. I'm here with the Class A winner, Will. How was that race for you?
It's quite good fun. It was nice to have a bit of clear track and see what the car would do. Didn't quite do what I thought it might or what I thought I could, but no, it was a good laugh. I had a sort of quite a good start and got a bit of a gap, and then I think the other guys were fighting, and I just sort of reined it in a bit and kept it steady and brought it home.
Fantastic. Obviously, we didn't have second place. Obviously, Phil didn't manage to get out on the track today. Was that good for you, obviously, for the start of the race?
Well, it's good and bad. I think everyone comes here to have a race with someone, so it would have been good to have him alongside me, pushing me around sort of thing. So hopefully in the next race he can get out and we can do exactly that.
Fantastic. Obviously, confident going into race 2 off the back of a win?
Yeah, relatively. I don't fully understand yet the reverse grid setup of race 2, and obviously I don't think you guys have done that before, so I think it'll be quite interesting to see what happens. Try and take it a bit steady and not get it all done on turn 1. Go from there.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations again. Thanks. I am now going to grab Dan over. Dan is the Class B winner. Here comes Dan. Hello. Congratulations. How was that?
Yeah, it was good. Apart from my best effort to throw it off in lap 1, which is quite interesting. I went a bit too hot really on the gooseneck, went down the grass, which is always pretty embarrassing when you're in the lead. But kept in first position. I was hoping to mix it with a couple of the Class A cars, but they're just so much faster. And so it was a bit of a lonely race. So I was just kind of keep it going, keep it to the end, don't make any more mistakes, and then bring it home.
Keep it steady for the win. Perfect. How was the car feeling sort of going round?
Yeah, good. We made some big changes from qualifying. We're still trying to learn the new tyres and stuff that we're running here. That's kind of what I forgot when I went a bit too hell fast on lap 1, hence going off. But yeah, positive changes, and so I'm looking forward to race 2 now, reverse grid.
Amazing stuff. Well, good luck for race 2. Congratulations again. So we're going to grab over Matt now. So Matt is our Class C winner. Matt's come over. Here he is coming over. Hello, Matt.
Hello, how are we doing?
Congratulations, winner. How was that?
Yeah, it was a really good race. I really enjoyed that, thank you.
Fantastic. Obviously, it is only just the 2 of you in Class C, so how was that just for the race 1, the 2 of you?
Yeah, it was really good. I got up there with some of the Class B cars and lost a few positions at the start, but I think that's just sort of power to weight. Tried to hang on the outside into turn 1, it didn't really happen. Tried to pick a few back, and yeah, it's kind of had a race with a couple of Class B boys, so it was good fun.
Car all performing okay? Happy with it?
Yeah, I need to double check. We had an issue with the power steering after quali, so I just want to double check that, so it's still okay. But yeah, car felt good.
Amazing, no, fantastic stuff. Well, congratulations again and good luck for race 2. Thank you. So we are going to try and grab Nicole over just to grab the reverse grid. Nicole, because what we're going to do for the race 2, so they are going to reverse the grid. So Nicole from Lucas Oil is going to grab the number out of the hat quickly. They're just on their way over.
Nicole to draw a number.
Nicole is the lucky lady grabbing the number out of the hat for us.
No looking.
6. Perfect stuff. So that's 6 for the reverse grid. So yeah, fantastic race 1, some fantastic driving. We had 2 of the Class A drivers literally bumper to bumper the entire time. So they've definitely put on a show for us today. That's everything for race 1. Make sure you stay tuned for race 2.
Time Attack 2 now underway. Our second timed session of the day. Warm up, and then as per our new for 2025 format, after warm up in the morning, we have Attack 1, Attack 2, and then Super Attack at the end of the day. So, Attack. Hang on, which one is it? It's Attack 2, yes. Attack 2 now has been getting underway during the Racing Honda Championship podium interviews. And so our drivers now up to speed, nicely warmed up, tires nice and hot and rubbery and gummy, just ready to bite into the road on our new for 2025 control tire, the Yokohama AO 52. Now equipped on all of these cars. Of course, last year was very unique. Oh, I think we had a car off the track just there, the Transit Connect Courier. or something like that. What is that called again? Transit Connect Courier, yes. Oh, I can hear loads of turbo noises coming through the stream, which is great fun. We had some feedback there from our YouTube commenters, YouTube watchers. Can we have a bit more engine noise? So hopefully that's what we've now delivered, and indeed I can hear that much more clearly on my speakers, the same audio as what's coming through on the YouTube. So sounds good. I can see Thomas Mosley in the Mini. The Rover Mini seems to be stopped on track again. So he had a stoppage earlier today in warm-up, and he discussed with Susie he had a suspension component fail, and he was unable to catch a slide as a result, and collected the front. He then collected a tire wall with the front of his car, so to speak, and he put out a call for help on the stream if anyone has a spare that which was broken on his car. So put out a call for some spares, and now I see the car was back out on track, which means hopefully that he did find something. But I can see that he's stopped again, or at least so it seemed for a little while. Let's see, I can't see any yellow or red flags being waved, so perhaps either he's got going or it's not really in harm's way, so that's good to see. Jay Elliott there in the supercharged Honda S2000. There we go, the red flag's been thrown. Presumably for Thomas Mosley's stranded Mini somewhere out there on the circuit. But Jay Elliott here, single round entry in the Clubman Plus class in his supercharged Honda S2000 road car. And we see a lot of this in our Clubman and Clubman Plus classes. Classes which are for very much road biased cars. What you might call a fast road car. In some instances, it's even your daily driver. And we see these cars in the Clubman and Clubman Plus classes. So this is for cars that are, maybe they've got coilovers, maybe they've got, I mean, the brakes are free, the suspension is free provided you use the original mounting points. Brakes are free, induction's free. But that's kind of it. And so the body needs to be a standard looking body, standard engine, you can't open it up, standard dash. So there's not really a great deal that you can do in Clubman, but it's very much for road cars. But meanwhile, let's pivot to Susie in the paddock, who I believe has an interview for us during this red flag.
So we're down here in a paddock with something people might have spotted out on track and just wondered, what the hell is going on? That's a van on track. So Lewis, talk to us about I was going to say the car, but the van.
So it's a work van, obviously. It's a bit unique, it's a bit different, so we decided to try and push the boundaries a little bit. So it's got our Fiesta ST engine in. It's about 290 brake. Thought to test it. You know, full of unique cars here, fits the bill. So yeah, we're back.
The question is, do you use it for work?
It is on the road, taxed, MOT'd, insured, and we do actually carry boxes and parts to suppliers and stuff. So it's a full round tool.
But you do quite a lot of track days with it as well, so...
Yeah, so we're all over the track days. A lot of my customers and everything and friends, and trying to keep up with the Fiestas and other cars, you know, it's tough, but we're getting there slowly. So yeah, I love the track day in the van. It's different.
So why a van then?
Why not a van? That's it. Why not? I have no knowledgeable answer for it. I don't know. It's just, it works-ish.
And how's your day going so far?
All right, we had 2 red flags in the warm-up, which is warm-up, so it's not a problem. But we had a couple of issues, as I've just shown you a minute ago, with ABS issues, so that needs sorting before we go out. But again, brand new tyres, brand new brakes, couple of different tweaks on it, so trying to scrub everything in and get everything working. So yeah, that's it really.
As we noticed, as we were coming back in, you just had a little bit of a look at...
a little bit of an issue with what seems to be the hub So the hub seems like it's loose, or I've snapped it or something, so yeah, that needs sorting.
So that's not very good.
Well, hopefully, that's a big problem, so hopefully we can work some wonders and get a hub on it and get back out there.
So do you know if you've got any spares for
Got a
this?
spare hub, it's the only thing that I've not brought, so it's quite upsetting.
Have you got anyone that you can call in a bit of a pickle?
If there's any local Fiesta specialists out there who know me, please come and drop a near side rear hub off so I can get it sorted. Yeah.
Well, fingers crossed someone comes up trumps for you.
I want to start getting a tour down next, you know, I really want to start pushing it and push the boundaries a little bit, so hopefully we can get it fixed, but it's all part of the fun, I suppose. So yeah, happy days.
Fingers crossed, and yeah, well, it's great to see you back out there as well.
Yeah, brilliant.
Good luck.
Thank you very much, I need it. No problem.
And back to you, Alexi, in commentary.
Incredible. Thank you for that. Lewis seems a very humble and modest chap, because actually this van itself is very interesting. This isn't just a standard van by any stretch, and in fact, this is a Fiesta ST swapped van. 320 horsepower, as well as various tracky goodies, suspension, chassis goodies. So very capable on track. And also, it's funny, during the morning sessions as it was going round, I even said, look, it's stickered up like a parts delivery van. It literally is. It's not only his track machine, it's also a literal parts delivery van. Absolutely incredible. Unfortunately, sidelined for the moment, but perhaps if somebody's watching, luckily, these little Fords are quite commonplace, so perhaps somebody watching might be able to help out with this build, this little fix that needs to happen. I was actually just Googling this van now, and I can see Lewis Hyam actually came up in one of these tracky Facebook groups. So he's definitely there. He exists on the internet. You can find him. So perhaps, by all means, reach out if you have such a spare that he needs. He's there on Facebook. He's there on the entry list. Join the dots, and maybe he will buy that bit off you if it means that he can get back on track today. Meanwhile, red flag there, still on track, and I believe that incident has not yet been cleared. Oh, there we go. In fact, off we go. The green flag now being waved. First car out of the pits is Clive Hopwell in the Volkswagen Golf R, the MMT Performance in that greeny, chameleon-y color. Very catching. And of course, MMT Performance are here today at the track, offering custom remaps. And so if you have one of these newer forced induction cars, especially things like Volkswagens and Ford Fiestas and so on, you can actually get your car remapped right here and leave the show with more power than you arrived with. You could literally do that. So make your way over to, well, to the MMT Performance stand and have a chat with them, and perhaps they may be able to hook you up with a remap. Meanwhile, Jay Elliott in the Abalon Honda S2000, his supercharged road car, and as such, it's in one of these Clubman classes. Rafael Tsatsaris in the Mini Cooper, the number 401 Airfix machine. This makes his way around the circuit there. Let's just take a look. Rafael Tsatsaris' best time at the moment is a 141.5. It's good enough for second in Pocket Rocket Forced Induction. Currently leading that class is the number 185 machine of Gary Papworth. So, as always, these little minis in the Pocket Rocket Forced Induction classes, very, very capable indeed, especially at a track like Cadwell Park, which is so tight, which is so twisty, and it's very much chassis biased. And if you have something short and pointy like one of these minis, they tend to do quite well at a track like this. Now, of course, this is Attack 2, which is the second session where drivers are scoring points based on their lap times. And so let's take a look at where we are so far. Leading clubman is Dan Buckingham in the Honda Civic Type R with a 1:39.2. Very nice lap time here around Cadwell Park, and that's ahead of Clive Hopwell and Annie Thompson. Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated, is led by Mark Roberts in the Renault Sport Clio 172 with a 1:42.0, ahead of Martin Batskovic, Stephen Wilkinson, and Mark Blackburn. In Clubman Plus, it's Jay Elliott in the supercharged Honda S2000, the number 153 car. That's a 1:43.9 there from him. In Pocket Rocket Forced Induction, that class currently led by number 185 Gary Papworth in the Norfolk Mini Cooper S, ahead of Rafael Tataris, then the number 313 machine of Lewis Hyam and Stephen House. In Classic and Retro for the older chassis, Mark Donnelly sets a faster Sector 1 and 2 than anyone else on track right now. Let's just keep an eye on that. Mark Donnelly in the Ford Escort, who we saw spin in the previous session, and the Vauxhall VX220 of Dean Riley having to make some last-minute avoiding maneuvers. So Mark Donnelly in the Classic and Retro Ford Escort leaps to the top of the leaderboards with a 1:35.6, the fastest car on track. Meanwhile, Dan Buckingham is off the track, parked up against a fence somewhere, perhaps not in harm's way, which means that we can keep this session running. We have 3.5 minutes just about remaining in this session. Incredible stuff there from Mark Donnelly in the Donnelly Racing Ford Escort. 1983, this car, and it just goes to show the variety of cars that we have in Time Attack. And what I love the most is that they are all relevant. They are all competitive. It doesn't matter what you have. The rule book is as such that you can still make anything fast. You just need to have the drive, excuse the pun, to do that. Meanwhile, let's take a look at car number 213, the blue and gold Renault Clio of Mark Roberts, JPR Racing. Just at the back of that little cluster of cars, Annie Thompson there in the Lotus Exige as well. Annie Thompson sets a personal best Sector 1, as does Stephen House and Lewis Hyam. Stephen House, in fact, sets a personal best Sectors 1 and 2, as does Jay Elliott. So with 2.5 minutes remaining in this session, our drivers still very much on the limit. Of course, every session counts now in Time Attack, the new for 2025 format, which means that drivers can't really afford to hang around and just put some lap times and put some miles on their freshly built engine. They need to really pretty much attack from the get-go. They have a little bit of warming up in the morning, but that's just now one session, and then Attack 1, Attack 2, and then Super Attack. Our drivers are on it all day. Mark Donnelly remained at the top of the leaderboard. I saw him going a little bit more slowly there. He's on a cool-down lap, and you can tell that because he's got the cool-down light flashing on the back of his car, which means that he will be yielding to drivers who are on a hot lap. Such is the etiquette of hot lap driving here in Time Attack. If you're on a hot lap, you can signal that by having your headlights on, and you have priority, and the cars who are on a cool-down lap with the flashing light on the back of their car should spot you and move out of your way. That's how it works. That's the etiquette. We have 17 cars on track, all of them doing different programs, hot laps, cool down laps, more hot laps, more cool down laps. It's all mixed up. And so we have this etiquette for drivers to signal to each other and make it all work. It's a finely tuned system that's been in place now for 20 years. Of course, tweaks here and there, but this is the 20th year of Time Attack since our very first event in Rockingham in 2005. Of course, Time Attack is an event that is for many people associated with Rockingham. And I remember we were there a few years back, and we did a big photo shoot of all the Time Attack cars on the Rockingham grid, because that's such a historic circuit in the world of UK Time Attack. Sadly, of course, as we know, that circuit now closed or being used privately by YouTube people and so on. Meanwhile, Clive Hopwell in that Volkswagen Golf R. Clive Hopwell of MMT Performance. And you can see actually, especially with the four-wheel drive, the all-wheel drive in this car, how well it moves around. I was actually quite, especially if you're watching on the live feed, you can see up close this car, and it's quite surprising how much it's moving around. It looks surprisingly quite fun. I'm not a big fan personally of this type of platform generally, but this looks really good. I don't know how much of that is Volkswagen's chassis engineers, how much of that is perhaps the mapping, especially when it comes to the gearbox, and even more so the diff. I don't really know, but it looks like great fun. Credit where it's due to Clive Hopwell and MMT Performance for putting together a car that looks like great fun here on track at Cadwell Park. Mark Donnelly ends that session faster than anybody, leads the way in a 1983 Ford Escort, which is what I love to see. It's great to see the older chassis still being used properly, still relevant, still competitive. It's not all about taking the latest and greatest automatic forced induction, all the driver aids, does everything for you car and bringing that to Time Attack. Everything still goes, everything still works, and everything can still be made competitive. Amazing stuff there from Mark Donnelly. Absolutely love to see that. And timing screen's now cleared, waffled on a bit too much. But in just a few moments, our club class Attack 2 will be underway in just a few moments. And there we go. The track is now cleared, as if by magic, and our club cars will be joining the track shortly. Cadwell Park has that funny, unique layout where it's so hilly, which is what we love about Cadwell Park. What that does mean is we don't necessarily have the big flat areas to build a paddock complex. So the paddock and the pit lane at Cadwell Park are divorced. And if you're watching from the Cadwell Park Cafe area, or if you're watching on the live stream, you can see people crossing the track, and you're thinking, hang on, what's going on here? This is Time Attack, not a foot race. Well, actually, these people are crossing from the outside of the circuit to the inside, because the pit lane is on the inside of the circuit, only accessible, so is the commentary box, actually, only accessible by crossing the track on foot when there are no cars, and then you're stuck here. You can't leave or go back to the paddock or anything like that. So the crews, in between each session, the crews come down from up there, cross the track on foot, and then walk their little feet down the hill to the pit lane. So it's one of the unique quirks that makes Cadwell Park so great. Of course, we don't have any permanent garage structures because it's all hilly. It's lovely. It's probably, not probably, without a doubt, my favorite circuit in the UK because of how it is to drive, but also because of its quirks. I love this place. So our drivers are now getting ready to join the track. Once that is open, crews are getting into position. And in the meantime, I think we have Susie in the paddock with another update.
And now I'm just going to have a quick catch up with Alexander Volkov. It's great to see you back again this season.
Yeah, good to see you. Likewise.
Yeah. So you were, I believe, second in Club 4-Wheel Drive last year?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So you had a fantastic season, and you're back for the whole round season this year?
Absolutely. I'm absolutely hooked. You know, we did a lot of work on the car, and then, yeah, do it again. Let's do it again.
So what have you changed over winter?
So engine went for full refresh. Now we're running a turbo kit. It used to be a hybrid before. Completely overbuilt gearbox now as well. Different gear set, drop gears, clutches. Now, well, obviously new aero on the car. New aero on the car as well. All within the limit and legal limit. But yeah, something I needed. GTI is very nose heavy, and I just needed more downforce at the back.
Right.
I know it introduces drag, but we have bigger turbos now to push us through.
So what sort of power are you running now?
Okay, we haven't finished mapping yet. We go as we sort of pre-map on every truck. We take the GTI on. This is how the car likes it. We did a base map, and it was like around 1200. A base map, yeah. So like a bad weather map. And then if we need, we can turn it up anytime. Yeah. From there, it's absolute animal. But honestly, I don't use it. I don't need the power. But you know, Car also does some drag events. So
yeah, I was going to say Cadwell is also, it's a tight, twisty circuit. It's perhaps not really well suited to the GTR.
Absolutely. And also fueling. Let's mention the fueling improvements. We now carry the cell. FIA cell, because I found that carrying 65 liters of stock tanks that sit all on either side on the transmission, the fuel used to drop and flow into, say, left side. The pickup is in the right. So I always had starvation, and I had, because it wasn't a foamed or baffled tanks, 2 tanks, my fuel was floating about. You know, and then especially through gooseneck, it used to disbalance the car a lot. Right. So I was just fighting, and now it's good. It's all foam baffled, and you know the whole car feels good and it's together.
Must still be quite a handful to get around like Hall bends.
Yeah, it's like on tiptoes. yeah, like on tiptoes, like I said, and it does how do you say? This is what causes clutch slip, actually, basically. Right. I need to be careful through whole bends, because that car, this is where car feels heavy. And so if I do get wheel spin, which I do, through the whole bends, trying to carry that speed, that obviously I have to pay for that on the exit towards the straight. Right. Because it gets too much hit and then clutch slip. So. And
you were saying you've done lots of changes, but you hadn't actually done a lot of testing, right?
No, not at all. None at all. No, so we were working till, guys seen the stories, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, daily. The car was built in 2 weeks. I've never built a race car in 2 weeks, never. Well, if customer comes to me and I ask, I'm probably gonna say it's 3 weeks. Because 2 weeks is a bit tight. But no, it's holding together really well. Yeah, once again, happy with the job we did.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to see you back out this season. It's going to be close, right, in Club 4-wheel drive? Absolutely. I like the way the guys are prepared. You know, there was always competition. You know, there's always somebody faster, better than you, and and that's what time attack is all about, isn't it? It's improving yourself over the last season you had. Look, we're already going 2 seconds faster. We're only starting. Oh, that's amazing. Than we did last year, and everybody went a bit faster, thanks to tyre and obviously all the sleepless nights, I guess, No, serious competition, serious drivers, and good atmosphere, Yeah, great paddock as always, isn't it? This is why I love Cadwell, because nature, time attack, events, it's different. Track day is different. Time attack is proper event, it's where everything's happening, you get as many petrol heads as possible here. And it's absolutely, everyone should do it. Yes, they definitely should. Yeah. We're very glad. GTRs on track. We're very glad to see you back. So good luck for the rest of the afternoon. Likewise. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. Back to you, Alexi.
Thanks, Susie. Thanks, Alexander. What an engaged guy. I think this is one of the. I just love how passionate time attack people are, especially, I have to say, the ones who've really been through the ringer and they've built their car and really, worked with that chassis, learned all of its flaws, tried to overcome them, and, they take all the challenges with a smile. Absolutely love to see that. That was a fascinating interview. So much detail in there as well. I was gripped throughout that. And I think especially at the beginning of the season, when there's been that, drivers have had 6 months to really rethink and perhaps redevelop their car. And there's just a whole list of bullet points there from Alexander Volkov in that GTR. And I was thinking, let's take something like a Lotus Elise. And you think, every single thing on this car is, without compromise, made to be a track-oriented machine, as much as a factory road-legal car that you buy from the dealership can be, right? I know I've done lots of Lotus fangirling today. I'm not necessarily a Lotus head, never had one, but, you know, just to use that example. And then you look at a Nissan GTR, which on paper is like they've done everything to not make it perfect on track. And there are so many compromises in terms of, yes, it's heavy, but it has loads of power. Yes, it's hard to put the power down, so now it's got all-wheel drive as well. Yes, it's got all this power and the all-wheel drive and all that, you know, all that stuff. So you think, well, now it's going to perhaps have that tendency towards understeering. So then you think, okay, so now we'll put in a super intelligent diff and all this other stuff, right? So it's a very interesting approach to building a performance car. In terms of, they want a car, Nissan set about to make a car that can take 4 people. It looks kind of cool, it's big, it's comfortable. It doesn't deny itself anything. I think especially the later models, which are quite luxurious inside, you know, they've got everything. And also, it can do all the stuff on track, but because of the power, we're going to put the diff, and because of the diff, we're going to do this, and because of that, it's now heavy, so we're going to put more aero. It's so interesting. And of course, Alexander Volkov, you see a little bit of smoke coming off the back of his car. It looked like it was burning some oil there. But you can just see there, very interesting hearing him talk about the new rear aero because it's front heavy, and so now more downforce on the back, which of course adds more drag. So now we're going to put on a bigger turbo to have more power to overcome that added drag. So now we've got a nicer front rear balance and a little bit more power to help move that down the road. Of course, the gearbox is a very well-known weak point on these GTRs, especially the earlier ones. And Alexander there talking about the new gear set as well. Alexander runs a workshop that, so he mentioned customers there. Alexander builds a lot of these GTRs, and I believe other supercars as well. And so, you know, very, very experienced with that. Very interesting to hear about the fuel starvation issues as well. And now with that fuel cell coming through gooseneck much better than it used to be. And at one point, this was a fully standard car. And, you know, year on year, round on round, you see our drivers chipping away at this, chipping away at that. Let's develop this, let's develop that. I love to see it. And it's pretty unique to Time Attack in terms of you can do all this stuff, and all that happens is, well, maybe you'll get put into a different class, but you can still stay within Time Attack. Love it. So let's take a look at our lap times. Andrew Kime then leads the way in Club two-wheel drive with a 137.6 in the Honda K-Series swapped Saxo, ahead of Luke Capehorn, Mike Butler, Neil Robson, Johnny Fletcher, Stu Summers, David Dyson, David Frost, Richard Smith, Neil Wren, and Philip Naidenov. And Club four-wheel drive now being led by Alexander Volkov in that GTR. Oh, never mind, I spoke too soon. Andy Grady now punches in a purple lap time, faster than anyone so far. And also, I think Andy Grady's car looks to be smoking quite a lot from the back. It looks quite oily. So I do wonder what's going on there. It seems like he's backed off a little bit too, and you can just see how much faster Andrew Kime came flying around there in that Saxo. And I wonder whether Andy Grady's got some issues there. I guess we'll see. And burning oil isn't always necessarily a bad thing. It could be perhaps that you've just overfilled to not have oil starvation issues. Well, what's the solution? Just put more oil in, and then you're not going to get starvation. Sounds strange, but you know, that's a pretty normal approach. So perhaps those little puffs of white smoke aren't necessarily a bad thing. We shall see. But regardless, Andy Grady probably pretty happy as he leads this session on track for a provisional attack 2 win in Club 4-wheel drive. But let's see, we have another 13 minutes remaining in this session. Andrew Keim there in the Honda-powered Citroen Saxo. Looked a little bit wobbly there, but I think that was perhaps the camera angle as he attacked those curbs coming through whole bends, and now downhill he comes. Let's see what kind of lap time Andrew Keim can put in. He put in a personal best sectors 1 and 2. And we have an improvement there, new personal best from Andrew Keim, 1:34.4. Meanwhile, Alexander Volkov goes even faster with a 1:34.1 in that GTR that he was just telling Susie about. Very interesting indeed. And in fact, he mentioned 2 seconds a lap faster than it was last year. And again, this isn't necessarily the track where you would expect that GTR to work especially well, and yet Alexander Volkov is really making it fly around here, currently faster than anybody else on track at this given moment, with 11.5 minutes remaining in this session. Of course, David Dyson, let's take a look at his lap in that white Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. David Dyson previously having campaigned 911 GT3. Now he's back in that Cayman GT4 RS. Mid-engined, of course, as opposed to the 911's very rearward weight balance with the engine over the rear axle. In the Cayman, it's nice and tight between the axles, what's known as mid-engined, of course. And some people, including myself, say that's the better way to balance a car. And you look at things like the Lotus Elise, you look at things like, there we go, Elise again. But, you know, facts are facts. The Elise, the Cayman, the Alpine A110, I believe, has also got the engine right there in that sweet spot. Of course, that means that you compromise on your cabin space, which is why the 911 can be a 2+2, whereas that's impossible in the Cayman. But the trade-off there means that some argue that the Cayman has a nicer, sweeter balance with that engine being right there. Let's see. It would be curious to see what David thinks. Perhaps that's one for Susie to consider. How does the Cayman GT4 compare with the 911 GT3? I think that would be a pretty interesting one. Philip Найденов in the Ford Sierra Cosworth, squirming around as he puts the power down. Through whole bends he goes. Again, it's a very different style of car, very different style of driving. 1991 chassis, of course, since then modernized and refreshed and so on. But you can see how much the car rotates around itself. It's a very different approach to the grip-heavy point and squirt approach to cars that we often see in Time Attack. This is a car and a driver who likes to boogie, who likes to move the car around. Great stuff to see. And again, it's a point on the variety of the cars that we have here at Time Attack. We did just see the 1983 Ford Escort of Mark Donnelly be faster than anything in that previous session, including a Lotus Exige and so on. So you never know what you're going to get with Time Attack. These builds can hide all kinds of secrets and surprises. Neil Wren in the BMW 335i, the Me, Myself and I racing entry, the number 7 machine. You may recall this car from years gone by, now freshly wrapped in purple. I believe Neil did that wrap himself, which is one of the most fiddly jobs in the world of cars. But nonetheless, he persevered with that and wrapped it, and it looks very, very nice indeed. Lots of, I just realized it looks quite M3-ish, doesn't it? With the vented fenders. I think it's got a different bumper as well. It looks quite M3-ish now. And of course, the 335i at some point was being touted as the next Mark IV Supra for the aftermarket in terms of, well, I mean, the Mark V Supra had come out by that point, but you know, they're brand new, they're quite expensive. Whereas the 335i is nice 2+2, straight 6, twin turbo, manual, kind of cheap, And so a lot of people thought, wow, is this going to be the next thing? As it turns out, this platform, so the internet says, I've not owned one, can struggle with temperature management and generally didn't actually become quite the thing people said it might be, at least in the world of track work. And so it's very interesting to see Neil Wren making this particular one work for him. And during the off-season, did lots of bits and bobs developing that car. Has some custom composite aero panels as well, which again, it goes back to that trend that I was discussing. Perhaps most obvious on Ilya Krylov's Haltech RWF Clio. He also laid his hand on Eden Young's Haltech K11 Micra, both of those Haltech machines benefiting from Ilya Krylov's custom composite work, and Neil Wren similarly getting his hands dirty and using trying to use composites to reduce the weight of that car. Very, very interesting stuff. Luke Capehorn in the 420 Vauxhall Astra Mark V. You can just see him creeping into shot in the classic Opel touring car color scheme, the white, yellow, and gray, just hot on the heels of Neil Wren's purple BMW M3 335i. For those of you watching the stream and wondering why am I calling out the cars by color, you can see on the stream what they are. Have I just learned what colors are? And it's a bit like Sesame Street, and I'm talking about the different colors. Not necessarily. It's for people who are watching from the track side, who perhaps, we have a few BMWs and a few Astras and a few, how do you differentiate from them as they're flying around the track? Well, color's a good way of identifying the different cars. Of course, new for this year, we have on the back of each car, we have a big square sticker, which identifies which class that car is in. So CP is Club Pro. Oh, we haven't got there yet. I'm curious, Mike Butler's, they're coming by too quickly. I can't actually see what they say. But you'll see on the rear window-ish area of each car, there's a square colored sticker with 2 letters on. And that's at a glance, you can tell what class that car is in. So another useful little identifier that's new for this year. And that's, of course, in addition to the race number, driver name, and so on. So hopefully making it a bit easier for you to follow your preferred driver. And let's take a look. That's Andy Grady now as he finishes his lap, coming through out of hairpin and into barn now. And down the hill, he will appear behind these trees any minute now. No. Perhaps I've got one eye on the stream and one eye on real life, and I think there's a little bit of a delay. So by the time I looked up from the stream, that car was long gone. David Dyson, that Cayman GT4 sounding really, really good. And let's just take a look. Where is he? 135.6. Stu Summers, meanwhile, in the supercharged Citroen Saxo. Where is he currently? 6th in class, 4.1 seconds adrift of the fastest time in class. 136.6 there for him. And the fastest at the moment, Andrew Kime, 134.5. Actually, I've just taken a look. The gap on the live stream in the top left, that gap is to the fastest overall lap time in the class. It's not by class, it's the gap to the fastest overall lap time in the session. So for example, Andrew Kime, +2, well, he's leading the class, right? It's +2 from the fastest overall car, which is currently Alexander Volkov. So that threw me off just for a second there, and you also might be wondering why that is. That's the gap to the fastest overall time. Johnny Fletcher in the Mark IV Astra GSI. He blasts across the line and begins his next flying lap. His current setting a personal best in the process, a 135.2 there for him. And sounded like someone went pretty quickly just then. In fact, we have quite a few personal bests being punched in as well. Luke Capehorn, 136.2. Stu Summers, 136.5. Mike Butler, 137.3 there from him. Neil Wren sets a new personal best, 141.8. So with 8 minutes remaining in this session, quite a few personal bests now being punched in. Of course, this session does award points. Attack 2 does award points for the drivers. It's a new format for this year. It's going to take a little bit of getting used to, but crucially now, most of the day's sessions do score points for their drivers, depending on how fast of a lap time they can set within their class. Also in the pit lane, I can see currently the car number 180. That's David Frost in the TBOM Racing Honda Civic. I believe that's an FK, which is the 2021 era Civic Type R. This one with quite a cool martini livery. I'm not quite sure. I can't see any work happening to that car, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Stu Summers dips into the pits in that supercharged Saxo. And in fact, that's his tire pressures being checked, which is my favorite subject, as we know. And of course, crucially, when you're setting up the car before track time, the car is stationary, the car is not moving, it's on your driveway, or perhaps it's in the paddock early in the morning, and you're setting up your rebound clicks and your anti-roll bar and your tire pressures and what have you, on the assumption, well, you're assuming how the car is going to behave once it's hot and it's dynamic and it's on track. And of course, when it's hot and it's on track, you can't adjust it on the fly. So you do this stuff while the car is cold, right? And so you set your tire pressures when the tires are cold, on the assumption that as your tires heat up and the warm air expands, this then increases your tire pressure when the car is on track. So you set your tire pressures thinking to be a couple of PSI lower than what you anticipate it's going to be when it's on track. So there's a little bit of guesswork there. And so you select your tire pressure when the car is cold and stationary and accessible, and you assume how it's going to be when it's hot and set it accordingly when it's cold, making that allowance that the pressure is going to go up. And so, as you can tell, there's a little bit of guesswork there. It's not a fully concrete science in some cases. And so that's why you'll see the drivers then nipping back into the pits now that their tires are up to temperature, the air is nice and hot, the air is expanded, and the tire pressure and the tire temperatures are now representative. They're up to track temperatures. Now's the time to just, let's make sure that our tire settings are correct, our tire pressures are correct, and in line with what we thought they were going to be when we set them. Checkered flag has just been thrown. One of my screens has frozen, so that threw me briefly. Checkered flag now thrown, so let's take a look at our Attack 2 results. So fastest car on track was Alexander Volkov in the Nissan GTR with a 132.4, and he leads Andy Grady, Dean Taylor, and that's it in Club 4-wheel drive. And in Club 2-wheel drive, our winner of Attack 2 is Johnny Fletcher from Andrew Kime, from David Dyson, from Richard Smith, Luke Capehorn, Stu Summers, Mike Butler, and then Neil Robson, David Frost, Neil Wren, and Philip Naidenov. So now we do the little walking along the track, across the track switcheroo as the teams and the crews head into the paddock and the pro class crews head from the paddock onto the pit lane. And while that exchange takes place, our pro class drivers will be getting ready to hit the track, and that will happen in just a few moments. All right, so next up we have our Club Pro and Pro Class machinery hitting the track for their Attack 2. Taking a look at the YouTube comments, and of course, thank you to everyone for watching and for getting involved. It's a two-way street, and I'm very interested to hear your thoughts about the cars, the drivers, the track, and so on. Of course, the commentary as well. If you have any feedback, please throw it my way. Try to be nice. So we've had Russ Hampson said that Volkov's time is a new lap record, which is very possible, and a lap record, if it still stands by the end of the day, will score the driver a point. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops. And in the meanwhile, I think we have Susie in the paddock with an update.
So I have caught up with a familiar face, but we've not seen you around for a couple of years, Mr. Darren Spooner. How are you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. I'm very good. It's nice to be back and at a sunny Cadwell Park.
So for people who are not aware, and we've seen this car many times at Time Attack, but for people who are not aware, this Peugeot 205 is not your average Peugeot 205, so please tell us a bit of information about it.
Okay, so I guess all the important bits, we're 840 kilos and between 500 and 600 horsepower. We're running a 1616 valve TU5 J4 engine from the 106 GTI with a whole host of custom trick developmental parts such as manifolds, sequential gearboxes, dry sump systems, tubular manifolds, turbochargers. You name it, we have tried to push the envelope and make this thing as quick as it possibly can be over the past 14 years of doing Time Attack on and off. So, yeah, in a nutshell, that's it, I guess. All the important bits covered.
and obviously this the crazy bodywork as well.
Yeah, so we've obviously, as the car gets faster and faster, the cars are notorious for moving about quite a lot. So, 150, 160 mile an hour, without the aero pack and the wide track, it would get very lively to the point where I really wasn't comfortable at places like Croft with big runoff and big speed. So, yeah, I don't know how many years ago now, 6, we set about creating an aero package to basically be able to use the horsepower, because back then you could only run 330-ish competitively. The rest of the time it would just wheel spin, and it wasn't a quick way to drive the car. Went back a couple of steps then, because I know nothing about aerodynamics, but gradually evolved to where it is today, which is pretty formidable, I think, as far as the four-wheel drive cars go. Nothing really ever challenges it as far as I've come across, and yeah,
how much wider is it now then?
What is it going to be now? About 4.5 inches wider at the front, and just slightly less, 4 inches at the back. Obviously all the front end's doing all the work, so putting the power down, turning the corners, the back wheels really just get dragged along.
So that enables you to run a much wider setup at the front then?
Well, yeah, I mean it does, but the front tyres get cooked really quickly because they're doing all the work, so the back tyres don't really do anything, so they're just getting dragged along. As I was saying before, but like we use the rear wing a hell of a lot to try and stabilise the back, because the back is very lively. But once you do get some heat into it, which takes 2 or 3 laps time, it does settle down and become a really neutral car. So that's just how I like it. I don't like it oversteery or understeery. If it slides, it's going to slide with all 4 wheels, which is really nice. So yeah, I mean it's come a hell of a long way. It's not something that happened overnight, and I enjoy the development side of things, the testing and the prototyping as much as I enjoy the driving, so it's kind of a win-win for me really with the car.
Yeah, you're out in Club Pro, and there's a lot of competition out there this season.
Yeah, there is. Certainly, the class has evolved from when we were in here 2 or 3 years ago, when I think it was 3 of us. Don't know final numbers. We must be 6 or 7, I think. I haven't looked properly yet. So yeah, loads of competition, which is great, because that's what inspires you and drives you on to go faster. No one likes to get beaten, so if someone's beating you, you push that bit harder, don't you? So yeah, it's great. You know, big class. Car feels fantastic already. So really lucky to come back after 2 years, having changed so much, and it be sort of pretty quick straight out the box, but always loads more to come, and with a proper driver even more, I think.
You're very, very modest. And you've had 2 sessions out this morning. How's it been out there?
Yeah, it's good. Had some wandering on power, so put power down, and it's almost like a sort of steering related issue, which I can't really put my finger on at the moment. whether something's flexing and bending and causing the toe to change. That's kind of what it feels like. So we've been at like 40% throttle all day, with just little dabs here and there to try and isolate what it is. We haven't found anything yet, so that's a bit unnerving, certainly at the high speed stuff. But yeah, if you keep the throttle fairly neutral and don't use full power, you can just about muscle it round, but it is hard work. My back's killing me now on my shoulders, but yeah, it's really good, and we're going to tear it down a bit now through lunch break. See if we can see what's wrong, get that fixed. I don't really carry many spares, so we haven't got a lot to do, but if we can just isolate it when we get back to shop for round 2, hopefully that's out of the way, and yeah, when we get back to using full throttle again, it should be pretty awesome. It should be awesome.
So hopefully some more to come then.
Yeah, literally, I'm really rusty. You know, I haven't driven it for a year or so, and Time Attack's a different format to some of the other stuff that I've been doing. You know, it kind of means something as a bit of a veteran of it. You want to come out fighting and show that you've still got it almost. But yeah, we've got plenty more in the tank. Just steady away at round 1.
Brilliant. Well, it's so nice to have you back, and thanks for talking to us.
Okay. All right. See you later. Take care. Bye bye. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, and heading back to you, Alexi, on commentary.
Thanks, Susie. Thanks, Darren. That was another very interesting, very technical interview. And I think the fact that we have these builder drivers in Time Attack, it makes the conversations so fascinating, because there's not only the driving aspect to reflect on, but also the story of their car and how they got to this point, especially early on in the season when all that development happened. We haven't seen Darren for, well, I don't think we've seen him at all last year. Saw him at some other events, but not in Time Attack. And so much has happened in that time. 500 to 600 horsepower from that 106 GTI engine. Interesting there how it's moving around at the moment. So he's only on 40% throttle or thereabouts, which is, of course, you know, you're having to tippy-toe and put your foot perhaps in an unnatural position, and it all starts getting a bit achy and uncomfortable to drive. But you know, the flip side to that is that the behavior of the car itself is then more manageable. Absolutely fascinating stuff. I really, really enjoyed that. Meanwhile, we did have one stricken car getting recovered from the track, which is why this session hasn't yet begun. But from what I understand, that will be happening any moment now. And in fact, indeed, Dan Kelly in the DJK Automotive Caterham 620R is the first out of the queue and onto the track. And then we have Darren Spooner there, who we just listened to in that Spooks Peugeot 205. Luke Senjakovsky behind in the Tegawa Racing Honda NSX. So our drivers now making their way onto the track. As Darren said there, these tires can take 2 to 3 laps to get up to temperature. Of course, for a lot of drivers, this is a new tire. In Time Attack specifically, drivers have had the unusual luxury last year of choosing whatever tire they want. Typically, Time Attack is a control tire championship, and 2024 was a bit of a glitch. But this year, we welcome the new control tire to Time Attack, the Yokohama AO52, which to some drivers will be a new tire. Others might have been already using that, especially last year where there was a free tire choice anyway. Some drivers may already know and love this tire, and to others it may be a new challenge to get to grips with, excuse the pun, at Cadwell Park today. So Darren there saying it takes 2 to 3 laps to switch these tires on, at which point his Spooks Peugeot 205 balances out nicely. Of course, like he said, the rear end of the car very light, which means it can be quite difficult to get that scrubbing and that heat into the rear tires, which of course means that if your front's gripped up and the rear isn't, well then the rear is going to move around even more than before. But he's got the aero, luckily, to help try to push that rear down and warm up the rears with the fronts, and then the car gets nice and balanced Very interesting stuff. Great interview. Really enjoyed that. Thank you, Susie. So there he goes. Darren Spooner now is on your screens. Well, there's a few seconds here or there, but you can give me some leeway with that as he begins his next flying lap. We have 3 hot laps set so far. Luke Senjakovsky, a 137.8. Then we have Darren Spooner, 145.9. Then we have the car number 88, Andrew Barber, 145.9. Dan Kelly, 147.7. Josh Barrett, 149.5. So our drivers now getting up to speed and beginning to punch in some timed laps, some flying laps. And we can see there Luke Senjakovsky flicking his lights on and off. Not entirely sure, but trying something out. You can just see Dan Kelly there in the fluorescent green Caterham, just behind 2 very different cars, and yet all here together on track in Time Attack. And so Luke and Dan there coming up and over the mountain in their very different cars. Of course, Luke's NSX has so much downforce, it's trying to push it into the ground, and many people aim to get air coming up and over the mountain. Easily done, well, I say that, but it's doable on a superbike, and this circuit is very popular with superbike owners. Less feasible in a car, and yet you can see Luke Senjakovsky's aero really pushing him into the ground, compared to just behind him Dan Kelly in the number 29 DJK Automotive Caterham 620R, which relies pretty much purely on mechanical grip, no aero. And if any car would be getting air over the mountain, that would be him, with that mechanical grip, lightweight but still quite fast. Luke Senjakovsky then sets a better Sector 1 than anyone else. Purple Sector 1 there for Luke Senjakovsky in the red Honda NSX. The Tegawa Racing entry. And let's take a look at the remainder of his lap. Personal best Sector 2, fastest ever Sector 1. And now he comes up and over the mountain, through Hall Bends. Does Luke Senjakovsky. Is he on course to set a purple lap time? Currently, Andrew Barber is faster than anyone on track in that Mitsubishi Evo. Let's see what the Tegawa NSX has to offer. And a faster Sector 3 than anybody else. He is now the fastest car on track right now in that K-swapped NSX. Lovingly nicknamed Suki, and you can see that illustration of Suki there on the side of the car. Not entirely sure what the lore there is, but nonetheless, that is the nickname of this car, and most importantly, it is faster than anything else on track right now. Andrew Barber in the number 88 Mitsubishi Evo 9 GT is just over a second adrift. So let's see what we can do with the remaining 13 minutes of this session. Number 27 machine there. Oh, Colin Dorward in the 151 Scottish flag themed Mitsubishi Evo goes faster than anyone else. So 128.6 there from him. Meanwhile, car 224 of Josh Lawton, the HCR Honda Civic EG, which was very, very fast in previous sessions. He also now jumps up to second in the Pro class with a 129.9. Again, age doesn't really make a difference here in Time Attack because the spec is what counts, and the build and the soul that, and perhaps even ambition and and skill that drivers put into their platforms. Really, cars are just platforms here in Time Attack. Age doesn't really come into it. Generation doesn't really come into it. Anything can work. The rule book allows you to modernize and improve and evolve a car of any generation, any segment. We even have a Ford Transit Courier van, and believe it or not, that's not the only van that we've had in Time Attack. And so really, any platform is allowed to be made to work here in Time Attack. That's what I love. Got the flashing lights there on Colin Dorward's car, which is interesting. What's going on there? See, oh, he's switched them off. I'm not too sure what was going on there, but he did set a faster Sector 1 than anybody. So we know he's got even more pace to be found. Meanwhile, car number 224, Josh Lawton in the HCR Honda Civic EG, now again leaps to the top of the leaderboard as he did during earlier sessions. That 1994 chassis, again, very fresh build. That's what counts. These cars are so far removed from their factory dealership counterparts that really it's up to the driver, the builder driver, what they can make of them. Darren Spooner there comes through Hall Benz in that Spooks Peugeot 205. Absent from Time Attack for a little while, but back for 2025. And like he said to Susie, keen to have a real go at the championship. I believe he's around for the whole year. Full season entry in his freshly redeveloped car. Oh, and he comes off the track. Whoa, that was the toe issue that he was talking about. You can see his right wheel suddenly let go and started jiggling around, and that was exactly the toe issue, I think, that he was telling Susie about, has made itself known. What a great capture to have that on camera, because we could really see that happen. That was literally the issue that he was talking about with Susie just now, and it seems to have come to a head there. Fascinating stuff. Of course, that was a little bit out of his hands, so he couldn't choose where to put the car. It ended up where it ended up. When your steering's broken, there's not a great deal you can do about it. And I wonder if that's going to bring out a red flag. I guess time will tell. We've already got flashing, being waved yellows in that sector. Let's see what happens. We have 10 minutes remaining in this session. Fascinating stuff. It really, all these stories coming to life in the world of Time Attack, and that's what I've missed for these 6-7 long months of not. Is that how long it is? Hang on a minute. Now is month 5, isn't it? And we stopped in, I think, October. That's November, December, January. 7 months without Time Attack. That's crazy. But luckily, it's back. And again, we're reliving these stories and writing new ones as we go. Luke Senjakovsky in the Honda NSX, no stranger to writing his own stories either, having all kinds of trials and tribulations with that car in years gone by, taking the very perhaps controversial and ambitious route to go with, of course, the Honda K-Swap into that Honda NSX. And it so far looks like it works wonderfully. Red flag has been thrown for this session. Darren's car stopped in a position where it's a little bit in a tricky spot. And of course, with the speeds that are going on and the fact that these drivers are attacking, even under yellow flag, things can go wrong. So it was, the calculation was that it's not impossible that another car will go off in that same spot and hit a car. Of course, the barriers are designed as such to be energy absorbing and so on, so that's one thing, but the car is a very different question. So if a car is stopped in a position where, you know, that's the calculation that another car might come off there, you're going to need to red flag that session. You can see the recovery truck now, thankfully, already on track, and hopefully that shouldn't be too much of a tricky one to recover. But let's take a look at our lap times in the meantime. So actually we have a new leader in Pro Class. While all of that stuff was happening with Darren Spooner's car, Bradley John, the car number 27, leapt to the top of the leaderboard. You can just see it there flashed by on your screens, the red and blue Mitsubishi Evo. His fastest time, a 1:27.0. And he leads Josh Lawton in that EG Civic, and then Colin Dorward, Josh Barrett, Luke Sanjakovsky, Andrew Barber, and Jimmy Broadbent. Jimmy Broadbent kept a pretty low profile today with that minty MX-5, 700 horsepower, which is a real animal from a bored-out SR20, which again, very unconventional choice. So lots of curious headline-making figures and facts about that car, but so far a low profile there from Jimmy Broadbent. And meanwhile, I believe Susie has an update for us from the paddock.
Okay, so I'm down here having a quick catch-up with Nick Good in your FK8 Civic.
Indeed, how are you?
So I'm very good. How are you?
Excellent. We've again had a really good day here. It's round one. So everybody's come back after the winter hiatus. For us, obviously, it's first time in Time Attack, and also this build is a brand new build. So we've actually built this in a matter of months,
right?
And it's gone from an almost standard FK8, like you would buy from the dealership,
yep.
And now we are pretty much full race car. So new brakes, new suspension, gutted interior, different engine, different gearbox components. We've literally gone to town on it.
Right.
So everything.
The full works.
The full shebang, as they say. The full works. So we've done as much as we can, and we were here yesterday testing out.
Was that your first time out testing, or?
Literally the first time. It was on the dyno on Thursday,
right?
And then our first day sitting in the car at all was yesterday.
And it was slightly different track conditions yesterday as well.
Slightly different. I mean, we had some intermittent rain, didn't we?
Yeah.
So, which, you know, we do have glorious UK weather, you know. So it's lovely, keeps you guessing. But to be honest, as for us, it's a learning curve. Everything is kind of fresh and new. So for that moment, because we're not in sort of, you know, part ferme, or, you know, we're not on session, it's great because we're finding lots out about the car. And for me, lots out about me, because this is such a big step up from what I've kind of drove before. I mean, if you can imagine, I tracked the car all last year, but it was a fairly standard car.
Right.
You know, how it was last year was how a lot of FK8s that you probably see, like a nice sort of street build that you can take onto the track now and again.
So what sort of power are you running now?
So now, we're actually running maximum power is about 500 brake.
Right.
The engine's built pretty sturdily, so the engine itself went over to America, had a lot of work done, so it's been reinforced, built bottom ends, nice flowed heads, fancy new Garrett turbo, G25 660, and then in conjunction with that, we're running Cyvex ECU software and standalone ECU, so it gives us a lot of different options for things like flat foot shifting and all sorts of cool sort of things like that. We've got obviously the cool steering wheel, which you might want to have a look at. So a Zestex steering wheel. So
Racing Honda's queuing up at the moment.
It is very loud, isn't it? But yeah, so Zestex steering wheel, so it gives us lots of functions, so that while we're out there, we can have like rolling anti-lag, and we can change settings on it. We can switch between maps, because obviously here, unlike some of the big tracks like Donington, it's not really horsepower dependent, it's massively dependent on chassis setup, so we can actually reduce the power a bit. So we actually haven't been running 500 today, we've been running probably about 420.
Right. It'll come in handy at Donington.
Well, yeah, I think at Donington, nice big track, open, so we can let her eat then.
Excellent. So, and how's your day going today? Everything going well?
Right, well, no.
Right, let's get into that.
Right, so basically, session one was great. Ran it on sort of the lowest boost setting, kind of getting into feels of it. We're going to make some minor adjustments on chassis. We've got Nitron 3-ways on here, so there's lots to learn about that, because there's lots of technical things, and obviously Nick doesn't know very much about technical things yet, so it's all a big learning curve. So session one, great. Coming into session two, good. We had a bit of a wear on the gearbox, so what we think we've actually done is we bent a gear fork. So the actual fork that helps select the gear that we need to be in, we've actually bent it. So it's a problem that a lot of higher power FK8s have come into sort of contact with at some point, because believe it or not, there's actually not that many of these that are in that kind of higher horsepower, highly developed level. Obviously the company that sponsored me, Dream Automotive, they specialise in the FK platform, and so for us it's more of a fact find. it's not so much, yes, I do want to win and I'd love some trophies, but it's also a massive development thing. So we're really trying to push the platform and find out why people haven't been able to push them. Like, obviously, you know, you see EP3s and lots of the older Civics, and you can do madness and marvelous, you know, but nobody's really had a chance to, you know, develop this platform yet. So that's why we're here. We're looking to push the boundaries and find out new stuff so we can really push the FK, because I believe it's a great platform and I think there's a lot of potential to come out of it.
Brilliant.
But we ran some good numbers. I think we got 37.1,
right.
1 minute 37.1, which was the fastest one that I did, and that was, again, not particularly running at best and running on low boost. So I think there's loads more to come out of the car, and I think we've got some fantastic data from this, like from Cadwell and from the last 2 days. So we're definitely going to be coming back to Donington with an eye opener. I think we're gonna have it dialed in by then, and hopefully some more gearbox components. So.
Well, brilliant. Well, we'll see you back at Donington then.
Indeed. Look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much.
No worries. You take care.
Bye.
Incredible. Another great watch. I've got to say, I'm enjoying this stream so much. A big thank you to Lucas Oil for making this live stream possible. Absolutely such a fascinating watch. Not only hearing from the drivers, but also seeing them and their cars and giving them the time to really talk about the build. Such fascinating stuff. And I'm sure we'll have another opportunity to look at that and listen to that and speak to more people and have more lap times in the super attack. But for now, we have had the checkered flag thrown as that recovery of Darren Spooner's car perhaps needing a bit more time than we have scheduled for. So the session now being green flagged, and soon we will get, well, what is next actually? What is next? So next we have Racing Honda's Championship Race 2 shortly, but we do need a bit of time to clear up this session. But for now, that's it, and we will see you shortly for the Racing Honda's Championship Race 2.
Right, we are back down in Parc Fermé ahead of race 2 for the Racing Hondas Championship. Now, as you see from race 1, we have got behind us Tommy Knight and also Liam Collins in the Class A. So these two had an incredible bumper-to-bumper race the entire time. Tommy did sustain a little bit of damage, so I'm just going to go see if I can grab him to ask some questions. Tommy, I'm going to come in and interrupt your conversation. I'm so sorry. So we've got Tommy here who placed second in race 1 here. Obviously, we did sustain a little bit of damage at the side here. Talk me through.
Little bit of a last lap lunge, but it's racing. It's what we sign up for, I suppose. the car's all right. It's not. It's just cosmetic, so it should be all right.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you sort of batted it back into place a little bit there. We're going to be doing any repair work sort of behind the scenes after today.
Yeah. I can't. You know, the car looks pristine, so I want it looking good again. So yeah, we'll be back repairing it.
Absolutely. Obviously, we're running a reverse grid this time around. How do you feel about that going into race 2?
I don't know. I'm not sure if a lot of this is going to be happening again, or if it's going to be clean racing. But I suppose we'll find out in about 10 minutes.
Absolutely, no, definitely. Well, good luck for race 2. Hopefully, we come out on top. Perfect. Going to head over here and see if we can grab Liam. Hello, Liam. Place 3 in race 1. How are we feeling going into race 2?
Yeah, good. Just wanted to try and keep my nose clean this time, kind of thing. I've found a lot more pace in the car from testing and qualifying. I think there's a bit left in it, but it's just so hard to pass here, you know. You really are relying on somebody being quite polite in front of you.
Absolutely.
I thought Tommy was being a bit too polite, left the door open, tried to fill a space that was always going to close. So no more of that, hopefully.
Obviously, we watched the race. It was bumper to bumper. It was an incredible race, and
yeah,
it really was.
I'm looking forward to seeing it back on the live stream. I think it'll be a good one to watch.
Yeah,
so.
no, definitely. And obviously, going into race 2, we are running the reverse grid this time around. Happy with that?
Happy with that. I think so long as people are mindful of the fact that it's a small amount of track and a large amount of grass, but I think we'll be all right. I don't think anybody's going to be too hot-headed. We'll see how we get on.
Fantastic. Well, good luck with race 2. Amazing. Right, we're going to head over this way now. So we've got the race 1 winner from the Class B in Dan in the 29.
And then the problem is now Aidan drives.
Hello guys. Am I right to grab Dan? Hello. You are our race 1 winner. Dan. Oh, sorry. Dan. Get used to everyone's Dan. Hello. Sorry. Sorry, Dan. We thought you had a haircut between race 1 and now. Fantastic. Obviously, you are a race 1 winner for Class B. How are we feeling going into race 2?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, a lot further back on the grid now, so I'm wondering, getting through at Cadwell is notoriously pretty tricky. So, yeah, it's hard to plan that much because I feel like plans go out the window around here. Hopefully get a good start and get a couple of paces forward and then just try and gently make my way forward if possible. And I mean, I don't know what it's going to be like with some of the Class A cars in front as well, but I think it's going to be an interesting one.
No, definitely. I was like, so with the reverse grid, it is always an interesting race. So feeling confident with that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, as always, you just want to try and stay out of the mess on kind of lap 1, and I think as long as you get through lap 1, you should then just get in rhythm and start trying to make your way forward. But obviously I've got Ryan in front of me, which I don't know how that's going to go because he's fast as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Good race. Yeah, definitely fantastic stuff. Well, good luck for race 2. Amazing. We are going to head over to Ryan. Hello. We're heading into the car. We'll grab you for 2 seconds. Amazing. So obviously second place for last race. How are we feeling going into race 2 with the reverse grid?
Yeah, good. Yeah, be a bit more interesting, I think. So I think it'll be down to the start. Hopefully the boys, we can all keep it clean and tidy.
Absolutely.
And get out the other end.
Yeah, still confident and happy with the car as well, running right?
Yeah, we've happened this morning. We're still trying to teethe issues to get it where we need to be. We're running different bushes and spherical this side, but we've had to use what we can to get it out. So big shout out to Motion.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I'll let you jump in the car. Fantastic. Good luck. Thank you so much. Right, all of the drivers are heading into the car ahead of race 2. Reverse grid, who knows what's going to happen. Let's hope for some clean and good racing. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Charlie. Waiting for action to get back underway for our second Racing Honda's Championship race of the day here at Cadwell Park. And the sun started to grace us with its presence. It's peeking through the clouds. It's been a little bit overcast at points. We ended race 1 with sunshine. There is some cloud around, some ominous-looking darker clouds overhead around the pit straight. And the massive spectator bank, which if you come here on British Superbike weekend, I've seen pictures of, is you can't see a blade of grass on that particular bank. It is absolutely rammed full of people here. Good amount of people still here watching after some of our main sessions that we've had out here this weekend. Our second race coming up does indeed have a slightly partially reversed grid, which means we reverse the top 6 from race 1. And that will mean that 6th place man James Alford will start on the front of the grid. Now, the grid he had in front of me had all the Class A cars together, then Class B and then Class C. But race 1 that we had did have a staggered grid, and everyone was together where they qualified originally in the overall standing. We're just waiting, I think, for a bit of clear up because we have got one of the drift cars that's been out on the circuit just now between the time attack sessions and the start of our Racing Honda's race. Just being recovered on the low loader, so that's happening on there. Quick recap for those who didn't watch race 1. If you want to watch back on the stream, you can scroll back through later on to see what happened in race 1. We were due to have a front row battle between Will Self and Phil Wright, but sadly an alternator, or mechanical issue, I believe it was the alternator, that caused Phil Wright to have to miss race 1. Now fingers crossed he's on the grid for race 2, because it would be great to see if he can pick his way through. Now, if he is, he'll be starting effectively from the back of the grid because he didn't start race 1. So he can pick his way through the order and do something similar to that which James Allen did in race 1, which was he picked up half the field in the first lap alone. And James was on course for a solid top 10 finish before he sadly had a mechanical issue that forced him out of the race around about mid-distance. So coming into this second race, then of course the point scoring started way back in the qualifying session, for those who might have missed any action earlier on, because qualifying does throw up points. You get points for qualifying in the first 5 positions in your class, 5 points for qualifying on pole in class, 4 points for second quickest, then 3, 2, 1, all the way down to 1 point for fifth fastest, and so on and so forth. And then in terms of actual class points that you score per class, it's 15 points for a win in your class in Racing Hondas. It's then 12 for second, 10 for third, 8 for fourth, 6 for fifth, and then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, along with a point for the fastest, setting the fastest lap on top of that too. Just a reminder also that the drivers have to drop their 2 worst scores. Only the best 14 out of 16 scores count in the championship, and not only can you win your class in terms of the championship, if you score enough points within your class, you can also become overall champion. Case in point, Ryan Cunningham, who was Class C last season, has graduated to Class B for 2025. He scored more victories and more points than anyone else, not only in his class, but also anyone else in total in terms of his scoring points respectively within his class. That means he was crowned 2024 Racing Honda's champion. Because a reminder, a little bit similar to those with longer memories, the old school 80s style of BTCC point scoring, so you'd have 4 classes previously, but the actual class champion came in many cases from Class D, way further back, when the faster Class A cars were the ones out there dominating at the front. Just getting some info there from Carl McKellar, the Racing Honda's coordinator. So James Alford, who will start on pole position, it's the top 6 in Class A being reversed, has never started on pole full stop in anything. This will be a brand new experience for him. If you're watching on the live stream, you can see the fleet of Racing Hondas parked up in the assembly area here at Cadwell Park, ready to go. And front and centre at pole position is going to be that car on screen, the number 11 James Alford car. Alongside him on the front row, this should be interesting, we've got Bob Barron, who we talked about earlier on the fact that this was his first ever competitive weekend of competition in a car full stop. Hadn't even done sprints or hill climbs or anything else, and he put in a fantastic qualifying effort in the kilted K-Swaps Civic EG, on the third row of the grid in qualifying, managed to pick up a top 5 finish, and now, thanks to the partially reversed grid, with the top 6 being reversed thanks to the draw that was done after race 1, he now starts on the front row of the grid. This could be a rather fascinating front row, because, of course, you've also got the likes of Will Self and Co behind them, which are going to want to try and pick their way past and up the order where possible. So, of course, in race 1, it was a dominant victory for Will Self. He did as he promised he would do, or what he was hoping to do, which was to charge from the front. We didn't have Phil Wright in the front of that grid because he was hoping to hopefully going to race, and then had an issue which sadly forced him out of contention. And because of that, it then meant that we had to miss out on him being in race number 1. So hopefully if he is out there, we'll see if his Civic EP3 makes the grid. Cars are making their way around onto the circuit. So Kevin Talbot's Integra DC5 making its way through. There's Liam Collins' DC2, Tommy the Knight, who gave Liam plenty of headaches in race number 1. And then the red EG Civic coming around in 6th in order. That is the one. Now, I think, thankfully, I've got some good news. Phil Wright is on the grid. His number 63 Honda Civic EP3 is in the lineup, so thankfully the squad have managed to fix the mechanical issue from race 1. So we get to see what the 2023 Racing Honda's champion can do from the back of at least the Class A group, if not the back of the grid entirely. So making their way around onto the grid here. Of course, they'll form up in staggered 1x1 grid formation, like they do in Formula 1. And then they'll go off on a formation lap to once again put some heat and some pressure into the and temperature into the tyres and brakes to get them up to optimal ranges. And they'll get them up as gridded up as quickly as possible. Now, I think they are going to grid them up in, yes, but the looks of it, in class order. So it's going to be for this second race. We have Class A cars towards the front in the first 5 rows. And then we have all the Class B cars. I think it looks like the top 6 has also been reversed in Class B. So that also gives pole position to Spencer Fortag in Class B, by the look of it. And I'm going to bring the grid up so I can quickly run through who is starting where in a second. So the grid, we're just running through some of the ones to watch for. So yeah, Spencer Fortag on that reverse Class B pole position, and then Callum Houchin has been swapped over to take the Class C pole ahead of Matthew Rowling. So this will be very intriguing, particularly now you've got Dan Thackeray and Ryan Cunningham alongside each other on the 3rd row of the Class B grid. Sammy Milam, who is a young driver who has got quite a bit of karting experience in the past, but now switching into cars and doing so with the Kinetic Motorsport squad, run by Dave Buki, who's got a lot of experience racing Hondas, particularly in Civic Cup. He's also been dabbling into other series, like Audi TTs, for example, recently, but he's staying to his roots with Hondas, and the Kinetic Motorsport squad, one of several teams that are in the mix supporting the championship this year. And so the 1 minute and 30 second board's going up. It's usually, back in the past, it was an initial 30 seconds or 1 minute, but it's these days in motorsport a sort of a token board to 1 minute and 30 seconds, and the cars will set off on their formation lap in the next few seconds. Green flag in the air on top of the gantry, and James Alford, the man on pole position after having drawn on it with a reverse grid draw, will go away for race number 2. So here's the grid then, thanks to the reverse grid draw based on the results of race 1. James Alford starts on pole position for the first time ever in his life. Let's see what he can do from the front row, alongside one of the newcomers, Bob Barron, from the front row for the first time in second place. Then it's Kevin Talbot and Liam Collins on the second row of the grid. Collins will hopefully try and keep himself ahead of Tommy Knight this time, who starts on the 3rd row of the grid, and race 1 winner Will Self back in 6th. Fraser McNeil starts 7th in his EG Civic, in the second of the Kilter K-Swaps cars. Next comes Oliver Barsby in the Honda Civic FK2 with Ben Sharp Racing. Then the last of the Class A cars, Philip Wright, after he missed race 1, he gets redemption in race number 2. Then a rose gap back to the Class B runners, headed up by Spencer Fortag, as their top 6 was also reversed in class. He's alongside Sammy Milam on that row of the grid. Then it's James Kembry and Sam Linsner from Ryan Cunningham, the reigning defending champion, in his first weekend in Class B after graduating from C. Then race 1 winner Dan Thackeray comes next, followed by Trevor McConnell, and that roundabout closes off the first part of the Class B grid. Then followed by Trevor McConnell, you have Adam Kruger, who's one of 2 single race entries this season, so he's not this weekend, not scoring points in that courtesy, being a guest effectively. Then it's Harry Greenhill and Lewis Barker coming next from Jackson White and Luke Crassus-Menu, and Duncan Holloway rounds off the Class B runners. Then Class C, we've swapped them around, so Callum Houchin starts ahead of the race 1 winner Matthew Rowling to round off what is set to be a 24-car grid. There's a couple of non-starters, one of which sadly appears to be James Allen, after he also came off the road. I think the other one we're probably also missing is Rick O'Connell, after he had a bit of excursion exiting the right-hander at Charlie's and went off the road and clipped the tyres. I think he managed to get it going again, but pulled it off towards the end of the race, and that car sadly not able to make it back out again. So once again, on the formation lap, keeping the tyres, temperatures and pressures up to optimal range. The weather conditions are certainly going to help out, being a little brighter out there as well. And of course, as the day's gone on, the circuit will have been getting quicker and quicker, because we've had 3 sets of time attack sessions. We've also had practice and 2 attack 1, attack 2 sessions. Plus also we've had 4 sessions worth of drifting. So plenty of rubber's been laid down. Of course, all the sessions the Racing Honda cars have done too. That means that these cars should be ultimately, the circuit should be at about its fastest now with all the rubber being laid down. Of course, they'll lay even more for when the time attack boys and girls go out for their super attacks at the end of the day to try and figure out who can be top of the times in that respect. And I mentioned it before, but it really is lovely to see, particularly towards the front of the Class A field here, a different variety of generations of Civics and Integras. I mean, it's not a full grid of as great a car as it is, and they're readily available and quite popular. You usually get lots of EP3s in the mix, but you've got EGs, EKs, you've got a couple of newer ones in there as well. You've got FKs and FNs in there in the mix. Plus, you've got DC2 and DC5 generation Integras. Really nice to see a massive variety of mix of cars, particularly in Class A, which are dubbing essentially more like a silhouette/prototype class. This is pretty much the fastest of the fastest Hondas that you'll find in the field, being in the top class. But these cars, certainly, as you can tell from the wings and the splitters and everything else that's on there, that's proven to be much more powerful, much more aerodynamic. These cars are far from standard, I can tell you that now. So the Class A field heads up the grid. Of course, there's a rose gap back to Class B. But James Alford then will have eyes forward to the lighting gantry to watch those red lights go out for the first time ever in his career in pole position. And one of the sensations of the weekend, Bob Barron, what can he do from the front row? Can he even possibly leapfrog James? He was ahead of him in the race earlier on in 5th. If he gets a clean start, he's got a pretty clear run on the outside line towards turn 1. That could be a possibility. But of course, watch for the cars that finished on the podium in race 1 earlier on, of course, which is Liam Collins, Tommy Knight, and race 1 winner Will Self. I do not count out also Phil Wright. He was less than a 10th away from Will Self in qualifying. What can he do? It's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. 5 seconds to go, and race number 2 of Racing Hondas 2025 at Cadwell Park is all set to go. We're lights out and underway. It's a clean start from the first couple of rows. Collins gets a good second phase to start. Alford misses a gear and can't get it going. He's dropped 2, 3, 4 spots already. And Bob Barrow gets through. And Will Self, the race winner, is off into the road. He got onto the grass. Off he goes. Also into the barriers. Tommy Knight, 2 cars off before Coppice. Everyone else just about avoids them. But the 2 of the top cars in the race 1 earlier on off the road already, including race 1 winner Will Self. Off into the barriers at Coppice and off at the road. That's a shame. We never want to see that, but those 2 have had a very premature end to their race. They sadly, at least to Will Self, possibly could be out of it. The leaders, though, charging up the hill. It's now James Alford, who is, I think, in 2nd place, under attack from Phil Wright and also from Fraser McNeil. Up the hill they go towards the right-hander at Park Corner. And the yellow flags are already out. We might be going with the safety cars off the road. Goes Fraser McNeil. He just holds on for the moment in time, and also run back a little bit there was James Alford. Seeing Kevin Talbot turning his way through, and red flag has been called, so race immediately has been stopped. So we'll have to go for a restart. It did look as though, from what I saw going down the pit straight, that Will Self tried to squeeze himself onto the grass and just cars ended up going for the same piece of tarmac at the same time, and unfortunately the end result was both Self and what looked like Tommy Knight also getting involved in that. Obviously the main concern of all of them is that, fingers crossed, both drivers are okay. And unfortunately, what was set to be quite an exciting start to the race is let's see a couple of drivers get a little too overexcited, shall we say, unfortunately, and that's the end result. So what will happen here is that the cars will come back around onto the grid. Now, as they've completed less than 2 laps, they'll go back into original grid positions. That means that James Alford gets a bit of redemption because his car was sluggish off the start in the 2nd phase. He got a good initial jump and then seemed to just fish around for gears and try to find something, some kind of drive, and that's what seemed to kind of group everyone together as a result of that. But at least James Alford will now get a bit of redemption to try and get a better 2nd start this time around. And if he can manage it, then maybe he can possibly hold the lead much better. But one person who's slightly gutted about that is going to be Bob Barron, because he had got a great start to pick his way into the lead and to be leading his 2nd ever race. That's something you never forget. So on to the grid they will come back around at the top of the circuit. Then they'll start to re-grid them in original order. And now a chance for everyone else to just take a breather and just to reset and go again once more once they have recovered and sorted out the 2 cars that went off. We're going to get a replay of what happened at the start, so we'll try and at least show you visibly what appeared to happen from that. Let's take a look at that and see how that worked with our Lucas Oil replay. So James Alford gets a decent initial start, but then from the 2nd phase, it looks like he misses a gear or something, doesn't get away clean. He drops back. As they all move around, it looks as though you see there, it's without going into too much analysis, just the 3 cars going into one doesn't really work. Knight hits the barrier on the inside. Sov goes spinning across. He hits one barrier on the side on the left, then again on the right and pings across, then ends up on the grass on the outside at Coppice. But it looked as though simply that it was James Orford trying to find a gear somewhere or trying to find some drive. Both Knight and Will Self tried to go either side of them and completely caught him off guard, and then you saw the end result as a consequence of that. And so the marshals now are going to very quickly grid everyone up back in that original order. The circuit response vehicle going out there purely as a precaution, just to make sure that everything is A-OK. But it's kind of a tale of 2 races for Will Self. He was dominant and putting on a fantastic display in race 1 to take the victory, as he promised he would. He said he was going to go for a championship charge, but it's taken something of a nosedive in race number 2 before barely even getting to turn 1, which is very unfortunate. But unfortunately, he'll have to watch the rest of this race from the sidelines when it gets back underway. So what does this mean in terms of anyone else in the race? Well, we don't know what the status of Tommy Knight is yet. His car doesn't appear to have come back around. I'm looking out of the commentary box window, and I can't see it at the end of the queue, at the back of the queue of cars that have parked on the exit of Barn Corner. So it looks like, unfortunately, his car has not gone any further after that, because his car also went into the inside barrier on the approach towards Coppice. Now the marshals are now moving cars into position. So Bob Barron will take his place back on what will be I think de facto pole position, because if James Orford is in there, and he did slow up a little bit halfway around the opening lap before they threw the red flags. So whether or not he was caught up in anything, or he possibly got grazed by either Will Self or Tommy Knight in the approach towards Coppice Corner, his car didn't appear to be in the queue either. There's 1 or 2 that also have got to be a little further around the circuit. So Bob Barron has been manoeuvred back into position. Now also so has Kevin Talbot. We also have Liam Collins, but there are gaps in there, of course, where we are missing cars that have been there before. They have successfully regridded Phil Wright. They're also in the process of regridding Ollie Barsby, and on top of that, Fraser McNeil. So the gaps that we'll have are the cars that should have been starting, it looks like, at least on pole, but also the entire 3rd row will be absent also, unfortunately. So we're going to take a short moment's break here whilst we reset for the second attempt at getting race 2 of Racing Honda's 2025 here at Cadwell Park at Modified Live underway. So for those watching on the stream, we're going to take a short break to thank some of our sponsors and come back once we are ready to get things back underway. Stay tuned. Welcome back to those watching on the stream and also around the circuit. Very short break whilst we got things a bit more in place for our restart for the Racing Hondas Championship race number 2 here at Modified Live at Cadwell Park. And just a quick thanks to our the people that made this stream possible, people at Lucas Oil. We saw an advert there for them, so thank you to them. And of course, to all the sponsors for the Racing Hondas Championship as well. And of course, we couldn't do it without them also. And they will certainly be playing their key parts to do so. So a big thank you not only to Lucas Oil, but to Yokohama, to Tegiwa, to Exedi Racing Clutch, Motegi Racing, YSR, Kemp Models, Schroth Racing and Clear Freight as well for all their support for the championship. There is Tommy Knight's car that's on the back of the recovery low loader. So that car looks though he did go nose first into the barrier on the left-hand side. It was going 3 abreast level with Alford in the middle and Will Self with 2 wheels on the grass on the left-hand side. So that car is going to be back through once again. And shame to see, because Tommy had been one of the stars of race number 1, being such a quick peddler. He was holding back Liam Collins for just about the entire race, and there was a little bit of a gap towards the end for them, right at the end of the race, but between them have done quite a good job. But Tommy, who has previously raced in the Civic Cup, one of a few drivers that's raced there, and did race in EP3 last year in 2024, but he's one of those drivers that's also brought in a different variety of Honda Civic. Again, as I mentioned, it could have been very easy that a lot of drivers could have brought along an EP3. It's one of the more readily available cars in terms of parts, but it's nice to see some different variation in models that you have here. Like I said, EGs, EKs, the newer cars as well on top of that, and even just not the same model of Integra all the time. It's DC2s and DC5s, which is nice to see. A nice blend of cars, and fingers crossed we'll see some different models in the mix. I'd like to see a CRX or an S2000 or even an NSX thrown in here, or different models in there too. Honda Jazz, they've been known for being pretty prominent over in Japan. I've seen 1 or 2 spoon-tuned ones before. It's usually a bit of a humorous car you might find in Gran Turismo somewhere, but they exist, and they're can be pretty prominent race cars when they get tuned by the right factory. But just talking about Tommy Knight, he of course has done plenty, and he has also raced for he's done quite a bit in previous years. He's got a lot of front-wheel drive experience, raced in the likes of VW Cup and also in Brit Car and a Ginetta rear-wheel drive, so lots of front-wheel drive, and been racing for quite a long time actually. Good to see Tommy on the grid, and to bringing a car of that ilk. Hopefully he'll be patched up and ready to go once again for the next rounds in a few weeks' time at Donington Park. And as for Will Self, new to the championship, but built this EG9 for it, and he spent previous years racing with another quite a prominent retro hot hatch, a Peugeot 205 back at Castle Combe. Has a little bit of racing with 750, and he came into the season with the aim to be champion in his first attempt, and he certainly set the benchmark initially with that superb performance at the front of the field. But unfortunately, his bid to try and make it 2 from 2 didn't get really any further than Coppice Corner. So sadly, his race weekend has come to a rather early halt, which is not anyone likes to see. But nonetheless, hopefully that car will be back to fighting fitness when we get racing underway in a few weeks' time. We go to Donington for our second event of the year. So as you mentioned, just for those who are possibly just joining or possibly around the circuit and just get themselves into position, under red flag conditions after an incident at the first corner, on the run to the first corner in race 2, and it was coming together which involved Tommy Knight and Will Self, second and winner respectively in the first race. And Tommy's car has been recovered. Will Self's car, I think, is probably in the process of being recovered. And then once we're underway once again, we shall be all sorted and good to go once more. I'd love to be have a penny for Bob Barron's thoughts, because as I mentioned, coming this weekend, had never ever raced at all before, anything competitive, no sprints, no hill climbs, anything on that side. And now he finds himself effectively now on de facto pole position for his second ever car race. And he was on the front row anyway, thanks to the partially reversed grid draw, which reversed the top 6 results from race 1 for all 3 classes. And now finds himself with quite a clear bit of track on the left-hand side, but likewise also so is Liam Talbot. Liam, who's sporting the Integra DC5, he has quite a clear run down towards turn 1. If he can get a good start and put himself alongside, there's every chance he could definitely make that work. They did have quite a decent kind of on and off battle in race number 1, and now the fact that it is Barron with the track position, it's going to be key to see if he can get away cleanly. There's also quite a gap where we would have had now that sort of Rose gap is where Tommy Knight and Will Self would have been if they were taking the restart, but that now gives an opportunity for the other of the kilted K-Swaps cars, which is Fraser McNeil, which is, you want to spot which one it is the bright yellow machine that's essentially now fourth on the grid, if you like. It's a chance for him to get a nice clean run. So a couple of cars will get a good drag race here as the green flag goes once again. So now that the instant upper coppice has been cleared, we are now on another warm-up lap, and so once again the sequence starts once more. Off they go, they lay a bit of rubber down, they start to weave from side to side, get some heat and pressure into the brakes, the temperature into the tyres, get them into those optimal ranges, get the brakes nice and grippy, the tyres nice and sticky, get them all ready to go, so that then when they can get off the line, it will be key to do so. So let's remind you then of what the grid was going to be then for race number 2. Again, of course, we're missing a few cars after that incident. So it will be James Orford. Well, James Orford would have started on pole, but he's now absent, which means Bob Barron is effectively de facto pole sitter for race number 2. And he will now have, just behind him on the second row of the grid, technically alongside him, is Kevin Talbot in the green and blue Jordan 191 inspired livery of the Integra DC5. Then it's Liam Collins who'll start now what was now technically fourth on the grid. Nobody on row 3 because Tommy Knight and Will Self will not take the restart. So we go back to row 4 in the Class A cars where we find Fraser McNeil and Oliver Barsby, and then Philip Wright, 2023 Racing Hondas champion, won the first ever Racer Racing Hondas, which took place here at Cadwell Park, and was fastest in every single session also, so he knows his place at the back of his hand. And he was planning to go into Class B, as we talked about earlier on, but there is Phil. Decided he wanted to stick in Class A, but if he had gone to Class B, we could have seen a bit of a grudge match between him and the current defending Racing Hondas champion, Ryan Cullingham, who certainly had some dramas in qualifying in practice this morning when he had a suspension failure, went off the road on the exit of the Gooseneck and down the hill towards Mansfield, got the car fixed, got it qualified well. He was able to pick himself up into second place in Class B, which was quite a good effort for the Class C champion in his first race in the higher up class. That's the Class A group. Then we have a Rose gap for this race, and then we go back to Spencer Fortag, who starts once again on the Class B pole position in his FN2 Civic. He's alongside Sammy Milan in car number 9. Then we have James Kembury and Samuel Linsner on the second row of Class B, followed by Ryan Cullingham and raceman winner Dan Thackeray. Trevor McConnell and Adam Kruger, who is a single race entry, so doesn't score points. They're back on the fourth row of the class, followed by Harry Greenhill and Lewis Barker. Jackson White, Luke Crassus-Menu and Duncan Holloway round out the Class B contenders. And there's even been a switch around for Class C, so Callum Houchin will start ahead of Matthew Rowling, who won race 1 in Class C earlier on this afternoon. So the bright sunshine is now giving way to, there's some little peaks of blue cloud around, as you can possibly see, but there's now a lot more grey. So still a little bit warm and humid, but the overcast clouds might possibly cool temperatures a tiny bit around the circuit here. And the race distance hasn't been reduced either, so we're going to get the full 15-minute restart here. And so I think Bob Brown's got to be very careful here, because of course he's got to be put into exactly the right position, because he'll start technically in what's still the front row of the grid, but with no one around him, in the sense of no James Orford alongside, means that he now gets the chance to potentially have a few moments of glory. He did get a good when the James Orford Civic did kind of fish around for gears and didn't quite get as much drive as he wanted in the second phase of the start. Barron took full advantage and shot past to take the lead, and he was leading on the road before the red flag came out. So the Class A cars are now all in position. Class B and C cars just perching up at the back of the grid. So watch for the marshal at the rear of the field in orange, who will fly the green flag. And then the 5-second ball will go up and we will get going once again. So as we say, it's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. It's about to now. So race 2, take 2 for Racing Hondas 2025 is go. And it's a strong start initially again for Barron, but a better second phase of start does try to pull Kevin Talbot alongside in the Integra, but he slots in for second place, and it will be Bob Barron who'll lead the way in towards Coppice for the first time. It's Liam Collins in third place. Up to fourth has gone Fraser McNeil, and straight away into fifth has now gone Philip Wright after he started trying to get back around the Oliver Barsby Civic. Some Class C battles going on. Trevor McConnell tailing Sam Lisner as they come through. The two right-handers of Charlie's. Now it's a side-by-side duel as Fraser McNeil tries to come back. Phil Wright up the hill. But the 2023 champion, plenty of poke in that EP3, and there he goes. Meanwhile, for the lead, Kevin Talbot has a look up the inside into Park Corner, but it's not far enough alongside under brakes to make that stick. We see the rest of the Class B leaders pour their way through. Already Spencer Fortag has lost the Class B lead. I think that's now gone to Sammy Milam, starting on the front row in class. A good start for him. Not a great start from Fortag from the front row of the class. He's down to third already. As the leaders turn their way down out of Gooseneck in towards Mansfield for the first time, and now they start to make the short sprint towards the mountain section. If you're watching around the circuit and up towards Hall Bends, it's a fantastic spot to watch, as they'll start to break and wind and twist their way on the most technical part of the circuit. And it's still Bob Barron who leads it. So it's Barron from Talbot, then Collins, then Wright, and it's McNeil, followed by a 6th position leader in Class B already. So Sammy Milam's up there, ahead of Oliver Barsby. So the Class A car behind the leader in Class B, who is starting to spread eagle the field already through the Hall Bends. Then the next group of Class B cars looks like you've got 66. Which is James Kembry. He's causing a bit of a stopgap, it seems, because already he's got quite a few cars stopped up behind him, which is led in that charge by Spencer Fortag. Then Dan Thackeray, Ryan Cullingham's in there too, and Trevor McConnell. But at the end of lap number 1, it's Barron who leads by 0.6 of a second from Talbot in 2nd place. Then it's Collins 3rd, Wright 4th, McNeil 5th. That's the top 5 in Class A. Milam does indeed lead Class B. He's ahead of the FK8 Civic Oliver Barsby, then Kembry, Fortag and Thacker round out the top 10. As for the Class C cars, it is Matt Rowling, despite starting on second. He is leading the way from Matthew Houcham. It looks though, I think also Matthew Houcham either didn't take the start, hasn't come around sadly, so only one Class C in the field. Side by side between Barsby and Spencer Fortag. He's getting the double push here from both Dan Thackeray and also right on his back bumper, Trevor McConnell. Ryan Cunningham's in there as well, and so Barsby dropping back. He's lost 1, 2, maybe 3 more spots because McConnell has got the inside line here, turning through the right-hander at Chris Curve. So Barsby, even though that car has showed some promise and had some upgrades over the winter, not quite at the same pace he was hoping, whether he's nursing something or just not quite on the same pace he'd like to be this weekend. He's dropping behind the Class B runners, so Barsby looking to try and just survive. And lock up there from Dan Thackeray as he tries to just hold on to possible 3rd place as he's chasing after Spencer Fortag for that position. More battles further back. I think that was Sam Lindsay looking up the inside of Harry Greenhill into the bottom of the mountain. Indeed, Sammy has gone through. So that will have him gone up into 7th place in class. Through the Hall Bends, there's a huge skirmish going on here as they're all bottled up behind Oliver Barsby. You've got Linsner, then also in there too, you've got Kruger, Barker, Crassus Menu and Jackson White. They're all stacking up behind Oliver Barsby, who doesn't seem to have the same pace I thought he would. And that was Crassus Menu diving up the inside to steal 16th place from Lewis Barker. And that would have also been 10th in class. So Crassus Menu moving into the top 10 as Barsby moves out of the way, and he's being overtaken by a phalanx of Class B Civic EP3s as he heads down towards Coppice Corner in lap number 3. And yeah, not all is well with that FK8 Civic, I'm afraid, as Sam Lindsay takes a bit of extra trackside appendage with him through the left-hander at Coppice. And good to see Lewis Barker's car now up to full speed and strength after it had it got into its 3rd engine before it even returned a competitive wheel in a practice session this morning. So the Ben Sharp racing team certainly doing overdrive to get the work done. Cunningham, meanwhile, is up the inside of Spencer Fortag, and it's also seen, looks like Dan Thackeray's also gone through. So where Spencer Fortag was in 3rd in class, he's dropped to 5th. He might well be 6th in a moment because Trevor McDonnell is trying to squeeze past him as well as they go through the gooseneck. A little further back, we've got this next group of cars headed by Sammy Linsner. And then it's Greenhill, Kruger, who, remember, Kruger doesn't score any points in this race. He's a single race entry, so he is effectively a guest. He turns his way out of Mansfield. In case anyone wondered if they're watching New to Racing anymore, because of the time attack, oh, that's off the road, James Kembry. Kembry off the road with damage to the front end, pulling off to the side of the road. Now that's looks like it's happened out of our sight of our cameras, either going up or at the bottom of the mountain before they go over the crest. But poor James Kembry, who was running so strong in 2nd place in Class B, will not see the flag and out of this race, barely a 1/3 of the way into it. So the Honor Motorsport squad have got some work to do at the end of their first race weekend of the championship. And what can you tell by the body language of James Kembry? Is he just closes the door normally, and he's disappointed with himself. He's not. If he was angry with somebody else, he might well be a bit more hot-headed, but he climbs over the barrier, and whether or not this will warrant a safety car, unless that's tempting fate, we'll have to wait and see, as that was Kevin Talbot looking up the inside then to try and take the lead, in fact, from Bob Barron, but again, both times in towards Park Corner and the first part of Chris Curve. He gets shown the inside of the road on the grass by Bob Barron. I'll tell you what a story this would be if Bob Barron, in his second ever car race, could actually produce the goods and take a victory, although Kevin Talbot has got other ideas. Out of Mansfield. And anyway, I was about to say, anyone wondering, it might be new to racing here, but more versed to time attack or drifting on this venue here at Modified Live. The yellow square with the black cross, that designates novice, that you've done less than 6 races in your racing career. This is only the first race meeting and the second ever race that Bob Barron has done. But he's now got 3 very hungry, experienced racers stacking up behind him. He's got Kevin Talbot in the green and blue Integra. He then has the silver and fluorescent yellow, almost kind of BTC kind of touring car looking style Phil Wright Honda Civic, and then you've got the DC2 Integra of Liam Collins. This is over first, second, third and fourth, and Wright's actually taken 3rd place on that lap, so he's moved up ahead of Collins. So the 2023 champion, we said if he's on track he'd be able to try and get through, as the Kevin Talbot gives the orange floppy marker that was on the road a headbutt and deposits it exit stage left. The back straight. Phil Wright pushing hard and running wide on the exit of Charlie's. That's going to lose him momentum, and it might bring Liam Collins back into play, but it's lost him a couple of car lengths, and now he's going to have to try and rebuild that gap all over again in the next few corners, as Talbot keeps his focus squarely on the rear end of that silver EG Civic right in front of him. Bob Barron, who you would, I know I've mentioned it several times, but you would never tell it's his second ever car race. He's driving like he's been doing this for ages. Grand job for Bob. If there was such a thing as complete driver of the day, I think he'd certainly get a vote for it, because considering his performance he's had all the way through in this weekend up to this point. Half distance reached in race 2 here at Cadwell Park in the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship. And it's certainly put on plenty of entertainment, as this leading quartet are putting on quite a fantastic show for all the spectators here and also those of you watching on the stream. So Barron, Talbot, Wright, Collins, that's the top 4. EG Civic from DC5 Integra, from EP3 Civic from DC2 Integra. 4 literally different generations of machine, and as close as you like through hall bends and through the hairpin. Wind their way through, tiny bit wide off the apex there for Talbot, but right now just possibly having to split his focus here. One eye forward to try and catch Talbot, one eye behind to try and catch keep Collins at bay. And all of this, I said it before, the harder this lot fight each other, the easier it is for Barron to make a break in what is completely clear air. There's a 3/4 of a second lead across the line. Top 4 covered by just a fraction under 1.5 seconds. Might be worth possibly checking quickly, maybe, or giving a nod to the Class B runners. It's now still Sammy Myler leading the way from Dan Thackeray and Ryan Cunningham. So Cunningham possibly on course for his 2nd class podium with as many races, as Collins is trying to come back at Phil Wright here. He's going defensive on the inside, but has the line covered. Car firmly parked in the middle of the road. Collins with nowhere to go, and he's quite slow off the exit, deliberately trying to hold him up. But again, the more he keeps on trying to defend from 3rd place, we'll see the top 2 go plain out of sight. He's trying to chase after him, and how much would Phil Wright like to redeem himself from not getting any start in race 1 to be able to possibly go for victory in race 2? But whether he's just trying to work his tyres a little better, or possibly trying to hold him up a little bit. Either way, it's not quite the pace he was hoping for, but maybe in this second part of the race, he might start coming back towards him. So Bob Barron, again, doing a fantastic job leading the way in this race. Talbot pressuring all the way at this point through the hall bends. They go past the stricken number 66 of James Kembury. I think some remnants of his front bumper were just in the foreground of the camera on the grass at the top of the verge at the mountain. Just note on Class C, Matthew Rowling still in 17th overall. We've got a clear advantage. He's thinking he is the only. He is the only Class C car running, because the other car off Sandy of Callum Houchin didn't take the restart, unfortunately. So he's the only. So he will go on and take Class C honours. 5 minutes to go. Top 4 all together. So close you could almost throw a blanket over them. 2 seconds is the margin from Barron all the way back to Collins in 4th. There they are, all in shot, but together. And you get to this point now where it's a bit of a tiny bit of a lull. There's a bit of a stalemate between these 4. You look at lap times, fairly evenly matched, though Barron has just set pretty fast lap of the race. That's not going to help Bob at all. A big lock up in towards Park Corner, but he managed to gather it up. And usually when you get a big slide in these front-wheel drive cars, the strategy is just boot the throttle and wait for it to come back around. And getting under brakes there, just snatched the rears a little more, and he just about held on to it under brakes. He just about got it anchored up for the corner enough. Oh, and he's lost it. He's gone to gooseneck completely sideways. Off onto the grass goes right. Collins takes avoiding action, and through all of it, Kevin Talbot goes through. So whether it was something that was possibly a problem for maybe it's a problem for Bob Barron. That's 3 corners he's done that now. That was at Park Corner, into the gooseneck and into Mansfield. The car getting very sideways. So either it's something on the brakes or it can't be cold tyres. There's something that's going on. Something is not right with that one. But unfortunately, Bob Barron will not win his first race on his second go. Kevin Talbot takes the lead. Very lucky to get away with that. I'm intrigued to see a replay of that whole sequence because that was very close for all of them. So what it now means is Kevin Talbot leads the way. Collins is up to second place now in the black DC2 Integra. It's now third place for the recovering Barron, who, after his car going sideways all that time, whether it's dirt on his tyres or something that got on there, he is back to full speed and now has Phil Wright handing him down in 4th position. So a dramatic lap on that time by. Lap 7 was not the lap for Bob Barron at all, but it was for Kevin Talbot. And Collins in that whole process, despite checking up, set a personal best, set the fastest first sector of anyone else in that lap 2. He comes right, looking up the inside of Barron. You might well give him the space. A little wide, headlights ablaze for the 2023 champion. Now tries to pull himself alongside, but the punch off the corner of that EG Civic is much, much stronger than the EP3. But in the second phase on the acceleration part, they're much more evenly matched. And again, Wright just darting out a little bit, having a look, darting to the outside line, trying to force the switch back here for Barron. That's possibly inexperience coming in here, because Phil Wright's been in the championship pretty much since it started. Won the very first race that was ever held in the championship right here at Cadwell Park. He's got good history here. And again, Barron just that car not looking comfortable through the gooseneck. He's just locking up and twitching around a little more. It's more stable than it was a lap ago. You just sense that not always quite fully right with that. Again, wide again, and sweeps across it to almost get into the way of Wright, and he falls himself alongside. He's going to try and squeeze into the edge of the road, but Wright's got momentum and track position. He locks up into the first part of the mountain before they crest the rise, and a bit of a slightly forceful move, but making his point. Phil Wright does get the job done. Barron, I think that's possibly was very keen to try and keep his place, but unfortunately, experience gets the better part of gets the better of Barron, and it's Phil Wright up into 3rd position. Barron does still have the fastest lap of the race though, so that's a token gesture he'll take away. It'll be a bonus point for him if he holds on to that. Again, checking with the Class B runners, still Dan Thackeray leading, Cunningham 2nd, Milan 3rd, then McConnell and Listener in the top 5. We're at a bit of a lull here, even though Collins is chasing after Toll. But good to possibly check in with our Class B runners to see how they're getting on. It is 1.4 seconds between Thackeray and Cunningham at the front of that class. And there's a further 1.2 back to Milan. And that's for our Class C leader, Matt Rowling, 16th overall. Leaders in Class B have just swept past the pits. And there's roughly round about a couple of seconds between the top 2. Here are some of our Class B contenders. There they are. There goes Thackeray. There goes Cunningham. Proudly showing the number 1 with the Kemp Models logo emblazoned on the side. The defending champion just into life in Class B and seeming to take it up with aplomb. And they're closing in on Fraser McNeil in the second of those kilted K-Swaps cars that come all the way from Scotland. Great to have them in the championship, travelling all the way. They have some 4 or 5 hours trek from them from across the border. And I spoke too soon, didn't I? Because he's now run wide on the exit of Park Corner and also relinquished overall places now to both Thackeray and Cunningham. Meanwhile, at the front, with now the last lap looming imminently, it's now nose to tail for the lead. It's Integras at dawn here. DC5 versus DC2. Talbot versus Collins. That's not 3/4 of a second anymore, and Collins is on the prowl here. He's senses blood in the water. He's got his tail up and definitely looking to try and pick up a victory here. On to the last tour of the Cadwell Park circuit. Just the remaining 2.1 miles or so to go here at Cadwell Park. 2.176 miles left to run, and who is going to pick up victory in race number 2? Is it Talbot or is it Collins? We'll find out in a few moments' time. So on to the last lap of the race they go then. Collins taking a tighter run through the second apex of Charlie's. A little wider, possibly touching the grass there for Talbot. Collins will have the slipstream up the hill. Has he got enough horsepower under that DC2 car to put himself, with the aid of a slipstream, up the hill onto the rear wing of Talbot? Not close enough to make an attack into Park Corner. Fairly sensible line taker from both drivers. Collins trying to close up a little bit more. There's grass and dirt on the outside of the circuit where a couple of the cars have gone wide. That might be where Fraser McNeil was a couple of laps ago. That's the remnants of his brief excursion. Through the gooseneck, closing back in is Collins. He's getting close here, a little away with there. Not as quick a run into the gooseneck as Talbot wanted. He went defensive into Mansfield. Now the sprint back towards the mountain. He's always going to pull side by side. It wasn't a great exit for Talbot, but it's enough to hold the place up into the complex, into the mountain for the last time. Through the left, through the right, over the crest. Collins is all over the back of Talbot, looking to the inside line, looking one way then the other, posturing around the rear end of the DC5, but he can't quite make it stick. They twitch their way through the hall bends, left, right again, and back down towards the hairpin for the final time. Talbot has 2 more corners to hold on. Collins looks for the undercut. It's a slow run off the corner for Talbot. Collins almost gets to the back of him on the exit of the hairpin. Out of barn corner for the final time. Collins will close, but it's going to be too late, and Kevin Talbot brilliantly defends to take race 2 of Racing Honda's 2025 to kick off a fantastic season opener at Cadwell Park. And trailing in behind in 3rd place is going to be Phil Wright, with Bob Barron, who might rue what could have been, but he put up a great defensive effort and a great drive out in front for half the race. He doesn't get the fastest lap of the race. That goes to Phil Wright. That's a point made for him, and a point literally gained for fastest lap. He takes P3 on the road and in the class as well. We go back to Class B. It's going to be a double success for Dan Thackeray in his full season debut in the championship. He debuted towards the end of last season, but a great beginning to his 2025 campaign in Class B. Equally for Ryan Cunningham, the defending champion. That's a couple of podiums and a couple of second places for his efforts. Great effort, and the upgrades certainly paid off for him. And Sammy Mylan, what an effort for him in his first weekend of the championship for Kinetic Motorsport. He and Dave Bucky's team are going to be delighted with a podium in Class B. Excellent stuff from Sammy. Then it's Fraser McNeil in 5th position, 8th overall. Sammy Linsner is 9th, and Trevor McConnell rounds out the top 10. And that's then followed by the number 15 of Lewis Barker. Good to see that car get up. That's the ex-Jake Hewlett car that's taken a few wins and victories and pole positions. And then it's the rest of the field come streaming through. And I think we can confidently say that's 2 down, 14 to go, and I think they're all like this. So I'm sure to be tuning in for the next couple of rounds, and also if you're going to be at the next Time Attack event at Donington Park in a few weeks' time, definitely check out the Racing Hondas, because that certainly served up quite a nice aperitif for the rest of the season. So despite pressure later on in the race, Kevin Talbot takes his first victory of the season in the DC5 Integra. He wins race 2 of Racing Honda's championship here at Cadwell Park. Liam Collins was barely half a second away, but just missed out to take 2nd place. Philip Wright, despite missing out on race 1, ends his weekend with a silver lining. He takes 3rd place and a podium overall and in class. Bob Barron possibly cruelly missed out, but of course had that big twitch, that huge moment on the middle of the race that cost him the win, even cost him a podium place, but a very impressive drive nonetheless to take 4th, and he can be very proud of his first race weekend in cars, certainly on circuit racing. Well done to Bob. 5th place and Class B victory goes to Dan Thackeray, 2 for 2 for him this weekend. A pair of seconds also go to Ryan Cunningham, the defending champion. He finishes 6th ahead of a first podium in class for Sammy Milam in 3rd in Class B and 7th overall. Fraser McNeil is 8th, and Sammy Linsner and Trevor McConnell rounding out the top 10 overall. Lewis Barker's 3 engines he's gone through, certainly got him the distance, 3rd time's the charm. 11th place for him, along with ahead of Harry Greenhill, Jackson White and Luke Crassus-Menu in the top 14. And from 15th backwards is Matt Rowney, who takes the Class C victory. Adam Kruger, who's our guest driver, a single race entry. There's Spencer Fortag and ailing Oliver Barsby. He might be scratching his head thinking where the pace was today, but he'll be back for Donington Park, hopefully with the car back to full strength. And Duncan Holloway and James Kembry round out the 20. Well, James Kembry was the only non-finisher from that race. We also didn't get from the start of that race on the restart James Alford, Tommy Knight, and crucially race 1 winner Will Self, who barely made it to Coppice after contact with a 3 wide moment on the approach to the first corner. And also we had a couple of non-starters from that race too as well. Well, entertainment all the way from Racing Hondas, and of course there's 1 down. There's 7 more of those still to go. The next one, of course, is going to be at Donington Park in a few weeks' time. So, of course, if you're going to be there, of course, or if you are going to be watching on the stream, do check out the Time Attack stream. Again, big thank you to that, courtesy of Lucas Oils. Thanks to everyone who's been here for Modified Live. You've still got plenty of action to come next. You have still got the main event, which is the final competitions, the Super Attack for the Club and Pocket Rocket classes, the Club and Club Sport classes, and the Pro classes, here to decide who takes away the big prizes from the opening meeting of Time Attack from 2025. I have to say, it's my first experience of the championship. Gets a big thumbs up from me. Really good close racing. Nice variety in the field through all 3 classes. And I'm certain as the series goes on, we'll see more and more different Hondas, more cars join in. It was a roaring success last year, one of the biggest average grids in club motorsport that we had in 2024, into its 3rd season. And I have a feeling this championship is only going to keep on going from strength to strength as this season and beyond goes on throughout the seasons. So we'll hear shortly, once I get the cue in my ears, from our intrepid pit lane reporter and presenter, Charlie Harmon. I have to say, shout out to Charlie. It's her first weekend presenting. From what I've seen, damn good job she's done this weekend, and hopefully you agree too. And this is only her first event. She's only going to get better from here, I'm sure. And it's been a pleasure for me to be part of the Racing Hondas Championship, and I will be doing so for the full season. So you'll hear my hopefully dulcet tones, if you deem that worthy, at Donington Park for the next round. There's a bit of clear-up going on because, of course, we've got to retrieve James Kembury's car, plus also the other cars that will possibly be kept in situ before they get retrieved at the end of the event, before we go into our final time attack sessions of the weekend. And once that's done, the Racing Hondas drivers will pack up and go ahead and reassess and get themselves ready for a few weeks' time. Just a quick reminder of the 2025 calendar, where you can find on all the different time attack events we have. It's Donington Park on the 26th of May, so go and check them out next time. You can also find time attack and Racing Hondas and everything else that goes with it at Brands Hatch on the 15th of June. Snetterton on the old school style 200 layout on the 27th of July. 25th of August, you can head to Alton Park's International Circuit in Cheshire. Then they return to Brands Hatch on the 7th of September. A trip across the border to Scotland and Knock Hill at the end of September on the 27th. And the season finale will be on the 19th of October on the Snetterton 300 circuit. If you want all the information on that, head to racinghondas.uk for the championship information. And for time attack information, all you have to do is head to the website timeattack.co.uk. And again, whilst we're waiting for our podium interviews, another quick thank you to Lucas Orr for the stream, for being able to provide us with the stream here, or allow us to provide the stream for you guys. I know it's been quite a hit both with the time attack drivers and hopefully the Racing Hondas fans too as well. I'm sure you'll go back and watch it if you're in the race to see where you came and how you got on. And again, a big thank you to the Racing Honda sponsors. Once again, to Yokohama, to Tegiware, to Lucas Oil, to Exedy Racing Clutch, to Motegi Racing, YSR, Kemp Models, Schroth Racing, and Clear Freight. Good to have them all on board to make Racing Hondas what it is. So you'll hear once again from Alexi in a moment's time. But first of all, we are going to hand over once again to our intrepid presenter, Charlie Harmon. He'll have the podium interviews for race number 2 of Racing Hondas, including our top 3s and overall race winner, Kevin Talbot.
Amazing, right, we are hot off the track of race 2 and I am here with our Class A winner, Kevin Talbot. That was a fantastic race. How was that?
I mean, that was intense. I didn't have the pace to win, but I think I put Bob under just enough pressure. He made a mistake and I took my opportunity. I don't know if I touched. I got to check my car for a bit of silver paint, but I take it. And then Liam was coming so hot. He's mega. And then coming into the hairpin, I kept popping out of second gear. And on the very last lap, he bumped me because it wouldn't stay in. It just wouldn't stay in. And they're trying to wind the lock off. But yeah, intense.
Fantastic. Obviously, Bob held out for a good half of that race there. Definitely made you work for that win.
Yeah, for sure. He was getting, I don't want to use the word messier and messier, but he said it himself early on that he was overdriving the car, so I was kind of waiting for that to happen. Yeah. I was poking myself where I had no intention of overtaking, just making myself big in the middle.
You've got to, though, Cadwell. There's no room for overtaking.
There's no other way. Yeah, there's no other way. Which it felt good being in the lead, and then Liam just cruised right up to the back of me. I don't know what happened to Phil Wright as well. I'm sort of, he's a nice guy, but I'm glad he fell back as well, because he would have been another one coming quick.
Obviously, this is your first win as well.
Yeah,
excited, happy?
First win ever, yeah. I mean, it's been close a few times. The pace has been there, but ironically, I shouldn't have won today. But
Never say never.
Cadwell done me a solid.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, congratulations on your first win. We'll see you at Donington. Thank you. Right, we're going to grab our Class B winner, Dan, over now. Dan, if we can grab him over.
Too busy talking.
Dan, this is your second win today. Congratulations.
Yeah, very happy with that one. I wasn't really sure what to expect, especially after the incident on race 1, the restart. It was a bit lively, and that's what everyone fears. So race restart was kind of just try and stay out and then go from there. I think I picked up a couple of places on lap 1 and was kind of making my way forward. Managed to make a move on Sam Effing into the lead. I actually had a nice lead and got caught behind a Class A car.
Seems to be a running theme here. You seem to be catching up to these Class A drivers.
It's tricky though, because they're so fast in the straights, and then you get stuck behind them in the corners essentially. So I had a good lead to Riot, which got evaporated and left me a nice nervy 2 last laps with him right on my bumper. I could see he was desperate for a move. So yeah, hang on and then bring it home.
Fantastic. Well, you held on very well for the win. Obviously 2 wins today. Congratulations. Confident going into the next round?
I think so, yeah. I like Donny. It's not that long a gap. Give me a bit more chance to get the hang of the tyres and stuff, get nailed in. And I think racing's always close to Donny. There's never anything in it. So it's going to be a good one.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations again.
Thanks very much.
Right, we're going to grab our Class C driver, Matt, now. Matt, if I can have you over. Good, thank you.
Got hair again.
Fantastic. Wow, Class C win. Congratulations.
Thank you. It wasn't much of a race for me with the Class Cs, unfortunately, with the lack of Class C cars at the minute. But yeah, no, managed to get up there with the Class Bs again and have a little battle. So yeah, we were up there racing.
Fantastic. How did the car feel in that race as well?
Yeah, it's good actually. Yeah, I think the track's a little bit slippier now. I couldn't get the lap time I wanted, but yeah, track's feeling great, and what a great place to start the season.
Absolutely, most definitely, and off the back of a win as well. Heading into Donington, confident?
This has given me some confidence now. Yeah, yeah, I've committed to the full season this year. So yeah, we're learning a lot with the car. So yeah, we just build on what we've got. But this has been a good start. So yeah.
Fantastic, amazing. Well, congratulations again on the win, and we'll see you at Donington.
Cheers.
Amazing. Wow, fantastic race. We had restarts, cars coming off, but clean racing from all the team. It was fantastic. So Time Attack are on track at the moment. We're going to head over to them.
All right, now it is finally the super attack session. Susie's actually up in the commentary box with me. However, she's holding the wrong mic. All new stuff, new season, new stream, new mics. There we go. So it's the headset. Just get a few seconds. Probably it's not that complicated. There we go. There we go. Nice. All right. Cool. Good. This is fun. 2 headsets and everything. Oh, please take a seat, friendo. How's it been?
It's been eventful.
So sorry, Susie, you were saying we're just trying to tweak the mics here, dear viewers. Yeah, Susie, what were you saying?
It's been an eventful day, I think. There's been lots going on. Obviously,
Yeah.
we've seen we've got a few less cars out on track now than we did this morning, right?
Yeah.
We've had a few people with a few issues. I'm just seeing the van there, sliding it through Hall Bends.
So actually, one thing that struck me is now I can see Eden Young in the Micra in the pits now, in the freshly Honda K Series powered Haltech Micra. Lots of nice headline numbers there, but it seems like Eden Young in the Haltech Micra has kept a pretty low profile today. So do you know what's going on there? I haven't actually said, he's got 420 horsepower, or should. I mean, it's the first event, so I thought, here it goes, 420 horsepower is going to be really quick. And yet, what's going on?
I think he's having some issues. I think both Eden and Ilya are both having issues where they're saying car's not exactly going in a straight line. And so they've been checking geometry, I think both of them out there today, but we're not sure. It might be kind of like diff, who knows. Yeah, we can see Eden has pulled over in the pit lane here now. So yeah, not going quite according to plan for him.
I can see for the live stream viewers, there's a little QR code to vote for your Lucas Oil top driver. So definitely take a look at that if you're watching on the live stream. It just caught my eye there as a new little thing that popped up on the screen. Interesting. So I would have thought any issues would be related to the new engine in Eden's car, but
no, I believe his engine is good.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think obviously what you want is the car to go where you place it.
Yeah.
And so obviously that is going to be an issue, and I think that is the issue he's struggling with today.
How interesting. Okay, well at least that feels like one of those things that maybe fixable. It's curious in terms of an easy fix, perhaps. If it was a case of let's go and build a whole new K20 to put in, that's different. But hopefully then that should perhaps be not too difficult of a fix. Curious how, I guess it's just a coincidence how that happened with the new engine, but I would also anticipate that there's a lot of re-engineering stuff that might have had to have happened. You know, the engine perhaps sits slightly differently than the much smaller micro engine that was in there before. So interesting how one thing perhaps inadvertently caused another, but yeah, we'll see. Eden Young, of course, very active on the socials and YouTube and so on, so no doubt he'll be sharing lots of updates as they investigate that. Interesting car, also Honda powered, of course. This one's an F20C. Jay Elliott in the Abalon Honda S2000, supercharged, which is why...
See the back end getting a little bit light there.
These are such racy chassis, aren't they? These are really, really... it looks really good on track, how it's moving around. And of course, it's not just the engine that makes these cars so popular and well respected. It is actually the chassis more so than anything else, and people like to compare them with MX-5s and so on. I mean, really, in terms of chassis, as far as a factory car goes, the S2000 is on a different level. People talk about VTEC and F20C and so on. It's the chassis that really sets this car apart, but it's a car that will bite back if you don't drive it accordingly, and especially this one, supercharged. I don't know whether you have any power numbers to hand, or maybe you didn't manage to catch him.
I did not. Unfortunately, I did not manage to catch him while I was checking in with people today.
Even looking now how it came around hairpin turn 17, that S2000, how that front bit in so aggressively and the rear just swung around it, but not in terms of Larry oversteer, but in terms of how beautifully and in such a balanced way the rear follows the front there. It just really does what you want it to do. Really, really great chassis. It's a shame we don't see more of these on track, because they're very capable machines indeed. But unlike the Lotus and unlike the VX220, they weren't necessarily marketed as such. And so they flew under the radar a little bit, but they really are very racy. Of course, we also have lots of minis here. This is perhaps one of the trends in Time Attack of recent years, is these minis. The number 286 machine of Stephen House, 611 Motorsport, R53 Cooper S. First time he's driving that car, from what I understand, at least following some quite extensive changes, including, you can see perhaps from the stream or from the trackside, this is the dark blue and dark grey Mini, the dark grey being carbon, actually. So even the doors on this are carbon. It's 100 plus kilos, I think Stephen was telling me, lighter than previously. So really it takes a little bit of relearning to drive this car and make the most of that weight reduction. It's a big chunk. Similarly, actually, Eden Young in the Nissan Micra, the Haltech Micra K11, is documented on his various channels his own weight loss journey, and that's also equivalent to about 100 kilos, give or take.
Wow,
and that's, in terms of your car, you've gained 100 kilos of weight saving in your car. Like your own build of yourself as a driver can really affect your car, especially in a lighter car like a Micra or a Mini. If you as a driver can reduce weight or find lighter gear and so on, then that's going to be reflected in the car's performance, especially in a little short wheelbase super light car like this. Let's take a look at some of our lap times then as we head into the final 9 minutes of the Clubman Pocket Rocket and Classic and Retro Super Attack. Currently faster than anyone right now, again, is Mark Donnelly in the 1983 Ford Escort, and he leads from Dean Riley and Jamie Biss. In Pocket Rocket, forced induction, currently leading that class is the number 185 machine of Gary Papworth in a Norfolk Mini with a 1:38.6, and he leads Stephen House, Lewis Hyam, and Rafael Tataris. Clubman Plus, currently with a Honda S2000 supercharged. The only entrant in this class is a single round entry is Jay Elliott with a lap time of 1:41.6. Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated, currently led by Mark Roberts in the JPR Racing Renault Clio, ahead of Stephen Wilkinson, Marcin Bashkovich, and Mark Blackburn. And meanwhile, Clubman then currently led by Dan Buckingham in that fluorescent yellow and white Honda Civic Type R, ahead of Clive Hopwell and Annie Thompson. Susie, you might remember, we have some K-swapped Renaults here as well, or do we not anymore?
Oh gosh.
Okay, that's a tough question. Okay, well, we'll come back to that one.
We have lots of K-swaps. Just thinking.
I don't think we have as many as last year. I think we had loads last year.
We do have a few less this year. But we've also picked them up in, obviously Eden is this year.
Yeah, so we've gained a few. True,
yeah,
we've
exactly.
also gained a few. Interesting what you were saying. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, for Classic and Retro, Mark Donnelly, who's got the fastest time at the moment, I do actually know, and I'm not sure if this beats his time in the last round, but that was a lap record as well. So that is a lap record for Classic and Retro out there. We were comparing that against the Classic and Retro has once been divided into Pro as well.
Yeah.
And I think maybe I was egging Mark on a little bit earlier, so he's got a target out there. But an amazing time being set by Mark out there.
Yeah, well, there are points up for grabs if you set a lap record. Whoever by the end, sometimes we've seen a lap record be set and then get beat and then get beaten by someone else in the same day. It's as of the end of the day, whoever has set what is by the end of day the final lap record, there are points up for grabs there. And so we've seen a few potential lap records here. Of course, all the results are provisional. They need to be checked over, and track limits and park ferme and so on. But we've seen a few potential provisional lap records here today. Of course, that Ford Transit Courier there, absolutely incredible. Lewis Hyam's 320 horsepower Fiesta ST swapped Transit Courier, a very modest guy who also uses this as his work van and also track toy. I think that's probably quite a rare combination and truly a car that can do it all. And definitely also hustling in Pocket Rocket Forced Induction, currently sitting third in class with a 1:42.8.
It's not bad for your work van.
It's not bad for a work van. Yeah. With this, with all the parts delivery stickers on, it's literally just a van. And I presume you call up the people written on the side of this van, or you go on their website and you order some parts, and he delivers it in the Time Attack van. Incredible. And you can see how much it's moved.
Faster than any other driver too.
Yeah. This is like the fastest courier you can get. Wow.
I was just looking at Dan Buckingham's time, and again, I'm just trying to look back through some previous records out there. So I'm just double checking. So Dan Buckingham at the moment sitting on a 1:38.932, and Clubman. And if I look back through my records, I do believe that might be a record again. So 1:38.942. So literally. By 100th of a second.
Incredible.
So yeah, an incredible drive by Dan there. And I know he said he had an instant earlier where he came off the track.
Yes, he did.
After Coppice, and I think he ended up by a marshal post that he didn't know existed. Okay. So that was an introduction to him. But yeah, so obviously having a much better session out there today. So that's an amazing lap.
Yeah. It's so interesting year on year to see these drivers getting faster and faster. I watched it was the Porsche Carrera GT. I saw a really interesting thing where I'm not too well versed on the YouTube side of things, but somebody put modern performance tires on a Porsche Carrera GT on the Nürburgring, and it lapped so much faster than what was previously considered at the time the best possible tire that you can get. You know, the technology moves on little by little. What's also really interesting, a friend of mine with a Lotus Elise, it's not a thing, I don't want to keep going on about these cars, but he put, it's a Series 2 Elise, I think they're about 20 years old now, and he put a modern semi-slick tire on a otherwise standard Elise, and he broke some suspension components as a result because the loads were so much higher than the tires that the Elise was designed for back in the day. And back in the day, you know, they were meant to be used on track. They were meant to be put on grippy tires. But in these 20 years, and even year on year on year, you know, Yokohama's AO52 control tire that we have now is probably quicker than the control tire that we had a few years ago. You know, this stuff moves on. Even if you don't touch the car, you don't touch anything else, you just put in the most current performance tire, and you're going to gain a lot of time. So interesting how this stuff moves on every single year. But of course, the drivers themselves also developing their car, and we've seen a lot of that. If we take a look, Dan Buckingham is currently on a flyer, and in fact...
So he's bested his lap again there, so he's broken into the 138 there.
Yeah, 138.7 there from Dan Buckingham, so an improvement there from him.
Oh, no, apologies. He was 138.932 before.
Yes, so he found a tenth and a half there. So nice improvement there again, chipping away at it. Likewise, Mark Donnelly also now with a new session best time of 135.7 in that classic and retro Ford Escort. Not the first time that we've seen classic and retro cars top the leaderboard, which just goes to show that you can't really dismiss a chassis based on its age. It's much more about the build and the builder and the driver, and in fact, any chassis probably from the last 40 years can be made extremely competitive and comparable to a modern performance car. Great stuff there. Really, really love to see the variety of cars that we have at Time Attack today. And in fact, it's not just today, it's for years that's always been the case. Great stuff. I just realized that car in the pits, the red and blue Clio, is indeed Mark Blackburn's machine. I don't think it used to look like that. I guess it's maybe he's had a knock somewhere and put different colored panels on. I think it used to be all red, maybe. And now it's a bit of both. Who knows? Maybe. Something sounded supercharged there going past the camera. I didn't manage to grab what that was.
So, is it Dean Riley in the VX220 has actually just set the fastest Sector 2 time. So he must be on a bit of a flyer there as well. So keep an eye out and see how he finishes the lap up.
Yeah, he's currently 1.3 seconds adrift of the fastest time set by Mark Donnelly. Both of these drivers in Classic and Retro. In fact, two Classic and Retro cars currently overall fastest on track. Doesn't quite manage to go faster than Mark Donnelly, but still set a faster Sector 2 than anybody else. Although
and bested his time, so a PB for Dean Riley there.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Not quite enough. It's still 0.9 of a second adrift from Mark Donnelly, but the checkered flag out. That super attack really flew by for our Club and Pocket Rocket and Classic and Retro cars. Let's run through our lap times. Well, the results at least, provisional results. Our Classic and Retro winner then is Mark Donnelly from Dean Riley, and then Jane Biss. In Clubman, Dan Buckingham wins ahead of Clive Hopwell and Annie Thompson. In Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated, it's Mark Roberts from Stephen Wilkinson, from Martin Batchkovich, and then Mark Blackburn. In Clubman Plus, it's Jay Elliott, and in Pocket Rocket Forced Induction, it's the number 185 machiner Gary Papworth ahead of Stephen House, Lewis Hyam, and Rafael Tatsaris. Now we will clear the track of our Clubman machines and get ready for our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars to hit the track. And that will all take place in just a few moments. Now we head into the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive Super Attack, our new format for 2025. Sessions now called something slightly different, and all sessions now scoring points for our drivers in some way or another, awarding them and incentivizing reliability and getting out in every single session. Of course, the final session of the day, Super Attack, is where it counts the most. Luke Capehorn's machine there in the Opel touring car colors with the mustard yellow and the gray on the white backdrop. Quite iconic livery from a few years gone by. David Dyson in the Cayman GT4 RS there. Let's now peer into the cabin of the 218 machine of Neil Robson, the BIB Performance BMW 135i. Very well regarded driver's machine.
So that is his replacement car today.
Oh, is that why it looks like a 1M? Is it a 1M?
It's not a 1M.
Oh, okay, just okay.
It's not a 1M. It does have the proper 1M rear arches though, which apparently are not very cheap.
Okay.
But yeah, he's meant to be here in his Corsa, actually, racing. Unfortunately, yeah, had some issues. Of course, we have a red top engine, and unfortunately had some issues. This was his replacement car. Hopefully we see the Corsa back next round, but he said if not, he might see if he can just enter that instead.
Okay.
So yeah, a
Is
little
that the
bit
same
different.
Class? Both club?
Yes,
okay.
I believe so.
Okay, so he can carry over his points, basically. His course is going to be in the same class, so he can just continue with the points he earned here.
That I need to check.
Okay. I mean, probably. Well, you never know. It could be Pocket Rocket or something, couldn't it? Interesting. Right. Well, we won't know till we see. So this
I'm just seeing
Civic's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just going to talk about Dean in
Okay,
the Blue
go for it,
Evo. So just as we're going around them, because I know Dean has had his fair share of issues today. So let me check back through my notes.
Check notes.
Yeah, I've been talking to a lot of people today. So where are we? So yeah, so Dean, that's right. It was the compressor wheel for his turbo was touching the housing this morning. So when they looked at that, so I had to get that fixed. And then, what did they have? I didn't expect to see Dean back on track today. So yeah, the gear shift cable came apart, got stuck in gear, had some issues with power steering, and then last time I see them, I think they come back and was recovered back off track. So it's actually really good to see him back out on the circuit again.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he did end the last session being recovered, so whatever they did has worked. Well, hopefully, and the car is at least, it got to the assembly area, and hopefully we'll see it complete this Super Attack. Johnny Fletcher there as well in the Mark IV Astra GSI. Real time attack icon by this point.
There they are, leaving to go out on track now.
Here we go. So, there we go. Our cars now heading out of the assembly area and dropping into Hall Bends. The very fast, deceptively difficult flick-flack, snick-snack, left, right, as you come through that sequence of corners. Very easily, you can just see from your camera feed how undulating it is, and that really does very odd things with the weight of your car, especially if you're then clipping curbs as well, and so on. So it's very easy. You'd see a surprising number of cars spin through there, because really the weight of your car is doing all kinds of things.
Yeah, and this is the big equaliser, right, between the really light cars we've seen just Mr. Andrew Kime going around there, and these big, powerful cars. So, and this is what great is about Cadwell, is you get onto the back part of the circuit, as we're seeing at the moment on the screen, and it's very fast and flat out, but you come into Hall Bends and it's really tight and technical, and it really throws the car around. So if you've got a big, powerful car, like Alexander Volkov in the GTR, it's it's a hindrance almost, like going through Hall Bends. As you say, you're throwing a lot of weight around, whereas if you've got one of these lighter cars, if you've got Andrew Kime in his Saxos, we can see there, it's very nimble getting through those. So yeah, it's really it's a great track to kind of like even out some of those differences between the cars.
I mean, it's fascinating, and I think it's probably one of the reasons why it's such a well-loved circuit, because it's so challenging and it's so fun in any kind of car. And like you said, it's very much an equalizer, where actually whatever you bring, you are maybe going to be pretty competitive, because you don't necessarily need big power here. What's happening here?
Well, this is an exact example of what I'm saying.
Exactly.
The big GTR is actually holding the Saxo up there. So you're talking like a potentially like 1,000 horsepower GTR being held at like, and the Saxo is like, Andrew's like, get out of my way, and then we'll see them come on to the back straight, and then we'll see the difference that the power makes.
Here we go. Now the GTR is going to pull away. Look at that! Look at that!
And again, this is
So
a big
much
difference.
distance.
And then you go onto the back part of the circuit, and then Alexander will be able to kind of like make that time up. But I think we're still seeing Andrew Kime out there in his little Saxo, fastest car out on track.
Yeah. I mean, I think we ended the last session with Alexander Volkov on top, I think. So overall, eventually, by the time the checkered flag falls, the GTR is theoretically faster around here. But through that particular section where they happened to be next to each other, he couldn't get away from the Saxo. Absolutely incredible. Such a fun track.
Yeah, it's such a good mix out there. And let's just talk about Andrew Kime for a second, because last year he was in Pocket Rocket, right?
Yeah.
So now we've seen him move up to Club 2-wheel drive.
And do very well.
So again, you know, if you were to put them together, it's like this Saxo and a GTR. You just wouldn't think these cars would be competitive on the same level, but Andrew Kime absolutely proving that wrong. And he's gone K24 this year. Which is why he's moved up,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Cadwell Park magic, isn't it? Where, I think those shots are probably going to go onto some highlight reel Instagram thing afterwards. The little Andrew Kime Saxo all over the back of that GTR. You can see now they've come around next time, and the GTR is pulling away. Alexander Volkov now fastest of all in sectors 1 and 2, and now presumably sector 3, 132.5 there for Alexander Volkov, a whole 4 seconds. Andrew Kime also sets a personal best, 132.5 there for Alex Volkov, 136.1 Andrew Kime, so 3.5 second gap between them. But yeah, Volkov, I think now finally finding his rhythm, finding some space on track to really flex that GTR's muscles. And a red flag, we've had a red flag come out. Not quite sure where that might be happening, but Andrew Kime there on your screens. We have 2 white. Oh look, it's Dean Taylor. Dear.
Oh dear, I wonder what's happened there.
So another red flag then, and I did just realize for our trackside watchers, thank you first of all for sticking through right until the end. Super attack is where it really counts. This is where the real points are awarded here, the biggest haul of points for our drivers. But I did realize for our trackside viewers who perhaps don't have the super zoomed in view, we do have 2 white Club 2-wheel drive Saxos, which may be a little bit confusing. Andrew Kime's car does not have the big rear wing, whereas Stu Summers's 179 race and retro cars Saxo does. And of course a difference there in that Andrew Kime is now K24 powered, and Stu Summers, when I caught up with him last year, admittedly, he still had the Saxo engine, and it was supercharged with a view to turbocharge it once upon a time. I don't know if that's happened yet. Have you managed to bump into him?
Yeah, so it's supercharged,
so
yes.
It's still supercharged?
Yes, it is still.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and Stu Summers also has moved to this class from Pocket Rocket. He did that move a little bit earlier.
Yep.
But you know, he's moved around as well. It's really great to see drivers developing the platform. What I thought was especially interesting was your interview with the new chap with the FK Civic with the dreams on the side. I thought
Nick
that
Good.
that's perhaps the one. Nicholas Good, yes, Good with an E on the end. There we go, I remember that. 500 horsepower on Nitron suspension, Cyvex ECU. But what he was saying was how that car is like a test bed for future technologies, for the future aftermarket that caters to that platform.
Yeah.
A lot of the things that you'll be able to buy as car enthusiasts will have been developed by drivers here at Time Attack. I think that's so fascinating. It's like pioneering the next steps of the tuning industry happens on track, of course, and often it happens here at UK Time Attack.
So I'm just looking at our circuit map. Actually, that's not correct.
No,
I was
the
just going to
circuit
say.
map, it assumes, doesn't it? It extrapolates sector times.
Yeah,
and puts you. It's not like a real-time GPS or anything. It's quite an odd tool, really. I've
Yeah, well,
never quite
sometimes we
got on
can
with it.
use to tell who doesn't come back round, but I think at the moment that is going to be Dean.
Yeah, yeah.
It looked like he'd pulled off into somewhere that's a little bit out of the way, so.
Oh, so I can see why you thought maybe it wasn't him that
Yeah,
brought out.
yeah, exactly.
I think I've seen cars in that spot earlier, and they brought out a red flag. So I think that is him. I mean, we can take a look at who's in the pits, which is a lot of people. I think the number 218 machine is somewhere. Neil Robson's 135i. Oh no, he's there in the pits. It's just not reflected on the timing screen. Perhaps he hasn't broken that beam that it needs to, or something. Andy Grady is.
Andy Grady is
there
also
he is.
in the pits
He's
as
just
well.
not on the timing screen as such. Stu Summers here. So it's just Dean Taylor who is unaccounted for. So that's definitely him who brought out the red flag just now. Very unlucky. Sounds like a tough day there for Dean.
Yes, as I was
yes.
saying, he was having issues earlier, so unfortunately it looks like issues have persisted into that final session.
Johnny Fletcher there at the front of the queue.
And what we also see, talking to Johnny Fletcher there, are a couple of ex-time attackers as well.
Oh my goodness, both
Do we
of them,
recognise
yeah.
both of those faces? I think we do. I think we recognise Mr. Andy Gray and Mr. Dave Ward down there having a chat with Johnny Fletcher. So some of our competitors from past seasons.
I wonder what they're doing. Why isn't Dave Ward driving? He's built this Mini for this stuff. We were talking about the DIY composite wide super light cars like Ilyas and so on. A few drivers in the past as well. Dave Ward was another one, right? So last year he gave me loads to talk about because he went down a similar route with that Mini, and it was so quick, wasn't he? I think in Pocket Rocket. He was absent from Time Attack for a while. I think he did it in a Mini back in the day, a long time ago. Then came back with an EK Civic, I think around 2018 or so. And then he came back last year in the Mini. That Mini immediately was super fast off the bat and seems to have stepped away again.
Have a green flag and they are entering back onto the circuit again.
Andrew Kime there ahead of Luke Capehorn in the Astra. Interesting car, that 135i. Yeah, I mean, that for me, that would be my weapon of choice, perhaps over. Not in a, courses, we've seen some very interesting courses in the past. I think even Michael Greenhugh's PD130 powered machine, really cool. But, it's all about the rear-wheel drive, straight six kind of stuff. It's great fun. So definitely that would be my choice, given the two. As great as I'm sure the Corsa is, I'm not too aware of the spec. But I'm sure that 135i looks really quite serious.
what's interesting now is because everybody's bunched up into the pits and everybody's left at the same time, so what you've got is a bit, and if we see on the circuit map, we've got a lot of cars all clumped up together, and interestingly, I kind of assumed some of them would hang back, and they've got 8.5 minutes left on the clock now, but I assume some of them will hang back just for that chance at a clear circuit, because what they're going to do is start encountering traffic, right? And that's going to be a bit of a problem for some people. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. They might have to work through that traffic, or they might kind of like have traffic coming up behind them. So, yeah.
I mean, it's
lots of action all in the same place at the same time.
Yeah. It's definitely a key skill of time attack compared to sprinting or rallying or other categories that are judged by lap time. Oh dear, Stu Summers is off.
Stu Summers. There's I'm guessing.
Quite zoomed in. Yeah, let's just see where that
now.
is.
Oh, is that the after Mansfield? Maybe he's spun?
Oh, maybe.
And maybe he's facing the wrong way?
Yeah, I mean, his number plate came off as well, right? So he must have
it didn't look like
something.
Yeah, he was close to the wall.
Yeah,
it did look like he pulled it off, but maybe not. But yeah, so it looks like Stu Summers on this side of the track.
Luke Caporn's Astra moving around loads under braking there. Looks like a real handful. Last year's runner-up, I think, in Club 2-wheel drive.
It really does look like quite a stiff setup there, doesn't it? It's like
it's quite impressive how much these cars can move around and be made to handle.
Oh yeah, and that is Stu Summers at the side of the road there. So yeah, just after Mansfield.
Yeah, especially you stick on some toe out and quite aggressive, quite stiff otherwise anti-roll bars and damping and so on. And these Astra VXRs can actually handle pretty well, especially with an aggressive diff as well. It really pulls itself in, and the rear you can see moving around quite a lot. Quite a handful of a car. Not the most sophisticated chassis in the world, but as a result, that's a car that you can really wrestle and dance around. Great stuff.
So I think Luke Caporn there just coming over and bettering his time as well.
Okay, and you can see Alexander Volkov sets a faster Sector 1 than anyone else. 145.8 miles an hour through the first speed trap goes Alexander Volkov. Let's see what Sector 2 is looking like for the GTR driver. So the camera now focuses on him. Take a look there. Okay, he's slightly slower Sector 2 than what he is used to. And another red flag. Oh dear.
Oh no, that's it's disappointing, especially for Alexander there. He's on his hot lap and looked like he was absolutely flying.
He was on a flyer there. Andrew Kime, in fact, look, you can see he had just set a faster Sector 2 than anybody else. Again, the GTR and the Saxo somehow going toe-to-toe here at Cadwell Park.
David and the Goliath, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, they're in different classes. They're fighting different championships. But the fact that they're on track at the same time means you can really start to look at some very interesting comparisons. But I wonder, perhaps, it being the first round since a long off-season and the first time that these drivers are really on the attack with the big points up for grabs here in Super Attack. Perhaps mistakes are being made or cars are being broken in the pressure of this final session of the day. Of course, it's been a long day as well. You can just see how baking hot Alexander Volkov's GTR front brakes are.
I mean, that's what happens, right? You're on a flying lap. You're
and
being
you've got
really hard on your brakes.
Yeah,
and normally,
GTR.
yeah, exactly. You've got, what is it, 1,700 kilos?
Yeah.
And then, you normally come in and you stay out on circuit and cool your brakes down a little bit, but he's had to come straight back in, and yeah, we can actually see the smoke coming off the GTR there, so they're frantically trying to keep it rolling to stop the brakes catching on fire, I'd imagine.
Well, or to stop the pad melting onto the disc. So yeah, that's what they're doing to stop it sticking, because yeah, especially that car is generating so much heat as it brakes, 1,700 kilos. And like Alex said, it's very front heavy as well. And usually you'd take laps, cool down laps, to bring everything back to spec. And even after a cool down lap, you're still moving. And now it goes to fully stationary. I mean, it's pretty unconventional what they are doing. But there's
Seems
a
to be
necessity
working.
there, because otherwise the brakes might melt on. Which is, you know, yeah, when you have a car like a GTR and brakes that massive and a car so heavy, that's a problem that you're going to need to consider. I don't think brakes are probably terribly cheap for these cars either.
No, definitely not.
Nothing is in the world of GTRs. So, yeah, it's quite amusing. What else is happening? We can see Luke Capehorn's car being inspected. It's got the funny golf ball dimples on the underside of the bonnet. I remember that used to tickle me on my car. I'm not sure why that's the design they went with. But yeah, definitely quite amusing. Nice little dimple pattern. 135i BMW there now, with the 1M genuine arches of Neil Robson BIB Performance. Oh, you can see Mike Butler now coming into the pit lane as well in the number 67 BMW M3.
So again, now we're playing this process of elimination to try and figure out what the issue is here. So we've got, who else is not in the pit? So
Right, so Dean Taylor, we know about Dean Taylor. Fine.
yeah, so Andy Grady, who had just actually set
Stu Summers, isn't it? It's Stu Summers.
But Andy Grady there had set the second fastest time, and he is not in the pits.
Yeah, that's what it look at Stu Summers. So for those
Where's
of you
Andy
wondering,
Grady then?
we in the commentary box can't see that bit. So that's why we have to look at the pit lane and deduce. So there's not enough time. You know, we've got a curfew to consider and so on. So not enough time to re-extend this session. And
They
sadly,
did only have a minute and a half left.
Is that what it
so
was?
yeah,
Right,
so
so that's
and
it.
which is a lap anyway, and by the time you have an out lap. So yeah, unfortunately they've so that is a checkered flag for that session.
Interesting that that I would have thought with a minute and a half left, it would have been checkered flagged immediately. But I guess there was still some kind of judgment call to be made there. But that's it for our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive super attack. Let's take a look at these lap times. Alexander Volkov, then the fastest driver on track with a 132.5, ahead of Andy Grady and Dean Taylor. And Andrew Kime, then our provisional Club 2-wheel drive winner, ahead of Luke Capehorn, Johnny Fletcher, Neil Robson, Neil Wren, Dave Dyson, Dave Frost, Philip Найденов, Stu Summers, and Mike Butler. So now we're going to take a few minutes to recover this car, and then after that, we will be ready for our Pro Class Super Attack in just a few moments. So we're just getting ready for our pro class super attack. Just taking a look through some of these comments here. Ross Hampson, I have to say, you've been so incredibly helpful for us throughout the day. A time attack competitor with a Subaru Impreza. We've seen him on track in the past, and yeah, very keen observer of time attack lore. So very helpful tips there about, you know, what's a lap record here, what's a lap record there. And indeed, Ross Hampson calling it there, Volkov has beaten Sam Pickering for the lap record for Club 4-Wheel Drive, and indeed that does seem to be the case. So very interesting.
So another lap record then today.
Another lap record for the list of lap records. MG Ward Racing says Wilco in the 334 Clio is a K-swap. There we go. So let's... One of our many...
How did I forget Wilco?
How indeed. So that's K-swap, exactly. So quite a few K-swaps here in Time Attack. S18 RSG, who is, it's funny on YouTube, people are all using funny names. Honda Enjoyer 12, and stuff like that. Fish. So S18 RSG is one of my buddies from the GR Supra Owners Club, although we've both moved on since then, but he says, you love a Civic, Alexi, don't lie. It's true, especially these newer, I never quite got on with the EP, never driven an FN. They look, I think it would be quite cool, but the new FKs, is that what the new one is called? I'm not sure, because I think the FK might have been around for...
I think maybe the FK is the one before, not the most recent one. Maybe I'm wrong.
Who knows? Who knows? But this new shape, they look so impressive, and really quite a really good all-rounder, I think, in terms of it's a car that can really do a lot of things. And Russ has one of those newer type Civics and says it's really quite exceptional. Actually saw a really interesting build. There's a guy in America with a NA1 NSX, and he swapped in all Honda Civic Type R boosted K20 stuff into it with the sequential gearbox automatic. Really interesting. Anyway, so I think that's a platform to keep an eye on, especially in the coming years. Really good stuff. That's the kind of Civic I can get behind. Faux show. Meanwhile then, our pro cars have now begun their super attack. Like Darren mentioned in his interview with Susie, our cars, our tires need 2 or 3 laps to switch on. This Yokohama AO52, which is new for Time Attack. Well, drivers could choose to run such a tire, I guess, last year if they wanted to. But it's newly the control tire in Time Attack from this year. We've had control tires for quite a long time, since I think 2017 or so. That's when they were introduced, and then unusually last year we didn't have a control tire, and then from this year it's the Yokohama AO52, which drivers seem, from the conversations I've had, seem pretty positive about. Darren Spooner there saying they need 2 to 3 laps to switch on. I would imagine that perhaps depends on ambient temperature, track as well. And he mentioned in his Peugeot 205 with the rear end being so light, that car also needs work put into it to heat up the rear tires because it's skipping along the ground, whereas the fronts are super gripped up. It's front-heavy car. I mean, relatively speaking, it's still a Peugeot 205, but it heats the fronts much easier than the backs, putting a lot more energy through the front tires than the rears. And what happens is you switch the fronts on and not yet the backs, and that makes the handling even more tricky. But when it's all nice and warm and switched on, so what's happening? What is happening
Luke Sedgwickowski just actually, he's gone straight out onto a flyer, and so he set the fastest lap out there. But just watching all of the sparks coming off his car from the huge error that we see out there on this Honda NSX, and just literally, as you see, look, When he reaches a certain speed, it's just pushing the car down. I don't know if there's a bit more movement in the front splitter there, but it's just where it's all of this downforce is kind of like pushing the car into the ground, and so I think they might have kind of like titanium sliders or something kind of like underneath to. But yeah, there's quite a lot of movement around there, isn't there? You see the car kind of like moving around.
I don't seem to remember it doing that in the previous sessions to the same degree. I wonder whether perhaps they've lowered it just a touch. Or maybe turned the aero up a little bit, some
It
more
looks
angle of attack.
particularly impressive, but maybe a little bit too much.
I don't remember it, or maybe is it darker? No, not really. I don't remember it doing quite as many sparks in the previous sessions. So interesting. But maybe for the super attack,
It doesn't seem
they
to be
turned it
slowing
up.
him down, because looking at the timing sheets, so he's at fastest Sector 1 and Sector 2 as well. So he's coming up. We see him just going around the hairpin at the end of.
Yep. But look,
Hall
it
Bend,
is in his early days.
It is.
So
indeed.
now we're going
Yep.
to see a real lap time from him. I think it's going to be 128.2. Very, very fast indeed. So that 141, not quite yet representative because those tires weren't yet switched on. And that aero making all of those sparks, putting loads of aerodynamic load through those tires. Look at how it dwarfs the Caterham there. Wow. That car, a Honda NSX compared to...
He's got a face full of sparks there as well.
Yes, it's like you're welding. That is not a particularly big car, really, the Honda NSX, compared to
but
cars
big
today.
aero on it.
But the aero,
Yes, exactly.
and compared to that little Caterham, it looks absolutely... It's like the old memes from the Le Mans series with the BMW M6 GTE, which was made really, really, really big on with Photoshop compared to everything else. It kind of reminded me of that a little bit. That NSX looking gigantic with all that aero.
So we've got Jeremy Broadbent here. So Jimmy was saying he was running into an issue with the car hitting the bump stops, and I was looking, particularly it looks quite high at the front there. So
it does, yeah.
I think where they must have had to raise the front of the car to avoid that issue there, because you can see the little MX-5 there is actually looks. You can see the front end looks quite high. Again, because he was hitting these issues with hitting the bump stops. So they've had to raise the car to try and reduce it.
It looks like the tyre is still tucking. It doesn't look that high. And yet, it's still, if you look at the front splitter, it looks like it's artificially high, but the tyre's still tucking, isn't
I know Jimmy's also having issues. I believe he's having issues with his power steering as well, so he must be really having to kind of wrestle that car around and through all of the corners there. Being chased down by Bradley John going into Hall Bends.
Up and over the mountain, through Hall Bends.
And that is a place you really do want your power steering to work.
Well, actually, it's there coming into the hairpin.
Yes.
Where I've been off before. That's the bit where if you go straight on, well, that's it. The track stops there. There's no more track, just wall. Jimmy Broadbent, 135.1, a personal best there from him. It's good enough for 5th.
Just looking at the timing screens, though, again, we've got fastest Sector 1 and Sector 2 for Colin Dorwood as he goes across the line.
Oh!
Yes, straight into a 128.086.
Wow.
So taking the fastest time of the session so far. And you could see he had lit up the Section 1 and Section 2, so... we're seeing them lighting up everywhere now. So, everyone kind of going out and... really starting to push on now.
I think people are beginning to find their flow, their tire temperatures are getting into that window that they need to be in. Brake temperatures, of course, very important as well. Performance brakes, they just don't work when they're cold. They just don't brake. They've got to be in that operating window.
Luke Sedjakowski taking that number 1 spot back from Colin Dorwood as he goes across the line there with a 127.32. So everyone out on an absolute flyer at the moment.
Interesting. Sometimes in the past, I think we've split the Pro class into Pro 2-wheel drive, Pro 4-wheel drive. It's cool when we do see them all together, the NSX and the Evo and the Caterham and the MX-5, all of them together in the same class. Very interesting to see Luke Sedjakowski's Honda NSX up against Bradley John and Colin Dorwood. Really, really cool stuff. And at a circuit like Cadwell, so far, Of course, Luke Sędziakowski, very experienced driver in terms of even circuit racing and so on. So really working that NSX. Yeah, it's paying dividends here, 127.3, which is very, very fast indeed. Bradley John at 127.6, Colin Dorward at 128.0. So really...
But all swapping the fastest sector times between them as I'm watching it. They're just, it's literally Luke, Bradley John and Colin Dorward all just swapping. Every time I look up, they're stealing these fastest sector times off each other. So
yeah, Colin Dorward there, fastest sector 2 of anyone.
Yeah, and so Bradley John had just come around and I believe taken the fastest sector 1 as well. So you see Luke going down there with his lights full of blaze. Again, still lots of sparks coming from that, just on one side. So yeah, I wonder if the front splitter is a little bit loose maybe on one side and just touching with the ground. Makes for a good fireworks show anyway.
Incredible. it looks very cool. Yeah, hopefully it's meant to do that, and it's the little titanium bits, which I think, from what I understand, some circuits look at that differently. They don't really want bits rubbing on the track surface, especially the titanium's going to win. And so, yeah, that's an interesting one. But it does make very nice sparks, that's for sure. Yeah, we'll watch that one. Meanwhile, Andrew Barber there, 130.2 there for him.
Yeah, so obviously on his slow down lap there, but obviously great to see that. Absolutely, it's always immaculate, that car, whenever I see it.
Yeah.
So hard to keep a black car looking that good, but it always literally looks like it's just come out of a showroom. And it's immaculate inside, under the bonnet, everywhere. It's a very, very nice car.
149.7 miles per hour there through Speed Trap 1. So personal best there for him. Very, very respectable speed. I think Pro Class really starts to make these speeds seem very normalized, where you think, 149.7 miles per hour. Luke Sędziakowski, there we go, speaking of which, 127.3, so again, goes faster than anyone else. We have a car stopped on track.
Oh, that is Andrew Barber.
That is Andrew. Do you know, he was going quite slowly
We thought he
last
was
time.
just like on a call-off lap then.
Yeah. That looks like that's the Park Straight,
That is
perhaps.
the Park Straight, yeah. So I'm guessing he's trying to get that started because he's just rolling back down a little bit.
Double waved yellows, so that means be extremely cautious. And like in this instance, the car is on the track, not even slightly off it. So double waved yellows there, while race control deliberates.
Oh, is that him moving again? I think I'm sure.
There he goes.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Okay, so he is moving again.
Very good. Josh Barrett there. So what's he been up to? He's back this year with the Caterham 620R, and of course, unlike the other Caterham 620R of Dan Kelly, this one equipped with lots of extra aero, which is not something that you're used to seeing on a Caterham. And I think those were additions during the course of last year. There was a great battle between him and Alfie Threlfall in the aerial Atom, but doesn't seem to be here today. So instead, Josh Barrett now in the fight with the other pro class entrants. This is currently a 129.0 is his best lap time. That's good enough for overall fourth in the pro class. Luke Sędziakowski now coming into the pits. Again, there's no refueling allowed in the pits in Time Attack, so drivers are coming in to have little tweaks applied to their car, perhaps a fix if needed, but no refueling allowed. Colin Dorward looking pretty racy there on the screen. Currently, well, he set quite a slow lap there, a 2-minute lap, so conceivably a cool down lap there for him. But let's take a look as he comes through Sector 1. It's funny how his lights flash. It's like they should be on permanently when he's on a hot lap, but on Colin Dorward's machine they flash for some reason.
I absolutely love this car. I'm not biased at all.
Oh, okay, go on.
It's not the fact that it's a black Evo.
Right. Is your Evo black?
It might be.
Oh, really? Okay. I've never seen it. Well, there's this mythical Evo that apparently exists.
But Colin's made quite a lot of changes over winter as well. Oh, and we're seeing there. Oh, and actually, Colin would have been on an absolute flyer, but then he's come up against Bradley John, who's obviously on a cool down lap, and he's known instantly that's that attempt at a hot lap over.
You can't really overtake through whole bends.
No, and so he's saving the car
this.
again, though, and he slowed right down. So he's going to be going around, and we'll see if he goes back round and goes for another flyer again. Again, as we were saying, like part of the game with time attack is finding that clear space on track. And that is as much key as like stringing a great lap together yourself. If you don't have the clear air to do it in, then that massively affects you.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a particularly great Sector 1 for Colin Dorward on that lap anyway, but it was 150.8 miles an hour through the first speed trap, which is very impressive indeed. You know, these speeds become the norm in this class, and sometimes you need to step away and think, hang on, 150 miles an hour is a really big deal on a massive straight, never mind at Cadwell Park, where the straights aren't really all that long, and the long one is uphill. So 150 miles an hour anywhere on this track is an incredible effort. Bradley John, meanwhile, let's take a look at what he can do. Currently on Sector, so doesn't set a PB in Sector 1, however, personal best Sector 2. Now up and over the mountain he goes, and through Hall bends Bradley John in the Mitsubishi Evo, currently sitting second in the Pro class. He did set a personal best Sector 2, no purple sectors though, so unless his Sector 3 is phenomenally out of this world, I suspect we may not see him move up the leaderboard there. 127.4. So that's a personal best for him, a slight improvement.
Just a tiny improvement.
So there's a 1/10 of a second between Luke Senjakovsky and Bradley John. Ilya Krylov in the Clio, the other Haltech machine, also K-Series powered. Also, he's kept a pretty low profile today, even with the development, you know, there was a great interview with Susie. I think he went into a lot of detail about the build and what's been going on. Curiously, it's got Samsonus suspension. I didn't actually personally know Samsonus are big suspension people. They're very famous for their gearboxes, but he's got custom one-off Samsonus suspension. And of course, all the new Haltech goodies as well, the flagship R5 ECU and the UC10 dash. And of course, that new front clip that weighs just 4 kilograms. But despite all of this, he's kept a pretty low profile today, hasn't he? Apparently, some handling issues or something like that. Is that right?
Yeah, so again, I think both Ilya and Eden have been having some weird kind of handling issues where they're saying the car isn't kind of like going where they want it to. So yeah, not quite sure what that is, but they will be tracking that down, I'm sure, and we'll see them back for Donington with improvements.
I mean, another red flag and checker flag. So I'm not immediately sure on what's brought this red flag out. I think perhaps you might have had a car on fire somewhere on the track. Can't quite see that spot on the stream, but hopefully that's, I mean, that's never hugely fun, but hopefully one that isn't too bad. Fingers crossed for that one. But that does conclude our session, and that is, I think, one of the trickier incidents to recover. So the checkered flag is thrown at this point, which means let's run through the provisional results. So the fastest car on track and winner of Pro Class is Luke Senjakovsky in the Honda NSX. And he leads Bradley John, Colin Dorward, Josh Barrett, Andrew Barber, and Jimmy Broadbent. And actually, there we go, one driver who didn't really make much of an appearance is the number 224 machine of Josh Lawton in the HCR Honda Civic.
Yeah, I'm just watching them in the pits. I know they had issues earlier. I think they had problems with the exhaust manifold. And they had managed to get that repaired. They had managed to get that repaired and get back onto track earlier. And I know he was still setting some blistering times in previous sessions, but it looks like, obviously, as you're saying, not. We've seen him in the pits a lot in this session. So, yeah, he's only actually turned in one lap. So, unfortunately, it does look like that issue has plagued him again.
And meanwhile, in Club Pro, then, the fastest driver was, let's have a look, where is that? Club Pro. Eric Holmes in the Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS, ahead of Dan Kelly, then the number 39, Richard Goodall. Then we had Danny McLeod, who isn't on the entry list, but he's on the timing screen, Ilya Krylov, and Mick Porter. Those are provisional results, which are, of course, TBC following Parc Fermé and all that good stuff. And that does conclude today's first Time Attack of 2025. I hope you've enjoyed the live stream, which has made a comeback thanks to Lucas Oil. Hope you've enjoyed that. We certainly have. Especially the interviews. I thought that was great fun. Thank you to Susie for joining in the commentary box today.
Thanks for having me, Alexei.
As always, a pleasure. And
we are back in 3 weeks for
only
Donington.
3 weeks. Incredible, incredible. We are so lucky. 2 time attacks in May. So lucky. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, look, the Civics got going. Oh, nice. Okay, nice, nice. Just in time to go home. Well, drive safe, everyone. Thank you for coming to Modified Live. And thank you to our marshals and to the Time Attack team, and of course, all the drivers and everyone who could be here today. And we will see you next time. Thank you.
We'll see you in 3 weeks.